All right, Ben, you're here. I'm gonna start with this song really quick, and then we will get into it.
Yeah, go ahead. Go.
Oops.
Who are you? You don't know. Don't tell me Negro. That's nothing. What were you before the white man named you a Negro? And where were you? And what did you have? What was yours? What language did you speak then? What was your name? It couldn't have been Smith or Jones or Bunch or Powell. That wasn't your name. They don't have those kind of names where you and I came from. No, what was your name? Being here in America doesn't make you an American. Being born here in America doesn't make you an American. If it made you American, you wouldn't need any legislation. You wouldn't need any amendments to the Constitution. No, I'm not an American. I'm one of the 22 million black people who are the victims of Americanism. One of the 22 million black people who are the victims nothing but disguise and hypocrisy. I see America through the eyes of a victim.
The truth about slavery, many refuse to respect. How my people built this country off their own blood and sweat. America's just that house that slavery built. And I'ma speak on the facts since no one else will. Your name in capital letters is a corporate entity, while you remain suspect to intellectual property. James Marion Sims, father of gynecology, experimented on slave women in the 1840s. Trying to invent the C-section. Hundreds of babies died at birth, but they still support the medical system and swear that shit works. No cure for cancer, ALS, AIDS. Wait, ain't y'all a little late?
Being here in America doesn't make you an American. Being born here in America doesn't make you an American. Why, if birth made you American, you wouldn't need any legislation. You wouldn't need any amendments to the Constitution. No, I'm not an American. I'm one of the 22 million black people who are the victims of Americanism. One of the 22 million black people who are the victims of democracy.
They came up with the plan to control and enslave man. Through revolution and war, man would be free no more. A secret society they made. Very few would make that grade. Unaware and deadly blind, the dumb downness of mankind. They are hiding in plain sight, running a show without a fight. Modern day slavery got people working day and night. Almighty dollar in their sight, chasing it further into the light. If I work a little bit harder, one day I'll be alright. A tax dollar and a tax our weight, they tax the bed in which you lay, they tax our food, they tax our drink. They tax us every time we think. And it's really about control, cause the dollar ain't worth a thing. Piece of paper, it's a bit that sticks, a pain and suffering, yeah.
This is American justice. This is American democracy. And those of you who are familiar with it know that in America, democracy is hypocrisy. Now, if I'm wrong, put me in jail. But if you can't prove that a democracy is not hypocrisy, then don't put your hands on me. Democracy is hypocrisy. If democracy means freedom, why aren't our people free?
All right, that was by me, Queen's Throne, aka Cash Me Out. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Hey Ben, how you doing?
How you doing? All is well. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Excited about this build. Sugar's gonna join us. He's just getting in from his flight and stuff like that. You know, he was traveling and stuff. So he's just kind of, you know, getting unpacked and unwind. So he will join us.
Okay, cool.
So where are we gonna start?
I mean, I think the most important and the most serious matter that we're dealing with, let's get straight to it. You know, we're talking about pedophilia within the conscious community. And this is something that has been plaguing Black history since we've gotten to America for the most part, you know, and been battling in this wilderness of North America. We've been plagued each and every movement, especially when we've been hit with drugs in the 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s. And this has really been the breakdown of the Black community. You've been seeing, we've all heard, we've all seen in our upcoming as children, the family from down south, and hearing these stories of sleeping cousins and kissing cousins and all of this stuff, you know, and you wonder where it starts from. You know, it starts within the family with a lot of this molestation and rape. And that's really taking place within the family. It's a very tough topic. You know, it's not easy to swallow, because a real man wouldn't do that. You know, real men stand on principles. Real men stand on their square. You know,
or a real woman, because women do it as well.
Right. I'm speaking from a man perspective, and
Gotcha.
you know, where we start, we're getting at this conscious community and who was the quote unquote pillar of the community, Michael Nowak. I'm gonna make it clear here and after. I'm not referring to him as Brother Polight, because he's not a brother and he's not polite.
True.
Michael Nowak. True. Michael Nowak. Call a spade a spade. He's Michael Nowak. You know, the damage that's about to be done to this community, it's not a split, it's not a break, it's a fracture. This thing has totally been broken apart with this, because now you don't know who to trust. You know, how do you bring somebody around your kids in this modern day conscious community? You know, after seeing what we've just seen, and we could go back 15 years ago, because that's not that long ago, with Malachi Z. York, you know, or however long it was ago. I'm 15, it was in my mind, but we know it was some time ago, but that's still relatively recent. You know, that's 21st century. And that was a bombshell, to know that you had that nation out there, and this is what was going on behind closed doors when you put these type of people in positions and they're not qualified to be there. You know, people just jocking them, you know. So and it's interesting, because that took place in Atlanta. And when you think back into the 80s with the Atlanta child murders,
yes,
and you think what took place in that community, pedophilia, men sleeping with little kids, and people not saying nothing and normalizing it, and made a community out of it. Watch the documentary on Netflix on the Atlanta child murders. Watch the documentary on HBO on that same topic, and you'll see men casually talk, "Oh yeah, them little boys used to come over every day and we had sex with them, but I ain't kill them." Right. And people knew this. And all in all, you had over 400 kids missing, killed, never to be seen again, because people allowed pedophilia to sit in the community.
Yeah, some of the children were found. I know that it also happened in Houston or something, or in Texas, I believe. But I know that one of the other children were found, little boys with like part of their insides hanging out of their rectum. You know, and at the time, you know, it was a big thing in America. Everybody was paying attention to it, but it almost seemed like the government was covering things up for a while.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I wanted to say.
I can't hear you.
That's all I was saying.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. So me being here tonight, my particular agenda is addressing this topic. 1, 2, I'm going to pose a challenge to Saneter. Now, Saneter, I know you're going to watch this. If nothing took place with you and Nicki, then let Queen Throne do a one-on-one interview with Nicki Chanel. Let her be interviewed by a circle of sisters, by a circle of conscious sisters, not by you, because we all know your tricks. And if you think I'm going to sit up here and respond to what you posted with your video, you're sadly mistaken. We're not stooping to that level. If you posting lies, why am I going to respond to lies? Everything you posted was lies. So why would I sit here and waste people's time with nonsense? It's not even entertainment, it's nonsense. I'm not going to even address the people that you use. Queen Throne, I sent you the receipts. I showed you who these people are, you know, and what they're out there doing. It's not even worth addressing. The black community is sick right now. And when you look at the conscious community coming out of Harlem, it was sickened by Saneter and his house of coonery. You know, we've never had disrespect amongst people's religions and belief systems up until this point of debating this, debating that. Meanwhile, kids are getting shot every day.
Yes.
God bless your soul, Billy the Kid. Rest in peace to your son, man. My pain, I feel your pain, brother.
Yes.
This is real. This is your fellow podcaster who just lost his son to gun violence in these streets.
You shared with me a website where they kind of track the gun violence, and this is only gun violence. Right. And the numbers were staggering.
Staggering. Gunmemorial.org. Yeah. And I really don't even like sharing that site because it's so morbid. You know, you're looking at death. You're looking at people who, right here in New York, a 15-year-old boy was struck down by an errant bullet, Queen's Throne. Another one. It's happening so often that people are becoming normalized to it. And this is why the pedophiles think that they could just hide under the news and do what they do. You know, look at the new movie that's out, Sound of Freedom, where they're addressing
that was a great
global sex trafficking.
Yes. And then you gotta wonder how many, you know, in the situation where you have youngsters, you know, toting around guns and stuff like that and shooting at each other, where does the aggression really come from? Is there a possibility, you know, that they were molested and haven't dealt with that trauma and they're, you know, putting it out in the atmosphere in a different way?
Yes, you know, that's and the reason why I say yes, that's the case. That's the case because when you look at it from a social standpoint, all the systems have been corrupted and broken. The family, the home is broken. The mother and father are not together. The babies are just being born. Nobody's teaching the babies. Then they go to school and the teachers are having sex with the kids. All you got to do is go to Google and type in teacher have sex with kids. I don't care what state. You're going to get several articles each state. Then they go to the church. Some of them. Yep. Then they go to the church. And guess what? The pastor's having sex with the kids.
Exactly.
Then they go to the after school program where you meet a Jerry Sandusky and a Joe Paterno. You know, so the systems have been broken. The kids are not safe. The women are not safe.
I mean, it's everywhere. I covered a cheerleading coach, and he, you know, was caught with molesting children. Right. You know, I did a story on that. I mean, it's just everywhere. These predators are just waiting for an opportunity to victimize children.
And the one place that cannot exist in the conscious community. That is one place that this type of behavior it has to be non-existent, because I'm gonna look at it from a national standpoint, Queen's Throne. Aside from what's taking place in the community, look at what's happening to the community. We're being overthrown. We're being overrun. The migrants are here. They're flooding into the country by the millions. And we're not being racist. We're not being xenophobic and none of that stuff. But stating the facts of what's happening. And they're not going into Beverly Hills. They're not going into the Hamptons. They're going into your community, my community. And they're becoming our next door neighbors. It is what it is. You know, I'm a firm knower that nobody's on the planet Earth as a guest. Everybody has a right to be here. But it just so happens to be the circumstances that they're coming over here in is going to be to undermine and uproot us. And look at what we're doing, molesting our children. Talking mucho mess on the internet about Black power and liberation and banging on this beast. But then you get a little girl by herself and you're somewhere drugging her and performing lewd and lascivious acts.
As a leader.
As a leader.
A quote unquote leader of the community.
And then have the nerve to get on the internet and start crying about people talking about your case. We didn't put you in that case. my question to Polight, why were you in a hotel with an underage child, an underage girl, a minor, giving her alcohol and putting yourself in this situation? You don't think we deserve an answer from you, Polight?
And possibly drugs, right? I don't know. Remember if
Right.
you said that? Yeah.
Right. All I
Exactly.
know for certain is that scheduled on September 6th, from what I've seen with the court case, is he's scheduled to take a plea. Now, if you're taking a plea, that means you're copping out. You're saying you're guilty about something. Understand where I'm coming from?
You're at least
Now,
admitting that they have evidence against you that you can't fight.
exactly. Now, any person that I know, any man of real stature, knows they do not want that charge associated with their name. And they'll fight, especially if it's a lie, to keep that off their name.
But I kind of fear that the only thing that is in this plea agreement is obviously, you know, he's not going to have all the charges possibly, but that they will allow him to not register as a sex offender, which is dangerous as well. Let's say he does whatever amount of time in prison, he touches back down. Of course, he'll be on parole for a little bit or whatever, right?
Right.
But what happens after that? There's no way that people can look up his name to see if he's safe to be around your children, and he's already been proven that he's a predator. I think that every, you know, sexual offender should have to register, and I think for life.
Right. I mean, that's the trickery with the system, that they have that type of loophole in there where guys have been convicted. I know plenty of guys that have been convicted of child sex crimes, and they do not have to. They made some type of deal. They're not registering as sex offenders. So I know that is definitely taking place. But here's the catch to that. This is where the conscious community is supposed to step into place. This is where the conscious community is supposed to condemn him in every aspect publicly.
Forever. For
everything, forever. No coming back from this. That's a no-no. That's an outright no-no. So I'm going to address another thing to Frank Gary. You put all of this effort into trying to debunk what you call is a lie, right? Now, like I said, I'm not addressing nothing you posted on your video because it's all lies. But look at the effort that you're putting into trying to debunk something that nobody wants to hear about, that in the conscious community. Nobody is really concerned with the Nicki story right now. They want to know what's going on with Polight. So now you put all of this energy into a Nicki Chanel story, and you and I know what's going on. You know the truth behind it. I'm not, and as I told you, Queen, I'm not one of them brothers that's going to sit up here and go for tit for tat and story. We know what's going on. I told you what's happening. I'm addressing Saneter. You have yet to put that camera in the direction of Michael Nowak. You've yet to put that camera. I don't want to hear nothing about, if he found guilty, then I'm going to not mess with him. No, we know he's guilty. We know what he did.
Too late. Yeah.
Right. You playing games with it. You talking about people playing games. You're the one playing games. And then you want to jump on these platforms and you throw accusations at everybody else. But then when it comes back like a boomerang, you challenging people, and here I am. We're going to address
He's still promoting Polight. Polight's videos are still up. He's still gaining revenue off of those videos. And I've been told him since day one he should take them down. At least till the case is over.
In the realm,
we know what's going on.
Right. But in the realm of this pedophilia, right? Let's look at Jeffrey Epstein. Right? Look at Jeffrey Epstein. Look at his circle. Look at all of those people. Look at that list. Take a look at that list. Look at all of those names that were on that list that were repeatedly going to that island. You know? Yeah. And now that Jeffrey's been caught, everybody wants to distance themselves. Nobody's going to say nothing. Nobody wants to, but everybody's going to die. I wasn't there. Oh, no, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. Your name's right in the flight log.
They said that Jeffrey, hung himself in jail. I don't know how true that is. They could have just hit him somewhere or something like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, everybody around him went silent.
Everybody went silent. Bill Gates, and that's what these two are. Polight is Epstein. Saneter is Bill Gates. You knew about the affairs. You knew about the actions. You screamed on this girl, Renente. But now you don't want nobody mentioning names. But you clearly sat back and said something about this young lady. And then Nicki came back at you. And now you want to say, oh, what y'all doing is wrong. And why was this and why was that? Well, why would you do what you did, Saneter? Why, if you knew Polight was doing something wrong and you were a grown man, you were well into your 50s when you knew about this Renente allegedly, and you went right along with it. But then you want to question me at 18 when I saw you and say, why would I? We're going to talk about that another time. We're going to really dissect that. I'm waiting for Saneter to accept the challenge to where we can actually discuss this, and get these rotten people out of the conscious community, because the conscious community, there is none, if you ask me. What I'm seeing outside of the grandmaster teachers, what are the people bringing? In Harlem, I watched 20 years of debates, talking. What has been erected? Please, somebody tell me.
Nothing. The same debate over and over again. That's
it. So it's been 20 years, and now the community. I'm gonna speak for my community itself. Born and raised in Harlem, USA, and it's in shambles. It's been so many murders in Harlem. It's not even. It's a crying shame. It's a crying shame. So where's the conscious community at? Where's Black Lives Matter at? Everybody's in it playing these games. Poverty pimping. We got a lot of work to do, Queen Throne. So I'm here. We're going to talk about. I had some notes of what I really wanted to break down. Trash TV. This is what the conscious community has become. Arguments, debates, name calling, slandering. Who could put up a video dissing each other? It's become trash TV. And the primary suspect, the House of Coons. And like I said, when you look at the community at large, we are suffering. You look at that website, gunmemorial.org. That's war statistics. Soldiers weren't even dying like that in not Vietnam. What was the other one? Iraq. Those numbers are outpacing the Iraqi war, and that's right here in the United States alone. Conscious community, nobody's talking about it. So what's really going on here? We have to break down and rebuild the conscious community. Simple as that. As the old lessons used to say, if you're not qualified, play your position in the back. The forefront is not meant for everybody to get up here and just start spewing away your 2 cents and everything else. Leave the qualified people to do that. Leave the statisticians like Professor James Smalls. He's a master statistician. There's no need to get up there and try to outshine him unless you're a protege, so to speak. Other than that, he's going to give you everything you need. All of this pseudo, neo, and it's a regurgitation that's leading into this is my own personal opinion of things, And where's it leading us to? That's my whole question, Queen Throne. Where is it leading us to?
Nowhere fast.
Where are we going with this? We got drill music, and I'm not knocking the young people because it's our fault. It's our fault. I take responsibility for that. My generation, for allowing this culture to corrupt us the way we are. I remember talking with one of the brothers, the Red Pill, This was years ago. This had to be like 2008. And we was talking about hip hop and the conscious community. And we were saying it used to be synonymous, right? How the music used to correspond with the times. The rappers were talking about what was taking place in the world, going all the way back to the Message, Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five. You know, going all the way back then, 1979, how the politics was infused in the music. There was consciousness in the music. You fast forward the clock, 2000s. You seen what was taking place in Chicago with Chief Keef. And that was about, I forgot how many years ago that was. It got to be over 10 years.
It's about 15-ish, 14.
Yeah, it's been a minute. And you seen that. I remember talking with the Red Pill, and he said, yo, what they're breeding on us is a death culture. Never forget that. That resonated in my mind. I said, damn, a death culture? He said, yo, the kids are going to come up and they just going to start killing each other. And I'm listening to this, and look at what's happening. This is exactly what's going on. And whose fault is it? It's our fault, because we're allowing this to take place. You know, we're covering things up. You still have situations where, you know, shout out to the mother of this young girl, you know, for staying the course and fighting for justice for her daughter and not falling for the celebrity and money and material and things like that. And
or
letting
manipulation.
It be known. Manipulation, right?
Yeah.
And letting it be known that this is what this dude did. You know, that he
got on it right away. Yeah, salute to her.
She's a hero.
Stepped up.
She's a hero. She's a shero. You know why she's a shero? Because Queen, you know as well as I, how many women would have covered that up?
There's a lot. There's a lot. There's a lot for one reason or another. Yeah.
Forget about it. You know, and he's gotten away with it. I have to assume if you was that comfortable doing it to her, how many other kids did you do it to?
Well, we at least know Renentech. It appears that Renentech's mother dropped the charges allegedly. That's coming out of Saneter's mouth, so take it with a grain of salt. But yeah, she dropped the ball in that. And in this case, we have a mother that stepped up. She did what she was supposed to do. But you know, the other side is, you know, taking whatever chance they can to badger the mother and other, you know, survivors that speak out, which should be telling itself.
Investigative journalism, and that's, I guess, what the House of Coons thought they were doing. Here's the story of the conscious community. This is what the people want to know. Go get that tape, Saneter. Go get the tape of him. The conscious community want to see the tape of Michael Nowak going in and leaving that hotel. Put your investigative skills to that. You're sitting here wasting time deflecting and trying to distract everybody with a story about yours truly, and nobody wants to hear about me. You know what I mean? Let's keep it real. Let's keep it real. Nobody want to hear no Ben Diesel, who like Ben Diesel and what he did, and Marvin Gatlin. Nobody wants to hear that. The truth, the people who know the truth, they know. I don't have to defend none of that. People know what I did for Marvin Gatlin. You know, oh, he stole it. We have a long history with Marvin Gatlin, you know, and I don't have to qualify it with these people based on their allegations. Show me the proof. I'll say this about Marvin Gatlin, may he rest in peace. If I didn't carry the torch with his invention, who would be doing Marvin's toy right now? You understand what I'm saying? So they just so fast to criticize and be hypocrites about everything. But in ancient Egyptian custom, this man was a grand master martial artist. He had much knowledge. I'm talking about superior knowledge amongst your ordinary men. I stood at the feet of the Grand Master for 12 years. We took him off the streets when he was homeless. When people were laughing at him, talking about he's crazy, he's wearing the same military fatigue every day, there's got to be something wrong with him. We had him living in our house, cooking him dinners every night. They don't talk about that. Well, that man crazy, or he homeless, or he this, he that. But when he stopped us and introduced us to his invention as teenagers and showed us a whole different path of life, we adhered to that and admonished the man, you know what I mean? Admired him rather, you know, and only thing they're going to tell you is a speculation that they heard he and I had a fallout. They're going to run with that though. You know, not going to talk about all the good and all that was done on my behalf to really propel that man in the community. He was already known in the community, but when he and I got together, we did something entirely different in the community. Marvin's Toy was known amongst the 70s, 80s, 90s generations. You know what I mean? But like I said, it's a very bad time. You want to
explain what that is a little bit for people that don't know?
For people that don't know, Marvin's Toy, first off, Marvin Gatlin, Grandmaster Marvin Gatlin, was a martial artist born and raised in Harlem. If you ask me, one of the strongest men to ever walk this earth. I mean, this dude was insanely strong. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Body felt like steel. Everything. Calf, thigh muscles, stomach, chest, back, arms felt like steel. He got that way because he came up with an invention that he called Marvin's Toy, which is pretty much two cylindrical tubes fixed with rubber bands that he used for exercises, right? He created a system of exercises. I met the man he invented this in 1968, by the way. 1968, he invented this. I met him in 1996. Met him in 96. I was 20 years old, 19 going on 20. He introduced us to this piece of equipment that changed our lives. Like I said, two cylindrical tubes affixed with rubber bands. If you type in Marvin Gatlin on the internet, you'll see it. He's up there. He's been up there. But I happen to be one of the people, maybe if you ask me, 5 initiates that I know of that really stood with Marvin and they know the system. The Toy Karoo Life Preservation System, Marvin's Toy. It's about 5 of us that really know it. And it's a tremendous piece of equipment. We brought it out there. You'll see it on the internet. And like I said, these guys just want to promote slander with it, what I allegedly stole.
Is that the, because Saneter like grabbed 2 microphones and he was like, and Ben used to be on the block with this thing and just imagine rubber bands or whatever right here. And he used to go like this or whatever. Is that what he's referring to?
Yes, that's exactly what he was referring to.
Okay.
That's exactly what he was referring to. Gotcha. And like I said, the man was a pillar in the community. He was a pillar in the community. And it's sad that nobody adhered to his teachings. That piece of equipment is portable, fits in your pocket, and it came with a tremendous philosophy. It's not just working out, it had everything dealing with mind and body unification, allowing you to think better and stronger, Everybody that talks about me doing something bad against Marvin, ask them, do they use Marvin's Toy?
Probably not.
The answer will be emphatic no. Emphatic no. So, they're lip professors. They're just talking because they have lips. There's no actual connection to nothing. Just, I heard this and I'm saying. So, this is what the problem is in the conscious community. We have too many weak-minded people amongst the elite. And I knew from the beginning how when we was on 125th Street, we would see Polight, because I don't want to get off of Michael Nowak. You know what I mean? I want to stick there because he's putting videos out of his wealth.
Oh, yeah.
This money. I'm a conscious leader. I'm trying to free my people, but I got on Gucci. I got on Fendi. I got on Louis.
Look at this Rolls Royce,
Right. Name one a historical figure that has paved the way for us in America. We're just going to deal with American history, Black American history. Name one historical figure that did what he's doing. And they had name brand stuff back then. They had, you know, when Ford invented the car, Jack Johnson had an automobile. Jack Johnson wasn't running around flaunting. There was a camera. You ever seen Jack Johnson pulling out money, showing money to the camera back then? You know, I'm just using Jack Johnson as a mere example, you know, because he was a celebrity. But let's go to the leaders. When you ever seen Malcolm X flaunting something material? When have you ever seen Dr. Martin Luther King, God bless their souls? When have you ever seen them flaunting something material?
Never.
When have you ever seen Dr. Ben or Dr. Clark or Ashroff Kwesi flaunting something material?
Never.
And these are our leaders. This is the future. You know, come on, we have to do better.
I saw a video, you know, where it was referenced that Dr. York was kind of flashy. And in my opinion, you know, Michael E. Nowak, aka Brother Polight, and Nature Boy, Eligio Bishop, you know, took certain things obviously from York, in my opinion, or that's the way that it seems. And that's kind of interesting as well. I wouldn't say that Nature Boy was necessarily flashy, but some of his idealism and the polygamy and things like that, and obviously the fact that he's you know, a sex offender.
Yeah. He was weird. He was, you know, I tuned into some of that stuff. I see it. You know, it's very time consuming. Yeah. I catch a little bit of it, and when I skimmed through it, I just so happened to pull up on a part where he was just saying something totally inappropriate. You know, he was saying something about him having sex with his wife and his kids coming in the room, and he'll pull out and allow his kids to play with his penis, you know? And he's saying this on Saneter's platform, you know? So this is the type of mindset that's coming to the conscious community, and you're going to call him Nature Boy, give him this title to make it like, you know, he's accepting. We're in trouble. We're in trouble. So, you know, again, you said, why are we here? I know why I'm here, because I'm going to quote LeBron James on this one. The most disrespected person on the planet Earth is the Black woman. LeBron James said that, you know? And look at what the men are doing to the women. And if we don't cut out this malignant cancer that's within the community of men preying on little kids, it has to be cut out of the community. It's destroying the community. I just did 2 years on Rikers Island. 2 long years. And, you know, everybody on Rikers is not guilty, whereas you have a lot of guilty people on Rikers Island, guilty of the crimes they committed. I was a facilitator. I was in the dorms. I was in all the dorms on Rikers Island with the exception of the women's facility. RNDC, EMTC, AMKC, NIC, I was in all of them. When I'm talking to these brothers, like we would do a topic called parenting, right? And it would get very emotional because some of the things that they would talk about in this topic would trigger emotions, would trigger thoughts, rather, right? So there's been numerous cases of, like you were saying earlier, young men who are criminals now, so to speak, because of their past. What do I mean by that? Sexually assaulted. I had one guy tell me, and I'm gonna be graphic only so we understand the gravity of what's taking place in these scenarios. This brother told me that his father when he was 9 years old, would take him next door to the neighbor's house so the neighbor could rape him. His father, you know? So this is the type of trauma.
Why did he disclose why his father did it? Like, was there payment or
drugs? I'm happy you asked that question. Drugs. And that's what we were saying earlier, that during all of these epidemics that hit our community, from heroin to cocaine to crack to what you're seeing now, pedophilia is always hid under those surfaces. You know, right behind the drug infiltration comes the pedophilia, because everybody's broken down. Women selling their kids, fathers selling their kids.
I'm really quick. And it said, did his father know? And I believe you just said that the father brought the son over there so that the neighbor could abuse him.
Yes.
In exchange for drugs.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. That was one of the stories I heard coming off of Rikers Island. Another story I heard, well, this was a case that was taking place. And it's sad because as a facilitator, I think I got better at becoming a good judge of character, because I would listen to some of these brothers, but the back of my mind, I would say something's not right, because if you're innocent and there's no evidence, then why are you still here? You have a bail, you know, somebody in your family knows something. Well, here was another case to where young man locked up. I'm coming to see him in the SHU program. He was in secured housing, a cage. Talking to this brother every day, bringing him information. You know, I go in there just to uplift their spirits for the most part, because it is the belly of the beast. You know what I mean? Straight up and down.
When you say SHU program, that's like 23-in-1 lockdown?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. About 1 hour. 1 hour on a day. Mm-hmm. Yep. I was working with him for several months. I'm gonna say 10 months straight. He was one of my, we called them participants. As I get to know the brother, I'm thinking, all right, you know, maybe he is telling the truth. But this is the condescending nature of a pedophile. His case hits the forefront. Now it's in the news. I'm not going to mention his name. You know what I mean? I'm not going to do that. But he was trafficking children through foster care. So he's getting children out of foster care and then sex trafficking state to state. Now, why am I saying he's guilty? Because there was a mountain of evidence, tape, phone calls, video tapes, everything of him committing these crimes. But he would look you in the eyes and, my brother, my black brother, yeah, we got to do this and wop baba doo bop. But meanwhile, all along in your heart, you a sexual predator. You know, you're going in the foster care system, taking these kids out. So this is the type of ongoing trauma. Like, people are not really, when you live in a righteous life, I'm gonna put it to you like this, Queen. When you live in a righteous life, right? Certain things don't cross your mind. Certain things don't cross your mind. Hurting people, killing people, that don't cross your mind. Raping people, it does not cross your mind when you live in a righteous life. You understand what I'm saying? So when you see people committing these crimes, some of us turn a blind eye to it, because in our heart of hearts, you're saying, how? You know, there's a story of a man raping an 8-month-old child. Type it in Google, man rapes 8-month-old baby. Killed the baby. So, and this is right here in the USA. Right here in the USA. So you got that type of sick, and he was black. And he was black. So we're not going to make it the other. It was black. This is going on in our community. And it's a sickness that has to stop. He got up there with WAC 100, and people could say what they want to say about WAC, but he stands true on that paperwork. So far, that paperwork is saying you did this and you did that. And you not making you talking about everything else, Michael. Talking about everything else, but you're not talking about why were you in that hotel room with that little girl? True or false? You know?
He's more worried about people, you know, oh, I didn't take the plea yet and all this and that. So you're scheduled to take a plea. It's just deflection everywhere.
Right.
With this situation from him and Saneter.
Yeah, yeah. And then, and like I said, you know, this guy wants to put a spotlight on me. And like I said, nobody in the conscious community want to, you know, not yet at least, you know, let's get some successes and whatnot, you know, and something to really have a story to tell. Right now, you know, I'm an ordinary black man, you know what I mean? I'm not putting myself above nobody. I'm a humble brother. I'm striving for perfection and trying to make it better for the next generation, like all black men should be doing right now, and not being self-centered as if you're somebody this special and this great. You know, let's be real. You know, who are you? You're not no nuclear physicist. You know what I mean? Like, let's be real with it. You're not creating no new technologies. We all humble black people trying to make a better way in the wilderness of North America. Meanwhile, we got predators amongst us and everybody else kicking our ass trying to take what our ancestors died and fought for in this country. Let's talk about it. That video, your rap song at the beginning shows everything, you know? And you got the perfect spokesman at the beginning of it with El Hajj Malik El Shabazz. Peace and blessings of Allah be upon. You know? So, like I said, you know, we here. I'm gonna wait for Suge. We're gonna keep talking, but this is more so a plea to the conscious community. Support Queen's throne. She's real. She's neutral. She's about truth. She's about justice. Who else is keeping a spotlight on this Polight case? If it wasn't for her, this thing will be swept under the rug. I'm gonna wait for see what the court say. I don't want to jump to conclusions. I don't want to jump out the window. All this nonsense people talking. But then when it comes to pointing that mirror at you, you want to start running around and doing investigative journalism. You want to run around the old community. No, we don't want to hear about that. Not yet. Let's deal with this Polight situation. Let's deal with the guy with.
There we go. We got
Big
Suge
Show.
and a Biggie. Y'all dapper today. Y'all dapper. Definitely.
What's up?
Big Suge in the building.
What's good, Suge? Yeah, I can hear you.
Hey, what's happening?
You might want to turn it up just a little bit. It's a little low.
Okay, for sure. What's up, Bing? Y'all can finish. I'm here. I was listening. Ben made me, you know, put a little jacket on, you know.
You look nice, bro. Both of y'all look nice. Definitely.
Thank you. What's up, chat?
Peace.
Can you hear him, Ben? You can hear him good?
I can hear Suge.
Okay. Yeah, continue. This is a great topic right now.
Yeah. No, we was just talking about the reason why we're here and this real pedophilia taking place within the black community, let alone the conscious community. And the ringleader who brought Michael Nowak to the conscious community, you know? So he's making videos and he thinks, you know, people want to hear about me, Suge. Nobody want to hear about me. Let's talk about what took place with your shining protege, Michael Nowak. Investigative journalist Frank Gary, aka Saneter. You putting Ben, you ain't gonna do it all. Ben, you are this, you are that. I'm not gonna get up here and repeat one of those foul words you said about me, because I'm bigger than that. You're not gonna sit here and do the name calling on me. Let's talk facts. What's going on, Big Show? Talk to me.
Oh, chilling. He talking about both of us, man. I see, man. You know. Trying to he want to wait for the Polight paperwork, but nigga want to put paperwork on me. Like, what's going on?
My point exactly.
Shit is crazy. He want to put charges on other people, man. This shit. And you know what else is crazy how he's trying to say he don't believe certain women who told their stories of what happened to them. He don't believe them, but he believe Misunderstood and Clyde Diva. He'll believe them when they lie on Suge. But hey,
always.
Yeah, what's cool?
Oh, because he definitely came out and lied on me and Neo X, and I did grab. I listened to a little bit of her live. I do got like 2 10-minute clips, and then the Nicki Chanel phone call. So whenever we ready for that, but I ain't rushing it all, y'all. I'm gonna enjoy this one. This is gonna be a good build, definitely.
Yeah, so I came here though because he's trying to question you about some things with me and all that. So I'm just here for. I want the questions to pour on, and I don't know where y'all want me to start at though.
Well, we'll start here, Shug. We'll start here. If the allegation of lewd and lascivious acts was placed on you, right? You was charged at Miami-Dade. What you think Saneter would be doing with his camera and his podcast?
Oh man, he'll still be live right now. He'll be going crazy right now on Suge.
My whole point.
Every time with lie, he doing it with the lies though. That's what's crazy. Like
right.
And they leave out details that would debunk any narrative they trying to put on me or whatever. So it's just crazy, man. Like, of course he'd be going crazy, but Polight, he covering for that boy. He don't want to talk about that.
Before you got on, I called Michael Nowak, the Black Jeffrey Epstein, and Saneter, aka Bill Gates, because that was his buddy. And as soon as the shit hit the fan, Gates, I don't know nothing about it, but you was on that island every goddamn week. You was with Polight in Miami. You knew something.
And LA. People forget he was out in LA too with him, Chief X, and Nepal. They was in LA together.
So you knew something. You watch this video. Oh, don't make me do this. Don't make me do that. Don't make me go get Renintech. And now we have an actual Miami-Dade County prosecution saying, Your Honor, this plea deal is going to come with incarceration, and you still sitting back talking about, I got to wait to see what the court say. I don't want to jump to conclusion.
Hey, man, we sure Polight ain't about to go on a run, man.
He could. He could. I haven't seen where they actually took his passport. It was ordered to be taken, but there's no form that was entered into the docket, which is kind of strange. I don't know necessarily how they do it in Dade County, but normally those type of things would have been entered in just like everything else.
We're talking about creating a conscious community that entails everything, minus this savage behavior, versus, I'm gonna call it right now, what we're dealing with, a comatose community versus the conscious community. People's in a coma. Like we were saying earlier, Shug, all of the real things that's taking place that's affecting the community, starting with this pedophilia, all the way down to the gun violence, everything else. Why isn't the conscious community covering it? Because we got a lot of, I'm going to call them bands, B.A.N. Big, you know what I mean? Because I told you, Queen, I don't want to get a paid curse and everything. So we going to call them bands, B.A.N. Right.
Yeah, I know what that is. A
lot of them in position, and when you look at the conscious community, this is the men. But again, who's the ringleader? Who's the Don King of consciousness? What is that? How does Don King and consciousness become synonymous?
Well, I wouldn't put all of it just so, obviously Polight did what he did, but to some degree, when you involve Renintech, not you, but I'm just saying then at some point there may be possibly groomers or enablers, know, the alleged wives that may have aided and assisted, or is at some point one of the wives, you know, out there to like scout and bring these people, these women in, you know, or young girls type of thing. Oh, we got Dr. Enqi in the building.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Dr. Enqi. Dr. Enqi. We are here. It's live and set. It's live and set.
How's everybody doing tonight?
All is well. How are you?
You know, I got so much going on, and it's like,
tell me about it.
I told Queen earlier, I was like, listen, I don't even know if I'm gonna be able to make it, but I definitely saw Saneter's masterpiece. That let me just say this to Sa out there. Sa, I know you're watching. Listen, you're looking seriously desperate out there, brother. Listen, hey, listen. We ain't seen Sutek in at least 11 or 12 years. Yo, this nigga pulled Sutek out. Listen.
Damn.
Sutek, you gotta chill, bro. First of all, you look like Father Time, my nigga. Like you gotta relax. That's number one. Number two, I thought you and Saneter wasn't cool no more, Sutek, after Saneter went ahead and hooked Ali Muhammad up with your wife, or however that went down.
Foul. Totally foul.
No. I'm just saying something happened where somehow Ali Muhammad wound up in a relationship with Sutek lady. You know what I'm saying? And then it was supposed to be, listen.
A tangle web.
Entanglement. It was an entanglement, I think, allegedly. You know, it was an alleged entanglement. And so the only reason I'm bringing it up is because I seen Sutek was in the video, but at the same time, Saneter had Ali Muhammad picture. I said, what kind of shit is this? So I said, yeah. I bet you they won't make no more videos now because I'm gonna really get everybody.
Yeah. Now I'm here.
You gotta relax.
The genie is out the bottle, and you're not putting them back in. We're here. We're gonna purge this conscious community of this savage behavior.
Let me say this, Ben. Hold on. Let me say this, Ben. Do you know Saneter could have saved himself all this trouble by just simply deleting all of Polight's content off of his page when this whole situation happened? He could have just clearly said, listen, Polight, I love you like a play cousin, my nigga. I done stuck by you with all the scams and the Scammy Davis Jr. bullshit you've been running. But now, listen, that nigga is Scammy Davis Jr. Listen, you got semen on the child's face and neck. There's nothing to wait for no court system to tell us. We know in America, especially when they deal with, you know, minority, quote unquote minorities, that guilty people go home innocent. And we know that innocent people can go to jail. Like, we know that the system's not 100%. So I don't know how a man that made his whole career by saying that the system is corrupt is now saying that we should all calm down and just put our faith in the system, because you know the system is going to tell us the right thing. You know the system is going to let us know. If that's not the most buck dancingest shit that I ever heard in my life, son, you got the chills, son. Just delete all them videos off of your page of Polight and stop promoting so much, you know, people around you that seems to have this situation going on, and then it doesn't make you look better. See, I'm trying to give you advice, real talk, man to man, sir. It doesn't make you look better when you keep coming on your page saying, yeah, and this person is a pedophile, this person got convicted of rape, and I let him spend the night in my house all the time. I'm like, wait, what is he saying? Is he allowing multiple pedophiles or alleged pedophiles to spend the night in his house with his kids? Like, what do you expect us to do with that, Sa? Like, regular people are not going to welcome multiple people into their household that are, that have those type of, unless somehow they accustomed to that or they are part of that. Or so you're creating a guilty cloud around yourself. And then the last thing I want to say is to the sister Nicki Chanel, or to the sister that is representing herself as Nicki Chanel, I just want to say this. If you are coming out in the public because you don't want your private life or your past life to be dug up and put out on the internet and all that, I think everybody could understand that. But on the flip side, you do have to realize what the subject matter is. And as a woman, it would behoove you not to stand on the side of people that are or are protecting child rapists, alleged child rapists, or however we want to phrase that. So I just want to say that, I want to put that out there, because there is a space where, because some people was like, well, she ain't got nothing to do with everybody beef. And, they talking about her sex life or alleged sex life now. I'm like, yeah, but what about these kids? Like, right. is she come out in his defense to silence the people that's trying to bring awareness? You got other platforms. Hold on, you got other platforms like Crumb TV. Now, a lot of people, they know about Nature Boy because Saneter also introduced us Nature Boy. Nature Boy is also in jail right now for rape and all kind of, debauchery. Mm-hmm. But Saneter, he came through Saneter. But you got a guy out there named Crumb TV that not only praises Nature Boy, but Dr. York and all of these characters. And so I'm just saying that, Ben, you hitting the nail on the head with this. And I think that you have a different perspective as somebody that actually worked on Rikers Island with the most at-risk youth. I mean, you don't get no more at-risk youth than working on Rikers Island. So yeah. I think you have a different level of insight into what's actually going on out there.
I was just telling Queen that I was blown away by the number of young men whose stories entailed sexual assaults. So, I was just telling her, I said, when you live in a righteous life, when I say never, I'm never thinking about harming a child. That's not, it doesn't
looking at a child sexually like that.
Yes, like anything, doing anything negative to a child. So
the creepiest video I seen was when Saneter was describing why, men like the young vagina, when he was like, yeah, we like that young vagina where it's tight and
I got a clip.
Yeah, that right there was like really creepy. So I'm saying, like, it's one thing you trying to defend your YouTube page, but you ain't take down Polight videos yet. When is he going to take down those videos? Like, seriously, is he when Polight gets convicted or takes the plea, is he going to delete the videos, or is he just going to say, oh, Polight's not welcome to come back on my page? Meanwhile, stop it, bro. Polight, you're going to say that only because Polight got to go to jail. It's not like, because he's been on your page this whole time. He's been fighting the case. You've been damn near his co-defendant, fighting the case with him. You know what I'm saying? In the public eye. He fighting it in court. You fighting in the public eye. Mm-hmm. All you got to do is just take the videos down. You ain't even fake it. Nigga, fake it. Put the videos on private. Like, you're supporting, you know what I'm saying? Like, what are we talking about?
Making money off of the videos.
Right.
And also, he knows that if he takes those videos down, his algorithm, he's going to drop. it's going to be an
Facts.
issue.
Facts. That's
And
the
those video
most
views
popular
have went
videos.
up since.
Yeah. The most popular videos on his page is with Polight. So I don't think that he knows how to. I don't think he knows how to stand without Polight. I don't think he knows how to continue his platform without Polight. I don't think he could. I don't think he would still be House of Consciousness or Saneter Studio without those signature videos of Polight. You know what I'm saying? So that's all you got to do, Sa. Show us what kind of man you are. Stop all these diversion tactics and delete them Polight videos.
I agree. Yeah. Before, I don't know if you was watching, Doc, but before you came on, we was just saying that that's all deflection. Nobody wants to hear about some failed businessmen on 125th Street and how they feel about Ben Diesel. The conscious community don't want to hear that. So why are you wasting their time? And like we said, if you want to bring Nicki up and you want to call Nicki up, then let the circle of conscious sisters talk to Nicki. Let the sisters talk to Nicki. Why are you deposing her?
Right.
You know what I mean?
That is off top inappropriate.
Right. And then now, like I told you, Queen, there were certain things that I was really trying to avoid. But I'm gonna talk about it because we all know, Enqi, especially Dr. Enqi, brought it up. He played a recording of Nicki on his last live, right? Maybe 5 minutes towards the end of the video. And it's Nicki. I listened to the voice. That's Nicki. Now, he liked to scream all this checkmate crap, right? Here's the checkmate. Checkmate. And women know women. Queen, correct me if I'm wrong. He tries to get direct with a question at the beginning. Yo, he said that you were 16 and I was 34 and we was having sex. And she did not deny it nor confirm it. She just said, oh, yeah, well, he's trying to get famous. Yeah. She didn't say, oh, nah, no way. Hold on. He bugging. Never. None of that. Just said, oh, wait, he's trying to get famous. I ain't going to play all of that.
That was very interesting. Do you guys want to listen to that audio for people that haven't heard it? It's only 1 minute and 16 seconds.
Yeah, play it for them. Okay, let me pull it up. So we can stop the deflection.
He gonna put Nicki back on. This is him pushing his pawn, and at the end of the game, when you're about to lose, you bring your queen out. So this is him bringing his queen out.
Right.
Gotcha.
Hello? Who is this?
Yeah, this is Nicki.
Nicki, how you doing?
Nicki, I'm fine. How are you?
I'm all right. I've been trying to call you I've been looking you up. Jamim, and I think I said this to you when I seen you on 125th Street. Jamim spread a rumor on YouTube and Facebook, and he's telling everybody that me and you was boyfriend and girlfriend, and we had sex when I was 33 and you was 15. He's telling everybody that on YouTube. Everybody.
Well, he wants to get popular and famous, and you're a well-acted black man doing well for yourself with kids.
But you know what, Nicki? You know we could sue this nigga. Yeah, but we could sue this nigga for slander.
Nothing. But he has nothing.
Right.
He has nothing. We're not gonna get it. I'm in a $1 million lawsuit. I sued my landlord 3 years ago. My first boyfriend is end of this month.
I ain't gonna even play all that. I want to call her and see if I could get her up here. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm not gonna.
My Lord.
Yeah, right there. Check. I'm gonna call her and have her come and speak for herself, because I want y'all to see this.
Oh my God.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it gets worse. He made a lot of statements, but let's talk about that.
It.
Yeah, she didn't. She said, "Well, he's trying to get famous."
Right. She didn't say we never did. She said he's trying to get famous. She fucking confirmed the shit. Oh my God!
We got sound effects. Fuck it.
Wait, hold on. Here's the other part to it too. Sa's very strategic with how long it took him to produce this Nicki content.
Yes.
Now, here's the biggest epic. This is the epic fail. Saab seems to think that he Will Smith and he got one of those little memory sticks that he can make everybody forget their memory. Do you know this nigga made at least 25 videos saying that was a made-up story, that there is no person named Nicki.
Well, and then he also tried to say that her first name was Nicki and her last name is Chanel, like we doxed her or something.
Bro, this is crazy because how long the story, how long do the story keep evolving where a little bit more of the story becomes true? First, when it first came out, it was a total made up lie that there's just made up. Ain't nobody named Nicki, and I don't know nobody named Ben. I don't know none of this. Well, yeah, I do know this guy named Ben, but he mad with me because he was selling DVDs cheaper than me, and then I sold DVDs cheaper than him. So yeah, he just making up Nicki. That's not even a real thing. A few weeks later, well, yeah, there was a girl named Nicki that lived in my building, but I didn't even know her like that. I don't know no Nicki like that. There was a girl that lived in my building. He just made. Now he got her phone number and touch.
You gotta laugh to keep from crying. You gotta laugh. This shit is sad, man. And they lead the next generation, man. They leading the next generation into this shit, man. We gotta stop this shit, man. I told you, Quinn, I was trying not to curse none of that. I knew something was gonna slip out, but this is sad. And meanwhile, Miami-Dade County versus Michael Nowak is in full effect, and we haven't seen a single HOK special on what's going on with Michael Nowak.
It's been going on for 23 months. It's almost been
not
about 20 days.
Nobody went. Yeah, I'm sorry.
2 years.
Nobody went to be lame. Oh, we're gonna wait for the courts to decide. No, go get that evidence. Go bang on the beast.
I don't know what's going on with my camera. Hold on.
Yeah, that whole situation is just epic. Like that. That's like some old movie. That's like, nigga, what? How you actually put Nicki? How you put Nicki or a woman alleging to be Nicki? How did you even come up with a whole human Nicki now to validate your story after saying this lady don't exist? I'm blown away. Period. Not to mention the fact that he only put a snippet of the convo up. That way, we could respond to his first video, and then he could come with the next video, and then we could respond. So he's trying to draw out this situation, and all of this time, he's creating diversion tactics from the fact that Polight semen was found on this girl.
Right.
Remember, he said that, oh, Polight is Enqi's man. That ain't even my man. That's Enqi's man. Bro, I lived in Detroit for like 8 years. Polight has never been to my house in Detroit. Polight never even was at my last house in Atlanta. Polight has never been to these places, but Polight been spending the night with you even after you said that he did whatever he did with Renente. Renente went from his stepdaughter to his wife.
Shit, even after this case, they've been together. They kicking it. The fuck, giving him money? That look like Polight right there in the motherfucking rolls. All that.
Bro, this is getting epic. Like, this is epic. I ain't gonna lie. This is epic. The fact that he actually I can't. When people hit me up, like 1,000 people hit me up, like, yo, Saneter got Nicki on his live stream right now.
But nobody said that she confirmed it.
I was laughing into tears. Let me tell you, I was laughing into tears because just her existence.
And Ben said that sounded like her.
Yeah, no, that was Nicki. Listen. I had to listen to it maybe twice, and what made me realize that was her, she was the part where he asked her to sue, and that's where the name Chanel comes in. I ain't gonna go too deep in it. She's lavish. I'll put it to you that way. And you heard what she said? For what? What he got? He ain't got nothing. And she's right. I'm a humble dude. I maintain my apartment. I work my job, keep my credit, do what I got to do. But as far as you suing me, where you going to get? My job? You know what I mean? So when she said that, I said, that is Nicki. She telling him, yo, what, suing him for what? What is he? He ain't got no money for us to sue for, you know?
But by us calling her Nicki Chanel, that's we're not doxing her, right? Because that's not her last name.
No, that's
right?
not her last name. No.
So there's another thing Saneter is debunked on, because he definitely came out and said that her biggest issue was that we put her full name out here. I don't even know her last name.
Yeah, nobody knows her
I'm
last
not
name.
even interested in
like he did.
we have to have
I
a
don't even
name
think
for it.
nobody's even looking for her information. Respectfully.
Yeah, we're not trying to go after her.
Yeah, my baby's mama. Yeah.
Yeah, respectfully.
I think the biggest problem is that he needs to find some way, like he kept saying in that video, to clear his name, because you got to realize there's internet universe and then internet turns off and you got to walk around in the real world. Maybe the conclusion that he really got to understand is Polight already took a plea deal. Now he could play games and say, I didn't take no plea, but when you hire a lawyer,
he hasn't yet.
No. Technically, listen, the lawyer agreed to it and your lawyer speaks for you. So just because we don't have the video of Polight, to doing the Dr. York yet, your lawyer agreed that you was taking a plea and your lawyer speaks for you, and you have not fired your attorney yet. Now, if your lawyer make a deal that you're against, you fire that lawyer immediately and then you come back with a different lawyer. But because you have not fired that lawyer yet, we all have to understand that you are in on the plea deal, as well as you are taking the benefits of the plea deal, because as part of the plea arrangement, you got your 60 days to have a hot boy summer, champ. So you look like you're enjoying your hot boy summer, your 60 days. So there's no way to renege on the deal after you take the benefits of the 60 days that they gave you as a part of the deal. I just think that this falling on side, that this is a real thing, and you're going to have to really walk around out here. You know what I'm saying? And he's saying things under pressure that's making it look worse on him. Like, oh, yeah, I met my wife when she was 15. Bruh.
Yeah, he did say that about her too.
Why would you say that? Why, with all this pressure going on
from her?
Yeah, why exactly? Why with all this pressure going on about Nicki and this other thing and this? Why would you just add in? Oh yeah, I met my wife when she was 15. Like, bruh, you really need some.
That? You talking about Saneter?
Yes, Saneter needs people around him that love him. He don't realize that the people around him are only around him to jump on his platform and try to make a name for themselves. And nobody cares about you that's around you, bro. They would not allow you to say these dumb things. That's only making you look crazier.
Nobody cares. Because,
like audio is messing up, man.
I'm not even repeating some of these guys' names.
And your audio is messing up.
My audio?
Yeah, it sounds like you're like underwater.
Like airy, yeah.
Remove them and bring them back up and see if that works.
Okay.
But like, why would he say that? Oh, I met my wife when she was 15. Like, bro, what are you doing?
It still sounds like that.
Yeah, you got to drop off and come back.
I'm gonna come back in. I got
it. Okay. If you're talking about Saneter, that video that Kev Gills did exposing it, where Saneter was in prison. Cynthia brought their 2-year-old son up there to the prison. She was 16 and their son was 2. So that would lead you to believe that she had to have been 13 years old or 14-ish, somewhere around there. So that's another reason why it's suspect when he's over here talking shit about Suge. I have the clips. I have them. I got 2 10-minute clips.
What?
But, yeah.
This just gets worse and worse, man. You know what? This is why Saneter audience is over there telling him to go back to the information, man. They telling him, yo, stop this. They telling Sly over there, yo, stop this shit, Sly. Go back to the information, because you just going down and down and down further.
I mean, but it's indicative of the conscious community. The conscious community is going down that drain. You know, the whirlpool is there. We got to put the plug in it and try to stop and pull out whoever we can pull from going down that shit because it's going down.
Listen, the guy Crumb TV is over there doing fundraisers for Nature Boy's defense. Now, listen, I don't know what Nature Boy is locked up for. Let me put my disclaimers. I don't know what he locked up for. I don't even know, honestly, if he's guilty of whatever his charges is right now.
Right.
But this is the thing that I want to impress upon all of the rest of our brothers and sisters out there that's trying to do their thing and they feel like becoming a YouTuber and doing their thing that way would be beneficial for them. Like, listen, you still got to be careful what it is that you're saying on these motherfucking airwaves. You cannot, I repeat, you cannot hide from certain types of statements that you make on video with conviction, period. You cannot make a video, i.e. Nature Boy. First of all, Nature Boy has gay pornography out there. That's epic. How you gonna be a black leader after you did gay porn with a white man? Like, that's crazy. That's crazy.
That's part of that behavior.
No. Listen, he did gay porn with white men. Listen, he got gay porn out there with white men, and he's now a leader of the black community, as per once again, Saneter. Saneter introduced this nigga to us. So wait,
hold on. Remember the interview when Sa asked him, "Was that him in the porn?" And he said, "Yeah." And
these niggas all promote this chakra talk as code language for anus play. But listen, Nature Boy got a video out there because you got to remember, YouTube is married to Google. These are really, really large corporations, right? And so I want everybody to think for a second. When you get on YouTube and you get your numbers up so you could get monetized, like that's most people's goal, you know, get your numbers up so you could become monetized. YouTube send you the little email or the little message and they say you are now a YouTube partner. Niggas be taking that lightly. You cannot be a partner of any Fortune 500 company and then make a video and say, yeah, after I make love to the lady, I pull out my penis and I let my kids play with it right there. You know, right after I bust a nut, you know, I let the kids play with my penis. YouTube is like, what the fuck is what? Like, nigga, you got
not even only that though. He had his infant daughter in his hand, in his arms. He was holding her. He had on some gray sweatpants, and everybody was pointing out that his penis was starting to get erect. Like, how do you hold your infant daughter?
About that. But listen, but he confessed is what I'm saying. That's an open confession. You're confessing to the public that that's pedophilia. You're confessing. You're not, this goes beyond polite with the semen on the, like, you confessed on the internet. You confessed. You said you have sex and then you let kids play with your penis right as soon as you pull it out of the woman. Bruh.
He would be referred to as a pedocidal maniac.
But what I'm saying is this. Outside of the fact that Crumb TV is doing fundraisers for this guy, I'm saying with live calls from prison and all that, what I'm saying is what makes us so blinded to get views and likes that we would say something like that on video? Like, that is, I just don't understand the end game. Like, what do you think you're doing? Like, Ja Morant waved the gun around, and because he's attached to Nike and the NBA, it's everywhere. You can't be a YouTube partner and make videos on YouTube saying that you raping kids or you letting kids participate in threesomes with you and all that. Like, because clearly the kids are in the room while you having sex if they're playing with your penis right after. They clearly are there while the go down is going down.
That's
like,
sick. Bruh, that's some sick shit.
That's
Sick shit. Damn.
And that's why I'm saying, like, why would we be putting these things on video? Like, it's crazy. And then if you say that type of stuff on video and you got platforms like Crumb TV that will promote it, that tells the next generation of young men out there,
speak about it.
Right, like this is how I can get popular. I can get popular like this. I can get, I can get my page up. I can get my likes up. I can pretend, or I can actually be a part of this community by woo, 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 woo. And as far as Polight's concerned, we watched things get darker and darker. It wasn't just the Renentet, the alleged Renentet situation that Saneter alerted us to, because right after that, Saneter bring us the story about what's his name, Yada and Polight, when they was out there with the alternative, the LG, they was out there, alternative. Yeah, they was out there with the alternative community, And in the same video, Polight said he got to do the things that rich people do to get to the level. That was spooky. Some of this shit is really scary. Yeah. The nigga say, I got to do whoop. And then next thing you know, I'm like, wow, my nigga, that's crazy right there. Like, this sexual deviant shit is going a different type of way. Like, this is crazy.
The horses left the barn.
Right. When Suge comes back, I want to offer him an opportunity to, if he wants to get his portion out of the way, because he just got done traveling, and I know he's tired. He had already expressed that earlier. So
for sure. For sure.
We can go in, but I at least want to offer him the opportunity.
Yeah, definitely. All day long. Because again, you asked why we're here, and I seen the videos, and Dr. Enqi know me, I had no intention on really going in like that, but you got this big mouth guy talking this stuff like, we don't know what we're talking about. And like I said, that was a brilliant observation on your behalf, Queen, how you called me and was like, yo, is that her? Listen to this part of the video and listen to what's being said. No denying nor confirming, So you're dealing with critical thinkers, Frankie. And we're going to purge this conscious community once and for all.
Oh, and before we pass the mic to Suge, I just wanted to state that this picture to me is suspect. Obviously, I addressed this in my premiere today, but the fact that the title says Saneter finally breaks his silence about his relationship with Nicki Chanel, but he had the audacity, that ain't Nicki Chanel, is it?
Not at all. That's an officer that we met as a rookie on 125th Street. I forgot his name, but that definitely ain't no Nicki.
Interesting. That right there is deceitful. You know what I'm saying? In my opinion.
Oh, wait. Hold on. Chill. Y'all getting ready to open up another. Hold on.
I wanted to pass it over to Suge.
Wait. Before you pass it to Suge, because Suge probably want to know about the same shit. Most people are under the impression that that's Nicki, that he's in the picture.
That's not Nicki.
This is not Nicki right here.
That is definitely not Nicki.
Come on, bro. This shit is epic, bro. This shit epic. This shit epic.
That was the officer we met as a rookie on 125th Street. Definitely not Nicki.
Listen, you might as well put Suge on the big screen.
Yeah. I mean, however you want to do it, bro.
Yo, Suge, we here. I'm here. I ain't going nowhere.
Okay. All right, Suge. You want to...
I mean, it's quick and easy. I mean, filthy Frank. Right. Leaving out certain details. Number one, matter of fact, get this picture out. Let me show y'all my son's mother that I met in a club that lied to him about her age. That's her right there.
Mm-hmm.
You see? Look like she can get away with lying about her age, saying she's 17, turning 18, don't she? Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And I was 18 and she was 15, not 19 and 14, like they want to just make it all worse. Not that it makes it any better. I don't think it's okay, but I was lied to, for the record.
Right.
So nice try, Saneter. He pulling up Ohio codes and stuff. How come they ain't pull them codes up when I was in the delivery room with the mother of my child and her mother? And when I signed the birth certificate of my child, Satan, huh? Where was them codes and Ohio laws at then, huh? Nice try, nigga. I was 18 and she was 15. We both was in high school. Look at y'all can look up East High 1994 yearbook. You'll see me in there as for the 1995 seniors. I got on a blue and burgundy plaid shirt. So nice try, Saneter. Why y'all leaving out? Why don't you play that part of the video that you playing? And then he's saying two 14-year-olds. Both my children's mothers are the same age. I met them at two different timelines. I met the other one. My kids are what, 11 or 12 years apart. So I met her way as an adult. They both was just born in 1979. Both my baby mamas. Satan. Nice try. Why you leaving out the fact that I told over and over again where we met in the Q5 on Hayton? Anybody from Cleveland? Y'all know about the Q5?
So she was at a club that was 21 and older?
No, I think 18 and over.
Okay.
18 and over. Her birthday was that following week. The weekend, she came over and spent the night, got pregnant. My birthday is in May. My son was born in September. So I couldn't have done it when I was 19.
Right.
And her birthday is January 10th. 9 months. Satan. Nice try. She was in the club with her sister. But you was 33 with Nicki. That's a whole nother story. But you trying to twist up and lie on me? Y'all be trying real hard. Why you leaving out all those facts? All those details of where we met. And I would have been charged if those things probably didn't happen that way. I probably would have been charged. You dumb motherfucker.
Was her family aware at some point that she had, not told you the truth?
Not until she was pregnant. And I met her mother. That's when I found out her real age.
And they didn't, try to press any charges. They weren't obviously going after you. You do not have any charges for that.
Absolutely.
And we know that for a fact. You want to know why? Do you remember why, Suge? Because Saneter docked Suge and was tripping about seatbelt tickets and traffic tickets. She definitely looks about the same age as you right there. Definitely. And as you see,
nice try, man. So and for the record, if I had knowledge of it and made that mistake, I'll be man enough to admit that. But I don't think that was cool at that young of an age. Once you get older, 4 years, that's nothing. Of course not. But at that young of an age, I don't think that was okay. That's why I didn't continue a relationship with her. I wouldn't have got a woman pregnant and not been with her. You see what happened when the other woman I had a child with, 2 children back to back, 13 months apart.
Right.
So nice try, Satan. Nice try. And I wanted to do this over here because he's trying to address Queen's Throne and other people who rock with me on this platform with this bullshit. Nice try. Y'all trying to dirty up somebody's name and protect the actual people who out here with 6 stains on a girl's shirt.
Right.
Y'all had a whole click of niggas batting for him. Garfield at one point. Garfield was willing to bet $100 that Polight was gonna get off.
Mm-hmm.
I got a lawyer friend. She says he's gonna get off. All y'all niggas is fake. And y'all and all of them stand with Saneter as he lie on me, as he continuously try to lie on me. Remember, I don't talk about your son that you molested, nigga. Nigga said I molested.
That was crazy.
Man, the list just on and on of all the accusations he put on me. It's ridiculous, man. And these people come on here trying to act, and listen to that shit he did today. I listened to some of it and it went on private as I was listening to it.
Yeah, me too.
You punk motherfucker, like you hypocritical ass bitch. Mad because you stuck over there with Cynthia. Mad because you got let me stop. I ain't gonna do that to you, Cynthia. But no, Suge is not none of that, man. So I really wanted to clear that up over here on Queen's Throne. because he trying to you know, call her out for something, you know, related to me. So nice try, Saneter. And I took care of my son. I signed every birth certificate of each one of my children. I only have 3 children, so how could I have gotten 2 teenagers pregnant at that time? Nice try. That made me really fucked up.
But remember, Shug, this was all during the time when the Polight news broke, and instead of him condemning Polight, you trying to get at everybody else for breaking the news. Look at all these people trying to get their views up and all this stuff over his name and all that sucker shit. And when the 6 semen stains clearly says, Polight, you was doing L&L. But you're gonna make accusations on show.
I was 18 years old, y'all. Just process that though, for real. My daughter just turned 18. My son about to turn 17. It's no way I can expect them to make the actual adult decisions at 18. Like, come on, and still in high school. Like, come on, man.
Well, you know, so you just said something, and you know, I had kind of promised Queen that I wasn't going to jump into certain things, but you just said something about being 18, and he had made a reference. Ben saw me, and he was on 125th Street with me, but he allegedly said he saw me with Nicki. I was 18 when I saw him, when I saw that. You know what I mean? And at 18, I really didn't. I was telling Queen, I didn't have the emotional intelligence to really understand what I was processing right there. I didn't rock with Saneter as he's trying to portray it.
Hold on, wait, Ben.
Go ahead.
Let me just add a little piece into this, because I think you might even be approaching that from the wrong direction.
Yeah.
Where do we start? I think we should start with Tasha K, right? Tasha K pulled up Saneter's arrest record, right? And the reason why I'm bringing that up is because he painted a picture that on 125th Street, in front of the 125 mark, you was standing next to him for clout or respectability or to be down with him. When his record shows that he doesn't have a history of being a conscious pro-black. That's a more recent thing, and everybody can change. I'm not saying that you know where you start is where you, but your family goes back generations with that vendorship right there. So if anything, Saneter was standing next to you for validation.
Yeah. I mean, it was me and another brother, I'm not going to mention his name, that came out there, and it was a community thing. Like you said, the shame is not having once been a criminal. The shame is to remain being a criminal. So when we saw him out there perpetrating the fraud, like if you really love the people, it struck a chord with us. Let's go out there and hold him down. He's soldiering, right? And look, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Let's talk about it, you know? So he's sitting up there fronting like, you know, you really are down for the people, but all the while, it was a poverty pimp. You know, I'm here to make money. It's just like with the drug dealing thing. You know, you wasn't no drug lord. You wasn't no major kingpin coming up with nothing. You got caught with a few whatever, and your dumb ass did some jail time. You know, bottom line. But
I also think the fact that he had such an issue with you guys selling your DVDs and stuff for $1 and all that, and him calling the police and all this and that shows that he was probably selling dope just to remain high, because a normal drug dealer knows that competition is going to come and you may have to shift or adjust. But he didn't know how to adapt in that situation.
He brought in Enqi, you could attest that you know, you saw some of it, but what he brought into that community as far as vending on 125th Street was pure capitalism, you know, and that's a bad thing for black people, you know.
I think he just monetized the fighting. Like he, instead of finding a way to monetize positivity, he found a way to monetize beef.
Right.
Like Vlad TV, but amongst the conscious groups. So, you know, and it is what it is. I mean, there's a track record.
Topic, man. Let's get back on that other shit, man. Like, fuck them vendor shit. Let's get back on this nigga trying to act like women wasn't really molested, trying to falsely paint.
Well, no. I'm going there because the largest names, listen to this, the largest names on Saneter's platform have always been associated with some type of abuse against women. If you and you know, respect to Natural Tahuti, because I think Natural Tahuti was trying to make amends with his life and do some different things and uplift women later on, but Natural Tahuti, when he got with Saneter, originally Natural Tahuti was pimping. So
I just want to really quick interject that the reason why we were talking about the vendor things is because that's a portion of how Saneter lied on Ben. You know, he's trying to discredit him, like he's, you know,
got us back there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And so you go from Tahuti to Polight with what we all saw. And the crazy thing is, so many people acting like they got amnesia now, but the people in the community was asking questions the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
The conscious community was asking questions the whole time because it started off with Polight bringing the wives to the lectures, and they was having like see-through clothes with fishnet stockings and woo woo woo. And then pretty soon he started bringing the wives and the daughters with all the same outfits. And so these is 13 and 14-year-old girls with like, they looking crazy. So there was a lot of uproar. Saj trying to paint this picture like everybody was accepting of this behavior. No, there was red flags long before the Renentes story broke out. And, you know, that became its own monster. But then you look at Shaka Akmos, you look at Nature Boy, you know, you just look at all of these large characters and you go, there's a pattern of abuse against, you know, against women there that you got to address.
Ben, do you want to talk about the Nicki Chanel thing a little bit more? The allegations, I don't know how much you can go into it, but you know, one thing that Saneter can't take away from you is what you saw. He can't remove that from your brain.
Right. He's not going to do that. And like I said, you know, I think that's already been proven with that phone call, you know, where he clearly stated to her what took place. And she said, well, he's trying to get famous, you know, like a critical thinker can see past that whole shenanigan. I'm going to call Nicki, you know, and it's already a pre-recorded phone call. So as I tell Saneter all the time, you and I know the truth. I'll leave it at that. You know, you going through all of this to try to disprove what I know, but you haven't put that camera on Polight yet. You made all these allegations against Suge. I heard some of that stuff months ago, years ago. Yeah, you molested your son. I'm like, damn, bro, molested the son. What the hell going on here? You know, but you've yet to take that camera and point it to Michael Nowak. You know, so the Nicki situation, like I said, Queen, I'm gonna keep saying it. Let her do a one-on-one interview with you, Saneter. If it's nothing that took place, if you fearing for nothing, give her number to Queen Throne. Let Queen Throne interview her.
I would definitely do that. I just turned my camera off. My camera is acting crazy today. The call did sound, and you had stated that it was Nicki Chanel's voice from what you heard, but the call definitely sounded awkward. And no disrespect to Nicki Chanel, I have no reason to go after her or lie on her. I'm not accusing her of doing anything. You know, we're hearing about a real topic that was brought up, and I do appreciate that you came here because you didn't have to come. You know, you could have just been like, "F that, I'm not talking about it."
Right, right.
But I do appreciate that, you know, you weighed in or you're weighing in on these topics because they're important.
Yes, it's a more serious issue in the community with child predators. You know, people actually preying on children. And now it's in the conscious community heavy. You have what we call poverty pimps. They're sitting around and they know that people are looking for answers. People need help. And if they say something right to compel somebody to come in their direction, this is what you have to look forward to. If I tell you, hey, can you watch my child? I got to have second and third and fourth thoughts about what you might do, you know, because you're not, you're not standing on your square, you know, and this is the conscious community. So, you know, again, my thing was to debunk all of this nonsense in the conscious community, starting with Frank Gehry.
Question, Queen's Throne. If somebody called you and said that, hey, so-and-so is saying you and I had sex with you at this age, blah, 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 all that call, right? Would your response be that? Like, what would your response be?
No, my response would have definitely been different. My camera is messing up. Is it like playing right for you guys?
Yeah, playing right.
Yeah, it look right to us.
Okay. My response would have.
That's a great question, Show. That's a great question.
My response would have been different though. I would have been like, hell no, you know, just knowing myself.
Right.
I would have been like, hell no, like what? I definitely wouldn't have responded like she did. And that's not trying to bully her or anything like that. But that kind of leads me to believe that there was some type of grooming or preparedness, rather, you know, for this phone call. And then the fact that he only played literally about a minute of the phone call.
Right.
That's interesting. And that was a great question, Shug. That was a great question.
Because sometimes it takes a woman to learn a woman, check a woman, you know? No, I anytime I've had any issues with a woman, I've always sought to another woman to resolve it if it became testy. You know what I mean? Please become the mediator here because it's the chemistry is not going to match it. I need another woman to break this down to her. You know what I mean? And
I would definitely
successful results like that.
I would definitely interview her. Definitely.
My 2 cents is I feel like they probably had a series of conversations to get the story right. And they probably was like, look, this gonna come down to your word versus his word. So we could just say this. He can't prove it. He wasn't never in the bedroom with us.
Exactly. You know, and to that, who is right?
Like, exactly. So I think they playing off that card. Plus, so much time has passed. I think that they both have built certain situations probably in their lives that's not something that either one of them would like to go public. If allegedly that's true, right? If that's true, that's something they wouldn't want to go public. So at first, when he probably got in touch with us, she was probably mad with him. Like, see, you done put my business out there, woo, woo, woo. Because if you listen to the video he made, he kept saying that Nicki is private and she don't like her business out there. I'm saying to myself, why are you saying she's private and she don't like her business out there if nothing happened between y'all? If nothing happened between y'all, then her business is not out there because that's a made up fake story. Her business is only out there if y'all actually did something and Ben's telling the truth. So I'm like, I'm not sure he's like bouncing these conversations off of somebody else that's maybe a little stronger conversationally before he goes live. If you say that she don't like her business out there, that's a soft admission that there's some truth maybe to the story that Ben is putting out there. You know what I'm saying? Because otherwise there is no her business out there. We don't know her name. We don't know her address. We never even knew what she looked like. Like, you are actually, Saneter, bringing more of her actual business out. We didn't know her name.
Yeah, the only way that we know what she looks like is I just sent the picture of the thumbnail to Ben, And I asked him, is this Nicki Chanel? And he said no. With the audio, I said, hey, at the end of Saneter's video where he talked about Nicki, at the very, very end, there's about a minute of audio. We, listened to it, and he was like, at first he was like, nah, that don't sound like Nicki. And then he listened to it again, and he had stated that does sound like Nicki. So, I mean, we just being truthful here. Listen, and in my opinion, I believe Ben.
She probably about her money, and Saneter probably tapped into that and was like, you could probably sue them, woo, woo, woo. Now, on the audio, you could hear her saying, sue them for what? You know what I'm saying? I ain't getting nothing out of it.
Yeah, but he's the one that brought it up.
But exactly. He the one that's pushing the button because he don't care about money. What he wants to do is sue Ben into silence. He don't care about whether he get no money. He wants to get a win for the public so he could go, yeah, I'm not affiliated with but bruh, it don't matter what this Nicki story turned out to be. We just watched you defend Polight for 2 years while he got DNA conclusive evidence on this kid. After you, Saneter, are the one that told us that he was baby Dr. York because he had sex with your wife's nieces, cousins, uncles, whatever the hell. You keep changing up the relationship. It was your niece, now it's your cousin, whatever it is.
And at first he didn't know her at all, remember?
Right. So you the one that keep revealing all this information. I need Nicki to know this. Polight, I'm sure you'll watch this. Saneter is the one revealing all of this information on everyone. He gets angry, he gets high, he gets drunk. I don't know what he's doing over there. And then he start going off saying shit sporadically. And then he get mad when niggas on the internet go, wait a minute. Can somebody rewind that right there? Did you just hear what he said right there? Did this nigga just say, you got to stop doing this? I know right now, Nature Boy's sitting in jail. And if he could get a genie to grant him one wish, it wouldn't be to let him out of jail. It would be if he could delete that motherfucking video of him saying he let kids play with his penis and all that. You cannot say these things on the internet and think you. Now, he made a video going back at me after the Nicki story blew up and said, yeah. And then his man chimed in, yeah, they snitching on the sugar daddies. Bro.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Crazy. They snitching on the like what are you niggas saying over there on your chat? Like y'all are saying the craziest things. Some other nigga on side panel a couple of weeks ago said, yeah, that little 14-year-old girl, once she went to Polight's hotel room, she was fair game. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, so, man. So that show, it ain't just soft fucked up, man. It's
that whole group. Listen, it's that whole group. And listen, that's why they support it. They support it because they participate in it. And to condemn Polight would be to silently condemn all of these guys. I didn't know Crumb TV was such a supporter of Nature Boy and Dr. York till I went on there and I started talking about the chakra niggas and all this anus play with Brother Rich and all these niggas. And he got angry with me and kicked me off the platform and shit. I'm like, what the hell is going on?
The courts got Polight. The YouTube need to condemn Saneter, bro. The courts got Polight now. Like these motherfuckers need to condemn Saneter and that whole motherfucking chat over there, bro. Because listen to all that shit you just said Saneter done did. And people watched him do all that, protect Polight, and then watching him lie on somebody. Watch him paint a fake narrative on somebody else. Trying to paint a narrative that another man is some type of child predator while protecting one. Nobody understand that because it's little old Suge.
Ain't nobody going after victims.
Let me tell you this.
Molestation.
Wait. Saneter came on his live stream and did a live just like the one he did on Ben yesterday. And like, yeah, Enqi ain't shit. And let me explain this. When I went to Miami, I didn't even see Polight. I didn't see Polight the whole time I was in Miami. I seen Polight for like a few minutes at the airport when I was just getting ready to I didn't see Polight at all. I just see Polight for a hot minute at the airport. I came right back online with the video that's still up on his own page where he like, yeah, I was in Miami the whole time with Polight, and Polight took me to a nightclub, and me and Polight was getting ready to shoot his video, and boop. I said, this nigga losing it. He don't even remember the lies he just finished telling. Like he on Wednesday saying, yeah, I ain't even see Polight. Then right after that, I got the video where he like, yeah, I was in Miami with Polight. We was going to clubs and restaurants, and he interviewing people outside of Polight hotel room. He was with Polight the whole time.
Yeah, and he was talking about how he got to the club late, and they were already playing Polight's song. And my man Polight, that interview that you did over there at Shaka's was epic. Hocus for Fifth, that was good, but the Shaka one, yeah, you killed it with that Renente.
Wasn't that the same
Polight's wife, Renente?
He was playing that Busta Rhymes video of him shouting out Polight.
Oh yes.
Yep. Same time. Saw Satan. Filthy Frank.
Yeah.
West Side Does Head.
That whole thing has to be dismantled. There is no more conscious community. You have the comatose community.
Mm-hmm.
They comatose, and look at what it's gotten us into. Like I said, I'm from Harlem, Shug, and Harlem, in my personal opinion, is doing tremendously bad right now, man. There's murder after murder, kids killing kids every day in Harlem type shit. You know, and you know what I blame it on? I attribute it to the conscious community failing at their responsibilities to upbring the next generation. You know, as Dr. Clark said, a community is a mini nation. Let's talk about it.
Well, here's the thing. You remember, hold on, Ben, because you remember when there was a divide in the conscious community, and the conscious community had kind of separated from what Sa was doing, and everybody was down on Fifth Avenue and Madison with Mfudishi and Azariah.
Right.
And Saneter was up on 7th and 8th Avenue, and they had more of the revolutionary argue for dollars kind of thing going on. And it was a kind of a battle between community work and, you know, basically debate, you know, argue for money kind of shit. And
right,
because the argue for money came with the idea that you could get some money, it picked up faster and got more attention. And then, you know, Polight came around with the girls, and it's like, okay, yeah, you could get these girls and have this money and drive one.
That whole conception was sick, because remember when he did the debate against Tazariak, Captain Tazariak, and he brought his wife to the front of the stage and twirled her around like a whore.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing with the Captain Tazariak thing. The craziest thing about Captain Tazariak and Saneter is I never really understood their relationship. When Captain Tazariak had that debate with Polight, Saneter and Polight paid Captain Tazariak's wife to say that he was also a pedophile and a child abuser and all kinds of
I saw that.
And then somehow magically Tazariak and Saneter became best friends after that. I never understood that relationship. I just, and then when Tazariak was like, you know, he got some people that he collects the cash apps. When people donate the cash apps, he sends it to niggas that's convicted for pedophilia. That shit just so messy over there. It's crazy, bro.
Yeah, it has to be dismantled. But it's like, show how, look at the misconception and the misdirection they try to use. And he just showed the picture. Picture speaks 1,000 words.
I ain't gonna lie. Suge and that girl look really close in age. I ain't gonna say they both look 15 or they both look 18, but they look really close in age.
Very close.
No, but see, here's the kicker.
Maybe a year
Here's the
younger.
kicker. Here's the kicker with that. And he just, as a man, cleared the air with that in terms of what took place. He was lied to. It happens. He wasn't proud of the moment, but you're not going to paint this picture on me as if I was some full-fledged 20-something-year-old man running around with this little girl. And that little 2-3 year difference, like you said, it ain't that big of a difference. But you know, as a man, I'm not trying to at 18 deal with no 15-year-old. You know what I mean? I feel like I'm a grown man at this point. You know,
I ain't gonna hold you. I want to see these clips that Queen's Thrones got in the stash. Like, I think we all kind of waiting for these clips to roll.
Well, I would.
Let me say something.
Go ahead.
Let me say something else about that 18, 19-year-old shit. Because Chief X did a little video too. I don't know if y'all saw it. Now, when he told his little story about him being 19 smoking crack, right? He was talking about, I'm 19. I was just a kid, you know. I'm still a kid. I'm only 19, 20, you know. I'm still a kid.
What?
At 19, you a kid smoking crack, but at 18, I'm a grown ass man, right?
See exactly, and they kept trying to they kept trying to make the age greater than what it was.
I didn't see that video. I didn't see that video. I don't know how
the whole story about how he used to take the money from his sister to go get bread, but he'd go buy rocks instead. And man, that nigga was a full-fledged dope fiend.
Well, listen, you got a health teacher, Brother Yaki, just did a video with Tasha K and said he was smoking crack and snorting coke and all kind of. I just don't understand what's going on. I don't understand. I'm gonna be honest. I don't understand it. I don't understand it. What's going on? You know what I'm saying? And me and Chief X, we had some run-ins. Me and Chief X squashed all that. I didn't see the video what you're referring to, but I just it's a lot of crazy stuff going on that needs to be sorted out.
I'll gladly send it.
I feel that really quick. I just, I don't want to keep bringing up the Nicki Chanel thing, but this is how I feel about alleged Nicki Chanel interview. Saneter, it would be a conflict of interest for you to interview Nicki Chanel, and I feel the same way about Nepal because she's too close. Just like if he had Cynthia interview her or whatever, right. It needs to be an outside source of something. And preferably a female. Right. It would be more appropriate in my opinion. But whenever you guys are ready for the clip.
Wait, let me add to that little piece. I think it would need to be more than just the interview because I think at this point, they've already hashed it out and coached it and came to a consensus on what they're going to put forward. Allegedly, you know what I'm saying? There's an opportunity that they already created a narrative that they would like to promote, whether it's the truth or not. So I think that what would actually have to happen is that somebody such as yourself would have to get in touch with her and create a rapport and build an ongoing relationship with her. So that way you can get to know her, she could get to know you, and maybe even get to know more about the situation because I don't think that from the type of woman I'm hearing from Ben and Saneter and the way she presented herself, she sounds like she about her business. I don't think that she would be, I don't think if she understood the dynamics of this full story that she would even be a part of this shit to co-sign Polight. Because that's really all Saneter's bringing her out for is to somehow defend this Polight shit. Like, right. I don't think that this woman would knowingly or willingly come online to try to clear Saneter's name of being involved with pedophiles. Like, I don't think, she just don't sound like that type of person to me.
She also ain't gonna come tell us that they was fucking.
Right.
She not gonna tell us.
Especially if he had over a year to, work with her.
He'd already talked to her. Please don't tell nobody. This will fuck up my black power.
I just want to let her know because we don't know how deep the manipulation is, possibly allegedly at this time, that we are not bringing your name into this or anything like that to slander or lie on you. We are concerned about an alleged molestation, or inappropriate relationship with that man, and it's out of pure concern.
Yeah, really for other kids, really for other kids that's still out there getting, potentially harmed by people he's bringing in from this cesspool of like, how is it that one person seems? Hold on. How could one person just accidentally bump into all these niggas? Like, seriously, there's no way. Like, we all out in the streets, we out in the world, you're going to have to know one rapist, one killer, one molester, the same way you're going to know one preacher or one nun or one scientist. Like, you're going to know some, but how you keep like 90% of the motherfuckers that come through your doorway just so happen to be like, I mean, like what? How is that statistically possible that 90% of the people you introduce is on the same frequency and the audience is supporting it? Yeah. When that 14-year-old girl got up there, she was fair game. I'm like, wait, what the fuck?
Yeah, that's crazy.
How can this all be coincidental? How can this be coincidental? I just don't understand that.
It's not.
I don't either. Yeah.
It's called magnetic attractive powers. And it attracts the good, the bad, and the ugly. And he has that magnetic attractive power, and it attracts the bad and the ugly. Because if you want to talk good, like I told you earlier, Queen, what has the conscious community in New York City produced? What has the conscious community in Atlanta, Georgia produced? Do we have
the conscious community in New York produced Brother Polight, and the conscious community in Atlanta produced Nature Boy.
Deep.
Well, in York, we can't leave out York. And wasn't Bambaataa claiming that he was conscious to some degree? Some of like his ambiance about, you know, consciousness at some, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that, but I will say
Bambaataa, listen, Bambaataa was the person that got with Saneter one way, shape, form, or fashion and was instrumental in opening up the National Black Theater for everybody to do their conscious stuff in there. So Saneter and Bambaataa was working with the National Black Theater together to get all of the lectures and all of the classes and all of that. Yeah.
Interesting. Whenever you guys are ready for the first clip, I got it queued up. It's only 10 minutes and 46 seconds. You guys ready?
Let it rip.
I'm not even gonna stop it or anything.
Let it rip.
Okay, let me pull it up. All right. I'm gonna turn my camera off so it's less taxing on my computer. I do got some work files on here.
Make the video the big screen so it take all of us off.
Yep, I got you. All right, here we go. Now, why would it just do that? Hold on. Why is it just stopping right there, though? Like, okay, maybe not make it big screen for a second.
Let's see what happened.
It's like stuck. It's like not even okay.
You know, I'm surgical with this bitch, Jay.
Yeah. Two things, man, real quick. I came on, man, because what you said about Judah. I can't believe a Hebrew justifying anything about anybody over the age 18 messing with anybody under the age of 18.
Yeah. He agreed that Suge was not a molester. Yeah, and all the Hebrews that's in the chat was also saying it, except, I'm gonna keep it a buck, except Elder Yara. He the only one that said, nah, man. Nah,
Shaka Doodle agreed to that too. Shaka
Doodle agreed to that as well.
No.
Shaka Doodle and Funky Thrones agreed to it too.
I got a soon-to-be 17-year-old granddaughter and grandson. They twins. They 16 now. And if I hear of anybody over the age of 18.
Oh shit! Don't pull a hammer up, brother.
I'm a day. We gonna have to have a conversation. Don't mess with my babies.
I'm the legalist out, bro.
You know, don't mess with that.
One time, pause, please.
But I met my wife when I was 30.
Yep.
Because I ain't here. I would love to have a conversation with these people, man. See, and that's another thing that boils my blood about this is that, like, you can't confront none of these people that want to talk about you. They won't talk to you. They just talk about you.
They talk at you.
Yeah, and talk at you. That's all I wanted to say.
That's the only part. But hold on though, because it's about to get it's about to switch.
I promise I ain't gonna say nothing else. I promise.
Okay, no, you good, bro. You good. I feel
39 years old and she was 29.
Right. That's a big difference though. Come on, man.
Right.
She's a grown ass woman.
Right. So
what you said, Apostle? What happened?
I said I met my wife when she was 29 and I was 39. I'm 10 years older than my wife.
You dirty dog.
Yeah, that's right. And I love every bit of her. But if I was 20, and that means she would have been 10,
Yeah,
I would be some sick ass nigga to look at.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I don't even know why you mentioned that. God damn.
See what I'm saying?
Well, I'm telling you, man, y'all
Nah,
wild out
ain't,
here.
nothing, ain't nothing wrong with that because she's 29. She's
Yeah,
an
that's different.
adult.
Yeah, of course,
She's a grown woman.
My mother
That's
was
what-
married at 15.
Yeah, so that's what parents can say. Let's add that
My
part.
mother was
But
married
still,
at 15 and my father was 25.
There it is, man. So it's weird, man. It's just,
My grandfather was 56 and my grandmother was 12.
come on, all throughout the South. Woo!
Hell no.
Okay, hold up. Hold up. Hold up.
Yeah.
What just happened right now? What the fuck
You've
just
seen
happened right
this
now?
clip. Okay, so Apostle was in the earlier clip briefly talking about how he has two 16-year-old grandchildren that are about to be 17, and if anybody had fucked with him. But he's talking right now in this clip about his mother being 16 or 15, his father being 25, and that his grandfather was 56 years old and his grandmother was 12 years old. And you see Saneter right there.
Bruh, so that's
He heard all of
multiple
this shit.
generations. So that's generations of pedophilia right there.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
Hell no. Damn.
My
Man, it's weird.
My grandfather had 20-year-old kids when he married my grandmother.
This is deep, man. This is deep. This is deep in our psyche, bro. I'm telling you. What about all those pimps? What about all those black pimps at the high school sitting around in Cadillacs?
great
My
question. Great
grandfather
question.
been dead for many years. He died when I was 6 months old. My grandmother died before I was born. She died at the age of 45. She gave birth to over 16 kids.
Men love that tight-fitted glove vagina. When it go into that womb, you know, we love that. I love Amonette, and I love his wife, both of them. I love both of them.
And he had to think twice, not only because he didn't want to say her name, but remember, he didn't want to say her real name. Renentet is the name Polight made up for her with Dr. York.
When it go into that womb, you know, we love that. I love Amonette, and I love his wife, both of them. I love both of them. She is not insecure one iota. She stands by her man. She supports her man, and that's why this shit is working. She's not insecure. Women, sisters, look at that woman's face. She know where that bread and butter come home to. She know where he comes home to. After all these years, she is a strong black woman. Renentet. Woo! Powerful sisters.
Who?
Renentet.
Who?
Renentet.
Who?
Renentet.
Stop.
Renentet. Strong black woman.
Stop. Please, for the people, can you identify who is Polight's other wife that you're talking about? Amonette and who?
Renentet.
Think about it. This is Cynthia's niece that went from Polight's daughter to Polight's wife.
That's fucking sickness.
Saneter gets up here and he started telling the story, right? Oh, me and my wife used to come, and she used to come visit me in prison, right? Press one. Saneter say, my wife used to come visit me in prison. He telling this story. Then this fool say, she used to bring my son up here. Press one. She used to bring my son upstairs. She used to bring my son up there. I think she was about 16 in this picture.
Shame. Shame. Shame.
I think he was about 16. And this is my oldest son right here. Press one. He's about 2 years old. In this picture right here.
Shame. Shame. Shame.
I almost choked to death when I heard that. I'm like, what? Let's go to the audio.
My first son, Darrell, and that's my wife, Cynthia. You see how, and we still together to this day. See that? Damn. Look at that. give y'all a little something. You see, I got on that jumpsuit. I got on the jumpsuit, the prison jumpsuit and shit. Got on the prison jumpsuit. She brought my son to see me. I didn't really want her to come through, my kid, and while I'm locked down, but she brought him there to see me. And we still together to this day.
Oh.
So, damn, that's beautiful right there. I love it. Let me see, where we at?
I say, what? I said, so she was 16 and her baby like 2. That means she was 15,
there we go with our other
14,
2. Asante in Africa.
13 and a half because it takes 6 months.
And they bigger
9
now,
months.
y'all. They working now. They grown now. They grown now. Trust and believe, they grown now, y'all. They grown now. Yep. They are grown now.
We're going to do the math. If she's 16 in the photo, press 1, and the child is about 2, and it takes 9 months. Now, how old was she when y'all had a child? How press 1. This is what I'm saying here.
And here's a special treat for y'all.
Press 1.
See that?
Who was that?
Even in the goddamn movement. You see all them people behind me? That's right. That's even in the movement. That's when I was a chairman in there, way before we even had Africa and Asante. You see my baby right there, Africa, and you see Asante, and you see Cynthia. I was a Black Panther.
Am I doing the math wrong?
I was a Black Panther, y'all, doing this work.
No.
Putting in that groundwork right there. I was putting in that work, yo. People talk that talk, but your brother was putting in that work. See that? With my baby's little, putting in that work. I wasn't playing around. They grown now, and they in college. Africa and Asante's in college, and they work part-time. So they doing what they got to do.
That's all you got to say. If she's 14, if she's 16, the child is about 2, then that'll put 3.5 years
on that topic. Yeah, until my people started beating me down. What the fuck? Your people will kill you. Your own people will kill you. Check. Your own people will kill you. Saneter would have still been headstrong, had your people will tear your ass down.
Do the math.
All because of jealousy and enviness. Jealousy will kill and destroy a nation. So they jealous of my moves and what I was doing. You see them coming with all kind of slander. Saneter been messing with little girls at the age of 15. That's slander.
No, it's not, because she wasn't, because you was with her since you was 15, 14, 13, mid 13 and a half, 14. Press 1. Am I right? Y'all had a baby. You had a baby with her at 13. That's what put that at 13.
I'm gonna show something nice.
Am I tripping? No,
but
I'm not tripping.
I try not to show too much because niggas on here just go crazy.
I'm not tripping. And if it's 13 and a half, then that's not slander.
People on here just go crazy. So I'm gonna show
Fuck
pictures
15.
of my baby.
You're talking 13 and a half.
Black Power family.
So tell me, am I wrong? Is the girl what? 16? She came to visit him. He was in prison. He was old enough to go to prison. He was in prison. How old was he? I don't know. What I'm saying is the mindset is there for him to have a niece and see Polight as regular. Press 1. And he sat up here and called Brother Polight Dr. York. Not me. Press 1. I didn't say that. Saneter said that. He said Dr. York. But somebody said 16 is the law. What the hell does that mean? It's the law in New York. 13 and a half, going on 14, pregnant. Predators of a feather flock together. 42 weeks for a baby to fully develop. No, you're not tripping. So it looks like Saneter was he doesn't. You ever wonder why they sound like they just retarded? I'm starting to realize they don't even realize what they're doing. They think this shit normal. I told you, children of Dr. Bambaataa and Dr. York, they have polygamous colony with only little girls.
I'm gonna tell you, Funky Throne claimed that she was a molest victim. I don't believe her. Neil X now saying that she was molested at the age of 3. I don't believe her. When you are a victim, victims take this shit serious. Am I right, y'all? You can't just run around and blame people and say, yes, he was molested and just run with it and go with it and just go out with it. Neil X is a molester enabler Funky Throne, all these funky ass platforms that y'all listen to. She's a molester enabler. And Shaka Dudu is a molester enabler.
I'm surgical with this bitch, Jay.
So that is that. How do you guys feel about that?
That first one was crazy. What was the brother that said his grandfather was 56 and
that was Apostle.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah, that's you that whole goddamn crew over there.
Yeah.
Oh, how can you? So let me say this. How can so now I'm gonna go back to a statement Queen's Throne said earlier, and we got to go a little deeper into it now. So Queen's Throne said it would be a conflict of interest for Saneter or Nepal to interview Nicki. I ain't trying to keep bringing Nicki up, but I'm saying it's beyond a conflict of interest for Saneter or Nepal because the entire audience is composed mostly of people like Apostle, probably that, you know what I'm saying? Like, their grandfather's a pedophile, their father's a pedophile. Like, so, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's a whole group where they find comfort, I guess, together, being amongst each other, where they can co-sign each other's madness. You know, the largest provider in America, let me say this, because maybe people don't know this, but I'm dealing with mental health and some of the different things on my platform right now. So this is a relevant conversation. The largest provider of mental illness healthcare, because people use the term mental health out of context. The largest provider of mental illness care, mental illness healthcare, is the prison system. There are more mentally ill people in the prison than anywhere else in America. That's where they put mentally ill people, in the prison. Right. So that means when people have certain mental illnesses or predilections, they have to hide who they really are until they find a community of people that are similar to them, where they feel like they can just open up and be their self.
That's a whole fact. And not to cut you off, Enqi, hold your thought. Please hold your thought. I just want to add on to that, because I just came out the prison.
I'll be right back. I'm listening though.
Every prisoner had that, what you going on, had what you just said going on. They was hiding. I could see all the paperwork. I was able to see all the paperwork, so I knew who was there on the sex charges. And every dude that was there on the sex charges kept that paperwork tucked until they got into a house where there was predominantly predators in there, and then they opened up. But in these other houses, these guys were church mice. So my fault, go ahead.
No, that's just and it's not just necessarily a sexual predator. It's just anything that goes against society's norm. People keep it to the chest. They keep it hidden until they find a group where they feel comfortable, where everybody's the same, and then they can open up. And I think that this is the reason why you're able to catch so many of these clips like this on Saneter's platform. Like, we got to be honest. There is no other platform on YouTube. I don't care if it's white folks, black folks, red folks, yellow folks. There is no other platform on YouTube where you get so many people saying these comments like, oh yeah, 14-year-old girl, she got raped. No, she was fair game. Some people over there on that panel was saying that she seduced Polight. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, so you know that it's that's like Cheers over there. They all find a similar, a similar space where they can come together and, feel cool about who they are, and I think that, it's just wild. Like, and the more they talk, the more these clips pop up. How do you say on one hand that your grandchildren are 16 and 17, and if anybody do something to them, you get ready to do whatever, when those children that you're talking about, bless their soul, they have pedophilia in their blood because obviously their grandfather and great grandfather, you just told us. So it's not that we need to worry about your kids, something happening to them. We need to worry about potentially your kids happening to other kids.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
That's a hell of a point. And I don't want to detract. It's all going to be on topic, but it was dealing with the Michael Nowak situation. And like I was telling Queen Throne that when we was on 250, used to be dudes coming through. Yeah, why y'all not selling Brother Polight? We don't sell that shit. We don't sell it. We don't do it. We don't do it over here. But then they started telling us all of these fake stories about how much money they're about to make with Polight. And in one particular instance, this guy, and this is why I know that the scams were real, because this dude came by with his wife.
Scam me,
and he came by with his wife. And I'm talking about one of these customers they had, and he was telling us we're hating on Polight because we're not selling his work. And then he's saying, "Oh, I'm about to jump into this. I guess it was get your credit cleaned up and all this other stuff." I asked him, I said, "What is Polight's real name?" He didn't know his name. So his wife was like, "Oh, that's interesting. You're giving away our money and you don't know his name, right?" In the very next breath, he starts to tell us a little bit about himself. And I'm going to add on to what you was just talking about, Enqi, and protecting about kids. He was like, "Oh, I got a lot going on, a lot on my mind. My son is in, like you said, mental illness therapy, right?" So I said, "What's going on?" "Yo, I came in the room the other day and he in there eating his feces." I said, "How old is your son?" "He's 7 years old." 7? Oh, so he got severe mental illness at 7, eating his feces, that he had to get him help about it, right? Now, the kid, I've seen the kid before, looks normal. He's going to grow up to be a handsome young black man, but mentally destroyed. And nobody's going to know that. His father's not going to tell nobody that at 7 years old, he was eating his own feces regularly. You know what I mean? And then he's going to grow.
Sure that there's nothing going on in the home or something?
I didn't know. I didn't.
That kind of stands out as and it doesn't have to be the home. It could be somewhere else where somebody else is maybe watching him, or a mentor.
Usually something like that. Usually something like that means that nobody's been stimulating the kid. That's usually an indicator of severe stunted brain development. So that's usually a kid that's watching their self. Nobody's stimulating the kid. The kid is not having conversation with nobody. That's usually, that type of situation. I mean, I'm not a professional. We're not giving out health, medical, whatever.
No clinic. Yeah, no clinic.
Yeah. But usually that type of behavior where it's like self-deprecating, like you only do that when nobody's around, because if somebody's around and a child tries that, they're going to get punished a few times. And then, even if they still got whatever issues they have, they won't do that anymore because they've been stopped. If that's going on, it's because that's been going on for so long and nobody caught it until it became a full-blown thing. You see what I'm saying? Like if a child, because you're a baby, you don't know, a baby just tries stuff. But that child been probably doing that since they was in diapers, 1 or 2 years old, all the way in, and it's only, like 7 years old.
I'll correct you all, because that's what he said. He was eating out of diapers at first. Exactly.
See? Yeah. Unfortunately, you hear when
question, y'all, not to change it too much, about Polight's real name. Where the fuck does Nowak come from, man? I ain't never heard of nobody named no motherfucking Nowak. It's some weirdest shit ever, man. Like,
there's other Nowaks.
This motherfucker gonna go on the run, man. I'm telling you, I just got this thing in me that's telling me he got a whole nother identity. He stressed shit out.
Hold on. Let me say this. I said that he was already on the run at the last court date, because he was supposed to come into the courtroom and he never fully made it into that courtroom. So I said that he probably already went on the run, and that's why the judge was like, "Yo, we're gonna make it your responsibility to his lawyer to turn. He got to turn them passports in.
I'm telling you, man, this motherfucker going on the run, y'all.
Listen, but here's the wait. Now that we're back on the polite, though, here's the $1 million question, right? Here's the $1 million question. There's a brother on Instagram named Shabazz the OG, right?
Right.
Gotta go after that. We gotta go back to Ben because I don't even know if he was done.
Okay. But there's a brother named Shabazz the OG. He's with TMT, the money team. He with Floyd and them.
Mm-hmm.
But he does a lot of Instagram, like he does posts on crime in the Black community.
Right.
You know? And to me, it's very interesting that guys like Shabazz the OG and 10 Toes Down, like certain key platforms that's supposed to be holding people accountable in the community, like how they've been silent. And the reason why I'm singling out Shabazz the OG is this. He's with the money team. The incident of this very situation that Polight is in supposed to have happened around Floyd's birthday party.
February 27th, which was the celebration. His birthday is actually
so Polight was doing videos with Floyd Mayweather, like, yeah, I'm going to Floyd's birthday, we turning up, woo, woo, woo. And then next thing you know, he in the hotel, and the story that comes from the police thing is Polight was looking for some after party to take this kid to. So I'm saying to myself, was this a Floyd Mayweather after party that he was taking this kid to? Like, what other place? Like, where else you taking a kid? You know what I'm saying? So why hasn't the money team or Floyd Mayweather and them spoke out to clear their name? Because maybe Polight was bringing this kid to a Floyd Mayweather party that wound up getting raped. Like, I just, I'm just trying to figure out how Shabazz the OG reporting on everything else except for this story here.
That's a good point, because
I got all them videos downloaded. Sorry, baby.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just saying I got all them videos downloaded too that they were showing around that time, bro.
Yeah, and you look at the date.
Yep.
The incident happened late February, and Floyd Mayweather's birthday late February. That was right around the time when Polight was with Floyd on the video. Yeah, me and Floyd, we partying. Ooh. I'm like, yo, where is the video of Floyd Mayweather saying we don't associate with pedophiles and we don't condone pedophilia?
Let me say this, Doc. Just in the champ's defense, in all fairness to the champ, one thing I will say is that from the time he was giving him access to him, when he was allowing Polight to come around, when that shit happened, he ain't been around Floyd Mayweather since.
Oh yeah, he have, bro.
I disagree. He got videos up.
I got
wow.
Before 2 weeks ago, before I left, I downloaded them. I was doing video on that shit, but I've been busy in them up.
Yeah, he got videos that's more current.
That's not good.
He's still posting shit.
The night of the last court date, they went to the club. They had a what was it called again? Plot twist party. It was that Friday, the 7th of July. So about 2 weeks ago.
Floyd Mayweather was there?
It said
he I don't know.
Yeah, and there was a sign, and it said something like Polight Mayweather team or something. It said something like that, and
epic.
Mayweather was allegedly there.
Epic.
He was in one of the videos. You seen what I'm talking about, right, Shug?
I'm looking for it right now.
See, we gotta get to that. Like, we gotta get to the bigger picture, because how far does this go? Remember when Polight was with them other community folks, transgendered, and he
LGBTQ.
Right. He said before that he was out looking to do what the rich people was doing to become like the rich people. And then he pop up doing that. And now he pop up after we hear about Epstein, he pop up like this. Now, mind you, is it me or was Epstein house or island off the coast of Florida somewhere? Is that right where it was at or no?
That's your screen sharing, Shug?
Yeah, this was the most recent video right here. Now, I don't
Okay.
know if he had it like some old record, he just uploaded it or whatever, but this is the most recent post that he had with him.
Well, let's say that that's an old video that Polight just reposted. It would make sense. It would make even more sense then that Floyd put out
my bad, man.
that Floyd put out a statement, or Shabazz the OG put out a statement and say we disassociating ourselves from any pedophile or PD. If maybe Floyd disassociate and don't mess with him, but Polight still reusing old videos. Why wouldn't Floyd put out a statement and say, listen, this guy is not a part of my brand. He's not a part of our team. He don't represent us with the woo woo woo. Like that's got to be the next level of questioning. Like, does Shabazz the OG and Floyd Mayweather support pedophilia?
Right. We know that Meta World Peace hasn't really been around Polight. In my opinion, I haven't seen any Meta World Peace videos. But it appears possibly, unless again, but I did go down like Polight's whole Instagram, and I did notice that sometimes he like reposted a picture or a video a few times.
Right. Okay. So that's
but those videos I did not see down below. I went back to like 144 week, you know what I'm saying, weeks or something like that.
That's like 3 years.
Yeah. So I didn't see it unless I missed it or I was tired of something.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to see like how is Mayweather supporting pedophilia? Like that's crazy.
Or what is Polight telling Mayweather?
Mayweather's a grown man. Mayweather got access to every information that's public. We on the internet right now. This ain't private. We're not in secret having this conversation. This available. And Shabazz the OG is somebody that is an investigative, internet reporter. He reports on crime in the Black community against Black kids and women. And
I put his book on the island, man. Flip Your Life.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Flip Your Life.
We bought 100 copies and gave them out. Flip Your Life.
Epic. So he owes an answer to why is he protecting this Mayweather and Polight story when the rape happened during the time when he was doing this party down there with, I guess his partner. Leave it up to Polight. Polight is on the record saying that he's been mentoring Floyd Mayweather. He's a celebrity mentor. So has Floyd Mayweather's mentor been raping kids while he's with Floyd Mayweather? Is Floyd Mayweather taking Polight out of the country where it's legal to do shit with kids? Like what is, what's happening now? We got to open up all these other questions.
Right. I'm sorry, I didn't see that in the back chat. My bad.
Listen, I love Floyd Mayweather, 50-0, money made. But these are serious questions that now have to be addressed, bro. Are you a part of this thing? And the reason why Shabazz the OG is not reporting on this is because he's covering up your involvement.
Nah, Marquise L said Polight was lying to Mayweather like he did us. You know what I mean? And I'm gonna give them the benefit of the doubt because them dudes are some phenomenal.
You know why I'm not? Because we discussed it and we coming out in the public about it.
Right.
If Polight is still using Mayweather's name and videos up to right now on his social media, that means that he's using Mayweather's image to entice more people to donate and send money and possibly more young girls to come around him that could be put in danger. So we love Floyd Mayweather, so we want to make excuses, but we all know that Polight is got some money for these lawyers and things that you necessarily can't really explain. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So is Floyd silently financing Polight's defense? Like, what's actually going on? You know what I'm saying? Because all of that is a part of this story. Like, how did this get covered up all this time that this rape allegedly happened with Floyd Mayweather party was supposed to be going on? And the most mysterious part of the story is Polight saying he was taking this girl to a party at night, and then the club was already closed. So wait a minute, that means it must be 12, 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. And he went back to a hotel room to wait to get a text message about where the next party is, the after party is. Who else is he going around with but Floyd Mayweather, especially on a Mayweather birthday weekend? So we got to deal with that part of the story. They got to make their own statement. We can't.
And that's to Shug's point. That's to Shug's point, to where look how fast he is to point that camera in Shug's direction and make all these accusations and allegations, and nothing is true. But now here you have Miami-Dade prosecution with a mountain of evidence that's about to be Freedom of Information Act in a minute. And we're gonna find out what took place in it. You know, and we're not letting them off the hook.
Because let me tell you something,
community's gonna get cleaned up, man.
Listen, with all of everything Floyd Mayweather got going on, there's a very strong possibility that Floyd Mayweather could have been like, look, go on ahead and plead guilty. Go on ahead and plead guilty. We're going to make sure you got a lawyer. He's going to get you the best deal possible. Plead guilty so that way they don't do no trial and no information further comes out to the public about what really happened. And when you get out, we're going to take care of you. You still going to be down with the money team. Don't worry about it. Go on and do your time. And when you come back, I'm going to take care of you, because I don't want people to know that my mentor or guy that I'm bringing around as my spiritual advisor is raping kids at parties associated with me. But there is definitely a reason why there is radio silence on that subject.
Yeah, and he would still be confident to chill with him. Also, if, you know, Mayweather or whatever is giving him any type of money on the side or lending cars or letting him stay at his property, all of that is very much suspect. I'm going to be honest, whether it's Mayweather or not.
Yeah, because the story that I got, I don't know if it's true or not, it's alleged, but the story that I got was that the Rolls Royce Diaries was one of Floyd's old cars that he just let Polight use to do his thing. You know what I'm saying? So that may or may not be true. You know what I'm saying? But
this is all allegedly.
The thing that right, that may or may not be true. It's alleged, but the thing that's factual is that was around the time that Floyd Mayweather had his celebrations, and Polight was supposed to be down with the celebrations and promoting it and part of it, you know, whatever. And he was supposed to take the girl to a club. The club was closed. He took her back, waiting for instructions to the after party. What else was he doing on Floyd Mayweather's birthday but getting, we got to get answers. That's what, you know, should be going on. That's what people should be trying to figure out.
And it very much felt like whatever Polight was trying to do by, you know, oh, we're going to go downstairs and, you know, eat dinner, and the mom was supposed to come and meet them down there, and then he went down there and nobody's down there, so he takes her. What if he took her? This is just allegedly or just whatever. What if he took her to a club that he knew wasn't open just so he could bring her to a hotel where he could prep her for the after party as far as drugs and alcohol is concerned? Because it's just really strange to me why he would bring her to another hotel.
But here's the thing, though. This is what I'm saying. Here, I guess this is what I'm getting at. A 14-year-old girl that looks like a 14-year-old girl, what after hours bar is she getting into? Like, what after party is she getting into after the club already supposed to.
Yeah, that was
The only way possible that could happen is if you are somehow connected with the people at that place and you know they're going to let you in and give you the VIP pass and they ain't going to ask no questions, whatever. Oh, no.
You done dipped out, Enqi. Okay, there you go. Kind of. Anybody want to interject?
Yeah, he went in and went out. But, you know, it's tantamount to what we were saying. And that's why we said, let's not get off topic here, you know, going too much any other direction other than what, you know, you heard what I said earlier, Queen, about staying on this topic of eradicating this behavior from our community. I was saying earlier, Shug, you know, this is an appeal to the women, to the real women, you know, step up, be accountable for, stop this paralyzation. Y'all see this shit going on in the community and nobody's saying nothing. You know, this little girl's mother is a shero, straight up and down, because she reported it, she whistle blew it, however you want to coin it, and she sought for justice for her daughter. How many kids has he done this before to in the past and got away with it?
Besides Brennan Tech.
Right.
Exactly.
So, you know, we got to eradicate this behavior. You should not be looking at no little kids. And this is why I understand where you coming from, Shug, when you say, I don't feel right about that situation because she lied to me. Had she told me the truth, I would have walked away, whatever. But any real man knows you're not supposed to be looking at no 14-year-old kid and getting any type of sexual stimulation. You a sick motherfucker. Excuse my language. You sick. Looking at a little girl,
that's factual. You know, it's normal to get, you know, kind of upset when it comes to that, because you think of a child as being innocent and they can't protect themselves. And they could be put in a predicament that they can't get themselves out of.
Yeah, then you want to
how is a child supposed to fight a grown-ass man?
Right. No way possible. It's not happening. Not happening. On top of the psychological advantage.
And I think what is even more sicker is that people were trying to act like there's a possibility that the mother had given the victim the scarf and the shirt. Like, they just automatically jump to that. And that's why I look at that other side as they gotta be enablers, because the actual victims, they attack them. Like myself, like Neo, like the victim in this situation. You know, I wasn't abused by Polight, but she was. We have an open case where this man is facing serious charges, and the head of the conscious community, at least online, is basically still caping for this man. And you can even see Saneter, like, yeah, he may say, like, or other people may say, like, oh, you know, if he's found guilty or he takes a plea, I'm not fucking with him. But you should have been made that as a leader. You should have been made that, cut all ties. What in the hell does Saneter mean that he's on the phone with Polight's attorney, listening and all this and that? And he talking about, oh, Polight's giving him information, you know, about allegedly the case, you know, and that's just okay with him. Like, this is not like jaywalking or some petty ass crime.
Yeah, and remember,
these men have children.
Remember the first time he said he was having conversations with Polight right after it happened. He was threatening with the phone calls he got recorded.
Exactly.
Basically acting like Polight admitted to something. That's what he was insinuating. So man, this shit is just crazy, man. Like, he attacking y'all women who might have been through something, you know, which is crazy. Nobody says nothing about none of that. He just have a bunch of groupies coming over there hitting that panel, man. That shit is just crazy, man. Community is terrible.
Yes, it's broken down. Your show. It's crazy you said that, because that's what you were saying earlier about how fractured this conscious community is, and that this guy will sit back and he's the blame. That's the bottom line. He's the malignant cancer. He's the malignant cancer that's hiding within the conscious community, and they're sexual deviants. You know, and this really, I'm happy. I'm not gonna say I'm happy. I'm grateful that this was exposed at the time it was, because had this guy gained any more traction, you know, there's no telling what he could have, what type of damage he would have put in the community, you know.
And once he's, you know, if he goes behind bars, right, where he's sentenced to prison time or whatever, that would give the opportunity. And that's another reason why I want to like keep an eye on the climate of the community and people not attacking the victim, because there's a possibility that after he's locked up, that other victims may come out. And if they're seeing that this victim is being attacked, then that may stunt that information from coming out. And I think that is ultimately damage control, which is also being done in the situation of Polight, possibly.
Yeah. You know? Yeah, I agree. The Polight situation, like I said, is the biggest story in the conscious community, and everybody should keep a schedule on this story. You know, everybody should be covering if you're really sincere about the protection of the babies and the women in our community. You know, because like I was saying earlier, Queen, you know, when you look at the so-called conscious community, these are men that's doing all of this squabbling and arguing and debating about nothing. Meanwhile, the community around the country is falling into shambles. Look at the Black community around the country. I don't care how much money you're making and what your job is. Look at the community. Look at the families. We are losing. And everybody else is coming to this country and they look and they saying, oh, look what the Black man doing. Absolutely nothing. We'll take that position. We'll take that job. We'll keep our women in place. Let you parade your women around here, scantily dressed, so forth, so on. And we just going for everything. The conscious community got to wake up. Those in this chat, yo, we have to do better. We have to do better with our time. Like I said, Saneter putting out information on me is not going to benefit nobody in the chat. It ain't gonna
that was so childish. Just the way that he went about it was so.
But now, but let me say this: what I can tell you about him will save you time. That's the most important commodity you have. You sitting back watching this stupid shit with Saneter and all the most stupid ass videos over there, and you ain't gaining nothing. You can go read the Bible yourself if that's the case. You want to watch some people debate. You know,
you caught like the sexual deviant part, like. So look how old he is, and look how long he's been married to Cynthia. He's still doing chasing wives. You know, trying to be a polygamist, like Nepal shit. Like, I mean,
he has no foundation. He has no foundation, and the tools of a pimp. Remember this: the tools of a pimp: a car, some nice clothing, and some slick words. And that's all this is. You know, he mad because I got a Benz. I don't care about no Benz. You know, and this is no knock on anybody who has sold drugs in the past or had any criminal activity in the past. But I'm speaking for myself. I never did that. And I came from the same hood that all these dudes came from, and I resisted the same temptations that was put before them. I had a dude dump a garbage bag full of cracks in front of me and told me, yo, take however many you want. Just bring me my little money back. And you know what was in my mind? At 16, 17 years old, I love my people too much to take some of that and go sell it to them. Because I've been rooted in this culture. So that's why it hurts me to see where the conscious community is at right now. I ain't never heard Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark, Ivan Van Sertima, Dr. Jeffries talk about each other or try to defame or disgrace each other. That's what you're seeing in the conscious community now. Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark, the most brilliant of the teachers we've had, did lectures for free. They came, they devoted their time, they opened up the doors and said, come one, come all. There wasn't nobody with a bucket. It was open house. You know, that was the conscious community. The conscious community told us for the things that we're supposed to look out for in mainstream society. What to eat, what not to eat.
There you go.
What to watch. You know, that was the conscious community was the guardians of the Black community. You know, what do we have now? Pure buffoonery, pure coonery. And now it's being overran with sexual predators. Come on, I'm not going for it.
Doing shows, does the Bible condone rape?
And they do like 40 of those same shows.
Keep doing it. Yep. Keep doing it.
No,
Yes.
like, and look, every time that, they do those type of shows, like, does the Bible condone rape? It's Nepal in there, and it's the same talking point.
Yep.
Or most of the other debates have already been regurgitated. It's the same thing. It may be a different person, but it's just getting the community nowhere fast. Like, something got to give.
It has to, because what we're looking at now is the effect of 20 years. I'm telling you, because I watched it firsthand coming off of this vending shit, but I watched these guys sit there for 20 years and just talk about bullshit. They never unified. They never put no resources together. They never worked together. They never said, let's get a headquarters. None of that. So what are we working towards? Another 20 years of talking shit towards each other, and then watch the next gen. You think if this generation right now is as disrespectful as they are, what do you think the next generation is going to be coming up behind them?
Mm-hmm.
God.
Good point.
That's scary to even think about.
Yes. But we supposed to be sidetracked with, Ben is a snake. Yeah, nobody liked him. And he came to 125th Street selling DVDs for $1. Fuck that vending shit. Let's talk about what's taking place with you grown-ass men lusting for these little girls. And then claiming to be a conscious leader.
And you got daughters.
Right.
Like,
so let me say this to Saneter, because Suge in that video, Ben, you this, you that, you ain't gonna come. I'm here, Saneter. Now give the interview to Queen Throne. Give the interview to Queen Throne. You so big and bad. And like we say, give it to Queen Throne, a one-on-one. Ben ain't here. I don't want an interview on that. I don't want to talk to her on that. I want another woman to talk to her on that. And you shouldn't, unless you're a woman, Saneter. What do you want to interview about it and the allegations against you? Don't make any sense.
That's crazy. That doesn't even make sense at all. You're right.
Now, Suge showed the picture and qualified it with the history behind it. You want to furnish?
Veganista is correct. It's actually hebephilia. So let me break this down really quick.
Break it down.
A pedophile is attracted to children from 0 to 10. Hebephile is attracted to children 11 to 14. And an ephebophile is attracted to children 15 to, the DSM says 15 to 19. So
that language is correct. Yeah. Hebephilia.
Great.
Yeah.
And it's eroding the community. You can see it. That Nature Boy scenario, again, he was on House of Consciousness. Why bring him to this platform? Why he hasn't been vetted, you don't know nothing about him. Now you have him up here, you're putting him before the people, you're parading him. And there used to be a formula we had to this in terms of before you got up here, you yourself should make sure you're at least qualified to be on any platform. And what I mean by that is no skeletons in your closet. You coming out on these public platforms and you making accusations and talking about people, but meanwhile your closet is filled with skeletons, filled with bones. So who are these people coming before us and these unsuspecting conscious community folks who no disrespect, some people might not know how to vet these people. Some people might not know the questions to ask. So they take them on face value and they turn out to be nothing but pure sexual monsters. Has to stop. Now, again, we're going to do another one on these, Queen. We'll come up with the topic, so forth, so on. But, this has to be eradicated.
I agree. I definitely agree. Man, this is crazy.
I'll take any questions before I get out. I am tired. Anybody want to ask anything about what they saying about me?
You want me to drop the link or?
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool too, of course. Yeah.
Ben, are you good with that?
Yeah, I'm cool. I'm cool.
Just out of
Salute to
respect,
you
I
too,
thought I would
Ben, man.
ask.
Nice.
I would want the same respect. Yeah.
Salute to you, Ben. Nice
there's
being
the
able to chop it up with you for the first time too, bro.
Oh yeah, for sure. I've been watching you. I say, yeah, I can't wait to talk to these brothers. For sure.
Yeah, they trying to tear my name up out here, man.
Yeah, that was horrible. All in defense of Polight.
Yeah.
All in defense of Michael Nowak. You know, I say he's not a brother and he's not Polight. So I gotta stop calling him Brother Polight, you know. Any questions
That's what
from
it's
the
really
chat?
for. Yeah. Anybody in the chat got a question? Or anybody want to come up, they definitely can.
Like, man, everybody know like the history of you know how my first son was conceived, you know, where we met at and everything. I was with one of my cousins too. He was driving that night. So it's like it's crazy, man. It's easy to shut it down and debunk it, you know. We are at the Q5.
Right.
Shut it down right there.
Right.
Like, you know, how you get in the club? You had to be lying about your age.
Right.
You know.
I'm sure she probably come.
I don't know. For the record again, for everybody, her birthday is January 10th. We was together after that. You know, my birthday is May. My son was born in September. So it wasn't no 19, 14 and all that. It was 18 and 15, and I'm still not comfortable with it. I was lied to. If I met a girl and she told me that was her age, I wouldn't have been talking to her at that age.
Right.
That's the facts of it. But
did she have a fake ID or?
I don't know. I don't even remember that. You know, I don't know any. I wouldn't even ask for it or nothing. But and I also know this at the time. You know, I wanted a son. I wanted a kid. Like at that time, you know, and that's how I feel God gave me a child, and I was still proud of mine, and I stood there with my responsibility. You know, met her mother and father throughout everything, and me and her was cool. You know, we cool to this day.
Why is everybody that's hitting there disappearing?
I wonder is they falling off.
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah, but they crazy, man. They want to make a nigga something bad, so bad, man. Like, hey,
but you know, it goes back to what you said earlier. You want to kick out the righteous, good people from the conscious community, the people that belong here, but you want to keep Polight here. You want to keep Michael Nowak in the community, and we know what's coming down the chute for him.
Right.
And normally I don't gloat about no jail for nobody except child molesters and child rapists, period. You need jail. Go to jail. You know, out here touching kids. You need jail.
Hey, and listen, another thing, since I started live streaming, I always said I had my first child at 19 and I'm 4 years older than my son's mother. I never said 3 years and 8 months. You know, I always said I was 4 years old. It's like it's never was nothing to hide. I just never discussed it.
I don't know what is going on, but like,
yeah, I see it.
You see that?
Yeah.
And I don't want people to think that like we're up to something or nothing. That's weird. What should I do? Okay, there we go. There. Okay. Please don't drop her.
Right.
Hi, Sister Noble.
Sister Noble, how you doing?
How y'all doing?
All is well.
What's up, y'all?
Wonderful.
I'm okay. Uncle Suge, I'm glad that you came on. I'm sorry, y'all. Okay, I'm sorry, y'all. I apologize. Uncle Suge, I'm glad that you came on the panel tonight to talk about, you know, what really happened, because Saneter called me yesterday, and I just happened to answer the phone, you know, when he called, and you know, he asked me, let me ask you a question. If a 19-year-old is with two 14-year-old girls, Is that considered molestation? And I answered the question. I said, yes, it is. I said that the legal age of consent in the state of Georgia is 16. Anything under that age is legally, a person cannot consent under the age of 16. That's what I told him. A person legally cannot consent below the age of consent, which is 16 in the state of Georgia. I did look up the age of consent in the state of Ohio, which is currently 16 years old. I do believe that the age of consent in the 1990s was 15 years old. Uncle Shook, do you agree with that?
I honestly don't know. I never looked up no age of consent laws and none of that. I go by my morals.
Okay.
I don't let the law dictate what I think somebody should sleep with somebody.
Yes.
So I don't know what the age of consent was. I was lied to. So,
yeah. I heard that. I heard that part. No,
and
so
another thing,
I'm not here to cast judgment.
No, but it's Saneter said too. Look how misleading he is, and this show how devilish he is, and this community still still supports him. Both of my children's mothers was born in 79. They're the same ages, but we met way different time zones. I met my second kid's mother, I think 11 years after my first one.
Okay.
My daughter was born in 2005. My son born in 94.
Okay.
So how I get two? This nigga, he know. Like I got 3 kids. Like this dude just lie on purpose, and he's not gonna come back and correct himself. He ain't gonna come back and apologize for misleading nobody, not playing the whole video. It's just how he do it though. So yeah, he lied to you on that part too.
Well, there was a longer phone conversation than what you guys heard. Okay, it was a longer conversation than what you guys heard, because also on that same call, I told him that when he asked me, you need to go and look at some of the videos that I have about Uncle Suge, blase. When he told me to do that, I said, I haven't had the time to watch a lot of people's videos. I told him that, which is true. I told him I got a lot of shit going on in my own life right now, and I haven't just had the time to just sit up and watch everybody's videos about certain things. I told him I don't know too much about you. And I also told him when he was telling me the story about you, I also told him, well, I heard something different. I heard that none of that happened. That's what I told him. But, y'all didn't hear that part of the phone call. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I just wanted to come on here and add on to the conversation. Okay. Because I don't want nobody thinking or assuming that Sister Noble is somewhere behind the scenes being messy. Okay. Right. You understand? I just so happened to answer the call when he called me yesterday morning. Saneter and I hadn't spoke in months, actually. Okay. But I answered the call when he called me yesterday, which I don't mind. I have nothing to be scared of. I have nothing to be scared of. I don't have anything to hide. Okay. So I answered the call when he called. So that's all, really. That's all I came up to say.
Listen, Sister Noble, all you got to do is stay true.
Mm-hmm.
Stay true blue. And we need the strong, conscious women to step up and support us with Queen Throne in eradicating sexually deviant behavior from our community, because that is the problem. When you get up here and you hear people like Apostle, my grandfather was 56 and my grandmother was 12, herein lies the problem. Herein lies the problem. We've been normalizing this behavior and accepting it into our culture. And look at what it's doing to our community. Look what it's doing to the people. Look how the kids are coming up. So how do we eradicate this? We need the women. The women can't be paralyzed when it comes to these type of topics and everybody's scared. Speak up. Tell the truth to shame the devil. We need strong Black women to do it.
Well, brother, you know, I'm a survivor of childhood molestation myself.
Sorry to hear.
So
Sorry to hear.
I've actually wrote about it, okay, in my book. I wrote about it in my book, okay. When I was an atheist, I wrote a book, okay.
Right.
I'm no longer an atheist, okay. But I talked about my experience of childhood molestation. At the age of 5, I was molested by 2 people at the age of 5. Okay, so I'm a proponent of child sexual trafficking against. I'm a proponent against child sexual trafficking, okay, and child slavery. I'm a proponent against. Okay, I just clarify that. You got some real assholes that would take everything you say and twist it around.
Fact.
Right. Yeah, take a video and edit it. You know, take a video and edit it, cut shit. You know what I mean? And try and make you look bad out here. So I just had to, yeah. Okay.
That's why when we edit, we don't. That's why when we edit, we don't like change people's words. You know.
Okay.
But the reason why I edit is because if I don't, Saneter is gonna flag me or whatever, and also time, consumptions or whatever. We don't need to sit there the whole live stream, and also, Saneter, talks about these edited clips and stuff, but I have audio that I haven't edited yet, where Saneter was talking about why he may take a portion of a live stream or whatever on somebody else or whatever, or whether good or bad, and just present that. So he can't,
Yeah, but
there are people that do it on a malicious thing. That has been done to me as well.
Malicious.
Yeah.
But I wrote about it in my book, Worldwide Pedophilia. I talked about it extensively in my book.
Take a look at it.
It's really a $1 billion industry at this point.
Yes.
$1 billion.
They just came out with that movie, Sound of Freedom.
Yeah, I went to see it. See it.
Very interesting.
That was a great movie.
And I'm telling people to go and look at that movie, Sound of Freedom, because we need more people that join this movement against child sex trafficking and child slavery. Okay, it's worse than I believe than it was in ancient times. Today is much worse than it was in ancient times. And it is imperative that we do speak out more against child sex trafficking and child slavery. People that want to normalize pedophilia, and you got a lot of people that wants to normalize pedophilia and that are actively promoting bills, to legalize right here in the United States of America.
That's a fact.
And I'm just like, I'm sitting up looking at a lot of people that I thought were against child sex slavery. Okay, I thought were against, and I'm just looking at these people sideways now because they're saying one thing out of their mouth, but their actions are speaking something very differently. Okay. Their actions are speaking something very differently. And I'm telling you now, as a survivor of childhood molestation, I cannot afford to be in a situation where I'm linked with certain people. Okay. I'm trying to say this in a way where people can understand.
It goes back to the old
rip the Band-Aid off.
Guilty by association.
I can't be linked with certain people at this point because I'm actually totally against assholes that prey on children. I'm just against all of them that prey upon children. And I don't give a damn if the girl is 18 years old. Which
I know Ben wants to go next. Can I just
let it go
for a second? Sister Nova, I do got a question for you.
I want
after
one
you
please.
after you heard how me and Neo X, and I'm glad that she is on the
There you go.
panel because before I had ended the show, I did take a little short piece of a live stream that she did recently yesterday, and I wanted to get her approval before I showed that because she, you know, it's on a public platform, but I wanted to get her approval first. But how do you feel about Saneter coming out and attacking me and Neo X for being, you know, allegedly fake victims of molestation? And then you're picking up a phone call by him.
Well, you know, I picked up this call because I'm not afraid of anybody. Okay, I'm not afraid of anybody. I figured he was calling me because I was on Queen's Throne. That's why I figured he was calling me, because I was a guest on Queen's Throne. And true enough, that's what he mentioned. He saw me on Queen's Throne with Shaka. And so go back and listen to the live stream.
Why is he so like trying to pull people back in and stuff like that?
Yeah, go back
but
and
also,
listen.
sister, with respect, you know, there's a lot of audio that I missed or whatever. And shout out to Neo X again because, child, but what would Saneter have possibly had to say to you that would have been interesting enough for you to pick up the phone after you see how everything is being laid out? I mean, we're not lying and slandering on him. These are his words.
Yeah, well, I mean, I just picked up the phone. I wasn't even, honestly, I just wanted to see what he was going to say. That's all. I picked up the phone because I wanted to see what he was going to say. I figured he was calling me because I was on Queen's Throne. I figured that much. I figured he was just calling me.
I'm not trying to attack you at all, sister. I'm just asking.
Next time he calls you,
I wanted to see what he was going to say. Okay, that's all.
Next time he call you.
Well, he
recorded her.
Yeah, that's what you got to do.
Right.
You know, I don't record phone calls.
I would never take a phone call. I would never take a phone call with him because of that right there, because he records phone calls. So he's called me a couple of times, and I just let out, man, get out of here. I'm not. You're not about to psych me out with this and have me listen to recorded line and botching up my words. We're not doing that.
Yeah. Well,
Ben
and honestly, I'm
Uncle Sugar. Hold on,
pleased
sister.
with the answer that I gave. You know, in the phone call, I'm pleased with the answer I gave. You know what I mean? So I'm.
Hold on, sister. Hold on.
I don't feel bad
Ben and
about
Uncle
that.
Suge, hold down the panel really quick. I gotta go handle something for my baby girl.
Yeah, for sure. Go ahead.
Right back.
What you said, Sister Noble?
Yeah, so I don't feel bad. I don't feel like I made a mistake by picking up the call. I don't feel like I made a mistake. I don't feel bad about what I said.
Yeah.
What I said. I still stand by what I said. But now I have a full picture because you presented that tonight in this live stream.
Yeah.
And what Saneter said is not what you presented as evidence tonight in this live stream. You understand? So now I get it. I understand.
Sister Noble, you see the picture I showed?
Yeah, I seen it. But
I
told Saneter, well, I heard something different. I heard that none of that happened. That's what I said. But that part wasn't played on his live stream. Okay. So, you know, I'm going to say, yeah. I mean, I picked up that call knowing that he was calling me about being on Queen's Throne. Okay. I did. And he said he saw me, you know, on the phone call. He said he saw me on Queen's Throne with Shaka. And he liked what I said. And blase. Let me ask you a question. If a 19-year-old was sleeping with two 14-year-olds, would you consider that molestation? I still stand by my answer. Yes, I still stand by that answer. Because in the state of Georgia, the age of consent is 16 years old. Anything under that age, that person cannot legally consent to sex. Anybody under the age of 16 in the state of Georgia cannot legally consent to sex, period.
So essentially, you corroborate how Suge feels, like when he said, I was lied to. Because had I known that girl was just 3 years younger than me, I still wouldn't have talked to her because mentally we grow like that. Some of us men, to where we hit a certain age. Say, yeah, I'm not looking for none of these young girls. You know.
So Saneter did not even bring up sugar until after I answered the question.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. He
But
didn't
now, see, now, but here's
until after.
Let me say,
he asking you that question because that's what he's saying about me.
But he didn't bring you up until after. I understand, Suge, what he was saying. I understand he was trying to say that about you, but he didn't bring it up you until after I answered that question. See, he didn't even mention you before he asked me that question. He mentioned your situation. Okay, now that we know that ain't what happened, obviously. Right. He mentioned your situation after I answered the question.
So now the hypocrisy here. Here's the hypocrisy here, Sister Noble. Watch this, right? Now you look at this effort and initiative that he makes into inquiring about anybody's past, anybody's current situation, whatever the case may be. But now here we have a live prosecution taking place with a so-called prominent person in this conscious community. And has he ever picked up the phone to even ask you to say, hey, what do you think about this?
No.
To Saneter. Did Saneter ever call? Yeah, right. My whole point. So, you know, this is the hypocrisy of this house of consciousness and this toughest environment to be in. It's not the toughest environment. It's actually the weakest environment. It's the weakest environment to be in because you're enabling pedophiles.
Beepiest environment to be in.
Hey, I mean, real quick, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Neil.
And just real quick, I don't mean to interrupt.
I still haven't answered the question that Queen's Throne asked me earlier. I still want to answer that question.
Okay, hold on. We're gonna hear from Neo because I don't know if she's got something else to do.
Yeah, I don't know if y'all hear all that noise. Y'all know I stay driving and moving, so I might go in and out. But I just want to ask Sister Nova a question real quick. Sis, did you even know that you was being recorded when he called you?
Actually, I realized I was being recorded when he asked me the first question. When he said, well, Sister Noble, let me ask you a question. I realized I was being recorded then.
Mm-hmm. No, but did he tell you?
I realized it then when he said, let me ask you this question, Sister Noble. You know,
no, they asked you, did you know?
I realized I was being recorded then.
But did he tell you he was recording you? Did he get your permission?
He did not get my permission to record
me. He's doing a sneaky record.
You're being recorded. He did
not.
The
reason why I asked you that, sister, because Saneter is notorious for calling you at random times. Like he likes to call me for some reason 2:30 in the morning, and he does just call me and ask me questions and hang up. So I was just wondering, even though I don't give a damn about any recording he got, because everybody know how Neil X roll. If I said it on the phone, I probably already said the shit on my platform. So I was just curious. I felt like he was being a little sneaky and snakish. I was like, I don't even think that lady knows she was even being recorded. But
actually, I did. I knew I was being recorded when he asked me the question about.
Yeah, why not just hang up on him though?
If a 19-year-old was sleeping with two 14-year-olds, I knew then I was being recorded.
All right, so let me go ahead and address some real quick. Uncle Shug. All right, so I did a video right after Saneter's show. Now, I don't know if anybody's seen the live, but if anybody was paying attention. Saneter looked down at his phone and he looked at a message. That was me texting him. As soon as I texted him what I texted him, he ended that live like 2, maybe 3 minutes later. As soon as he ended his live, he tried to call me. Of course, I didn't answer the phone because I was like, I ain't got shit else to say to him. Like, he just went too far with saying that I'm lying about being raped. But I did do a live, Uncle Sheldon. I don't know if you've seen it or not. And I said in the live, because I couldn't cape for you, defend you, or, accuse you because I kept stating over and over that I don't even know who you are. I just started paying attention to you, right? From being on, Chris had sent me to your channel, and then I seen you pop up on Queen Throne. But I just want to make sure it was clarified what I said about you on my show, because for some reason, people like to run back and say things that I didn't say, even though I'm very clear on what I'm saying. I clearly said that I don't know how old you were. I know that they played a clip, and that in that clip that it sounded like if it was a crime being committed, that it was statutory rape. But I want you to know the only reason why I said it sounded like it was statutory rape because different states have different laws of age of consent. Like I think Florida is 16. Certain states is 15. You feel me? I don't want you to think that I was calling you a rapist on my live. That's not what I was saying. I said based off the way he played the clip.
Right.
That's what if he wants to accuse you of anything, that's the only thing. But I also stated that you are a teenager. I don't care if the law says you're a man at 18. 19 is still a teenager, right? So at the end of the day, I felt like if you did something illegal, the family would have prosecuted you. Whatever hospital you was in, if a 14-year-old or a 13-year-old showed up pregnant at their hospital, they're gonna be doing investigation and asking questions. So I just wanted to make sure it was clear that I don't want you to think I called you a rapist, and I did. I was saying the way that Saneter was trying to put it in the clip. That's what he was trying to. He kept calling it child molestation, and I said that's not child molestation. It sounds like statutory rape. But again, I don't know how old that man was. He could have been 18. It's funny that you did a live and just said that you was technically 18 and the baby was born.
Mm-hmm. Right. The baby, and I'm like, that's what I'm saying. Like everybody's response is to his narrative, not to the video. I've already talked about this multiple times. Like this shit be crazy. Like the conversation is around his lies. You know,
yeah, one of my supporters did come on my channel and clear it up and said she heard you say this story already. She said you said you were 18.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and my birthday May 21st. My hers January 10th, and my son is in September 1st.
Mm-hmm. And what's crazy, this the sick part of the whole situation. Just like I told Saneter, you know, like I know, the only reason why you trying to find something on this man is because he been riding your ass for years. Mm-hmm. But I never seen you like really try to investigate and find out who the type of guests you bring on. Like you vetting these people. Then when you find out about these people, you still expose us to these people and introduce us to these people. Mm-hmm. You feel what I'm saying? So don't try to want me to jump out a window and give you a cookie because you think you caught a predator. But your predators are all over your fucking platform. And then I think this nigga a predator. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. For a grown ass man to say that he thinks that two women are lying about being raped because he found a clip of a man saying that he had his first baby when he was 19. And that he fought, like, that's the reasoning why he said the reason why men Queen Throne is apparently lying is because what you said you did and what happened with your kids and your baby mama.
Right. And that's
that nigga coked out, bro. Like that's like he's saying he on that shit, bro. For real.
It show how sick he is that he want to lie on somebody like me, take away something what happened to y'all. What do he get out of that? I don't believe y'all. What does he get? It's just trying to poke and strike at y'all. It is so sick, man. And he got a room of people that sit there and listen to that shit, man. It's fucking sick.
He got two hoes that I call his cleanup women. They said the same thing. I think he got it from them. Cause they tried to say because of my appearance, that means I didn't get raped because I dress like a guy. So that means I didn't get raped at 4 years old. And then this the fucked up shit because they said I won't tell them who raped me. I'm protecting the rapist, even though the only reason why the dude who raped me ain't in prison is because the statute of limitations are up.
Right. And actually, that's the part of the clip that I was gonna play, Neo, because I liked how you just went in on his ass, and then I liked how, he just contradicted himself, and then also stated that he doesn't believe us that we were molested. I was molested at 4, starting. Nobody in my family molested me or nothing. So I mean, it's just. And then this is out here. I mean, that's kind of concerning.
Yeah,
to me.
I want to address that.
No, but hold on. It's kind of concerning to
that
me.
Nigga so coked out, he was merging two stories together. Because who said they was 4? Because the only time I age that I can say where he get 3 from is because his sick ass keep fantasizing about what he think she seen Shaka do with his daughter. He's still stuck on that, little sick bastard. That's why you keep saying 3. Ain't nobody say I was raped at 3. Queen ain't say she was raped at 3. It was always clear that we both said we was 4 years old. But reason why you see how he mashing the stories together, I noticed when he was telling the story, he was supposed to be speaking on you, Queen Throne, but he told my story. You feel me?
And that's slander right there. Do you mind if I play that clip really quick? It's only 10 minutes.
Oh, you can play it. You can play it, sis. You know, I don't never mind.
I'm gonna I'm gonna play it. Hold on, let me.
And then right after that, Queen's Throne, I want to address real talk in the chat room. It might be my stalker, Black.
I mean, you always gonna have somebody that's not your stalker. I know who real talk is.
Okay.
Anyway, if everybody can mute really quick, this is only 10 minutes.
Yeah.
But I thought what Neo said in this was powerful. I don't care like who got beef with who or whatever. We are fighting predators, okay?
Yes.
And also the fact that he's attacking two victims, survivors, I would like to say.
But hold on, before you play that clip, let me say this. Let's just talk about how brave y'all are. The bravery that it takes to come out and admit to something like that and to let the people know, you know.
Thank you.
Yeah, pure bravery.
We appreciate that. All right, we're gonna play this for 10 minutes and then we can weigh in on it.
Neil Love and Funky Throne, I don't believe them no more. I don't.
There's a slight echo. It was just in the video.
All right, so he won't say Neo X because he keep thinking about that lawsuit shit. So he not saying Neo X. I at first when he first said it, I was like, who the fuck is Neo Love? Like I'm thinking it's a new fucking person. I'm sitting there looking at the phone. Who's Neo Love? You know what I'm saying? So Neo Love is me, y'all. Neo Love, however the fuck you keep saying. Neo Love is me. And the audience went back and put in the chat that who he was talking about. So even his audience knew who he was talking about. So I just want you to know this. He talking about, and then when he say Funky Throne, he talking about Queen Throne.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
So,
but we know who
so,
Funky ain't Queen Throne.
Queen's Throne, who is this real talk?
Noble, just wait. Damn, like come on. I'm trying to get something done. If you got personal beef with somebody, then you can handle that somewhere else. Real talk ain't got nothing to do with what we're talking about right now. Please stay on topic.
Okay, well, I
just
stopped down.
It ain't the queen who got the reputation for being a little funky, but we're gonna keep that comment to ourselves. Yeah. We know one of your family members told us who the funky one really is. But let me keep on going.
Neil Love, and Funky Throne, I don't believe them no more. I don't believe that they was ever molested. And the reason I don't, and Funky Throne is an enabler. She protects child predators. How can you say that, Saneter? Where's your proof at? She said it out of her own mouth. She said that she don't want to tell who molested her because she don't want to stir up nothing in her family. She said that. So if she don't want to tell who molested her, then guess what? She's protecting the nigga so that he can continue on to molest other people. Do y'all agree with me? She's a grown woman today.
Hey, Saneter, let me tell you something. Just like I told your dumb ass scramble mind bitches, they're like I told them hoes, I'm not scared of anything human. You're a fucking drug head, chauvinistic, misogynistic, wannabe pimp, like nigga on the internet. Like, bro, you can't break me. You ain't got shit that I envy. You think so bad that I want to be famous so bad. You think that's what I want, even to the point that when I called you out and said, I hope my face is one of the last face you see while you dying, you offer me a fucking a spot on your show. That's all you can offer me. But I don't need your show. I told you I never gave a fuck about popularity. I keep telling you that. Everybody ain't jealous of you because if I wanted to be famous, be a clout chaser, I'd just kiss your ass like everybody else. But let me play this back. I just seen that shit. Ain't nobody fucking scared of him. Listen, see how sick he is? He's still high. So, but let me back this shit up again. You could better get off that coke because you remember I told you the man that raped me, he claimed that's what he was high. He was on some drugs. He was high as hell. He wasn't thinking right. That was his excuse, right? That's what he told me. So you might want to get off them drugs because you don't want to get high as hell and then go around and start, doing some shit. And then you admitted yourself that you done tasted a little sugar back in the day. I think you still on the shit. You better stop because I heard that booger sugar made men rape children. according to my rapist. So let me play this again because I want to get to the part why he tried to explain, because I think he keep missing. I don't know Queen Throne testimony. I never heard it. I just heard her say that she was abused at 4. So I don't know if he's confusing both of our stories and mashing them together. But I wanted to back it up again where he says that I won't tell on the person who raped me. And I'm going to explain to you, and I already explained why. It's already been said why. But let me back it up so y'all can hear it again.
You. Neil Love, and Funky Throne, I don't believe them no more. I don't believe that they was ever molested. And the reason I don't, and Funky Throne is an enabler. She protects child predators. How can you say that, Saneter? Where's your proof at? She said it out of her own mouth.
Now, he talking about Queen Throne, but he gonna jump to my story. Now, he's saying he finna prove that Queen Throne protects predators, even though I'm gonna disagree with you on that, because if she said out her mouth, she never seen that video before. So how she protecting something that she didn't even know it fucking existed? Just like how I supported your show before I heard rumors about you. Just like I was willing to interview Mighty Hebrew, and so I found out his charges. So now he's talking about Queen Throne, but he's finna jump into my story.
She said that she don't want to tell who molested her because she don't want to stir up nothing in her family. She said that. So if she don't want to tell who molested her, then guess what? She's protecting the nigga so that he can continue on to molest other people. Do y'all agree with me? She's a grown woman today, and she's protecting the motherfucker who molested her at the age of 3. You mean to tell me somebody molested you when you were 3 years old? And as your mother changing your diaper, she don't see no blood. She don't see nothing wrong with your JJ. I'm not buying it. Y'all can go ahead and buy it. I'm not buying it. I'm not going along with that shit. I'm using this right here. Y'all some just sick motherfucking bitches. Simple as that. You want to lie on everything. You're just some sick ass bitches, and you come up in here and you want to lie. Because number one, if you really was molested, this shit wouldn't be no goddamn game for you. This wouldn't be no damn joke. You wouldn't be up in here just blaming every fucking body that was molested. Oh yeah, he molested me. Where's your mother? Where's your proof at? Where's the proof that Saneter did this? You just gonna go by hearsay and run with it? Right, because y'all niggas are running a smear campaign. An anti-campaign against Brother Saneter, all because you're jealous and envious.
Now, here we go. First of all, I done told this story 1,000 fucking times.
You was 4 years old.
I said, number one, it happened when I was 4, right? I told the story about how a man tried to sexually assault me at 16. And this person was a family member. Yeah, at the church. He was a deacon or bishop or something. One of them, I don't have I can't remember exactly, but he had a position in the church. I told y'all that my mom prosecuted that man. I opened my mouth. I finally opened my fucking mouth and said, look, such and such tried to do this. Dude was prosecuted. He went to jail. Then I turned around and told my mom, because now I'm confident, okay, well, shit, I might as well tell him what happened to me at Foden, because I've been living with this shit for so long. My mom knows who raped me, dumbass. People in my family, certain family members know who did it. The reason why I won't say it publicly, stupid ass, because you asked me why I won't tell y'all, I told the people that matter. They know who did it. But the reason why I won't tell y'all, stupid ass, just like I said on the show, Cokehead, is because I can't prosecute. Because the statute of limitation. Hold on. Yeah, you say it again. Go ahead and finish it.
The statute of limitation is already up.
And then I clarify another reason why I won't tell. Sugar Booger Sugar. Because that's your name. I'm going to start calling you 50 Finger Booger Sugar. Mr. Booger Sugar. Then I said another reason why I won't tell anybody, because it's going to divide the family because of who he is. So that's hint that it's somebody close to me, right? If it's gonna divide my fucking family. Cause you want to know how I know it's gonna divide my family? Cause when the nigga who went to jail for this, who tried to at me at 16, the attempter, the one who tried to, it divided the family. A lot of people was mad at my mama for prosecuting him. So that's another it's no reason for me to go around and say his fucking name if I can't even get justice. And then it's gonna be my word against his, and then I gotta deal with family choosing to believe me or not, making a decision if they're gonna re-victimize me or not. So it's better that I just don't say nothing. I told some niggas on the internet and y'all don't even fucking believe me because you mad about another nigga holding you accountable about you had some inappropriate relations with a apparently a minor named Nicki at the time. So I clearly said why I never said anything. Like to y'all, why I haven't told y'all the name. But my family members, the people in my circle, they all know I said the name. I told them because they was trying to see if we could prosecute him and we can't. Statute of limitation is up. So why would I put myself through that mental strain? I already was raped. Why would I put myself through the mental strain? So I tell my story, not for no clout, just like Dosnail's stupid ass said, even though I done told this story numerous times ever since I've been on social media. I literally tell this story because I know women need to hear it so they can know me too. I've been through this too. And for awareness, Saneter, because the shit happens too often. But the reason why you don't believe me, because you're a fucking predator, bro. I believe it now. I believe it. I'm convinced. Just like you were unconvinced that I was raped when you was convinced that it did happen to me because you was just on my platform. What, Abstract? A week, 2 weeks ago? Apologizing, saying, I'm sorry that happened to you, sis.
So there's that. And I'm wondering if Noble's in the chat because again, there's no reason for her to have any type of communication with that nigga. Neo, do you want to weigh in or anything like that? But I just want to say really quick, the people that molested me, they got they just dues. Period. I'm not hiding my molestation or nothing. And also, a child can be molested without being penetrated. You fucking dumb ass nigga, Saneter. And what you did here is slander me and Neo, and all these lawsuits you're talking about, bitch, we got you right there. But I got other videos where you furthermore slandered me or other people. So try that shit.
I want to know what is the clout that a woman would get and telling a lie about something like that.
Well, that's what
embarrassing it is to come out.
That was that shit dumbass Dulcinea stupid ass said. Her stupid ass. She the one who first started saying the shit. Because she said, I don't act like a victim that's been raped because I don't act like her perfect friend who's so nice and who wind up being college educated. Bitch, I'm also college educated too. I just decided to drive trucks because a bitch make money doing that. You feel me? But I'm just saying, she get that from, like, I'm telling you, like, it's sick. And then Sister Freedom tried to say, because I wear men clothes, they try to push this narrative that I hate men and I actually don't. But you know, they try to say, okay, now she wearing men clothes, so that means she wasn't raped. Like, they say the dumbest shit. But I just wanted to clear up something else with the whole Saneter situation. Like, the shit is twisted because Box Boy, for those who know who it is, Box Boy made a whole video disrespecting me, saying that it was my mama's fault why I got raped because she was on crack and high and wasn't watching me, even though my mom was in prison. I made it clear where my mama was. But even though he made a whole video talking about my rape, saying that I'm lying, the reason why I do not give these niggas details of what happened to me at 4, because I understand that some of them are predators. I ain't finna give them no more sexual gratification. They gonna get off. If I try to describe, I'm just saying, but for me to even like for this nigga not even understand, why would I tell you the details of the fucking rape? How do you know blood wasn't found on me? How you know somebody wasn't, I didn't tell you none of that shit.
But they want the details about it, sis, because they're gonna throw it in our fucking face. Do you know that Clyde Diva made fun of me being molested at 4 years old? This bitch ran around like it was my dad or my uncle. Nobody in my family molested me. So off of that, and then the next time that it happened, I was desensitized to it. But this shit right here, girl, like I just cannot. And motherfuckers still entertaining this nigga, and you're a survivor. Like I'm sorry. Like
Well,
I just
I
cannot.
answered the call. So if that comment is directed
your mic
toward
is
me,
way
then let
too
me
loud.
respond to that comment. Yes, I answered.
I mean, I said what I said. I don't hide
answered the
anything
fucking
that I
call.
said. I
Yes,
said it on a
I
live
took the
stream.
call, and guess what? I don't fucking regret it. I don't fucking regret taking that.
Why don't you go talk to him some more?
And let
No,
me tell you,
Mr.
no,
Noble.
don't worry. Don't tell me what to do. I'm not gonna go over there. And
You
talk
don't
to
run
him.
shit over here. You sitting over here talking about how in the fuck you ride with survivors and shit, but you're entertaining a fuck nigga that you already know is not worth shit. Girl, save that shit. You keep running back to this nigga like he finna fucking do something for you. He's not.
Yeah, let me say this, Queen, and this is something that we have to get through our head, right? Watch this. Jeffrey Dahmer, Charles Manson, Ted Bundy, they all had fan clubs. They had people that came to see them in jail, people that wrote them letters, people that just insisted these men was just innocent. They didn't find 100 bodies under John Wayne Gacy's house, and I want to marry him. We got some sick fucking people in our community.
Sick as hell.
Sick to where this is going on, and I'm gonna keep playing with it. I'm gonna keep playing back and forth. And this is why I really came on tonight, because the nerve of Frank Gary to sit up there and talk about somebody scared of him and you bitch this and this. The next time we have this panel, Frankie, pull up, Frankie. Me and Sugar here, pull up.
Yeah, let me drop.
Pull up, man to man, Frankie.
We already know he's watching, so why don't he just hit the link?
Yeah, pull up.
Talking all this shit, like pull up.
I'm not going back in the bottle. Next time you call me for something, Queen, I'll be right there again. We not letting it ride. I'm out the bottle now. You bitch ass nigga. Yeah, pull. Listen. We ain't gonna be like I said. I ain't gonna try to deviate from the great bill we had earlier. The mission here is to get somebody. Emmanuel Briggs in the chat said, "Yo, Ben, we need strong men as well." He's 100% right. It's not just the strong women. We need the strong men to step up, because that's really the problem. Is you weak ass men sitting out here constantly playing on the house of coonery with all of this nonsense y'all doing, and the goddamn community is falling into the pits of hell.
Exactly. Yep.
While the black man is sitting back trying to demonize the woman and blame the women for everything. But the black man takes accountability for his responsibilities.
It's just sick. I'm sorry, I mean to flip out on her ass, but like,
nah, you didn't flip.
It's repetitive.
Yeah,
like she's done this before, and as soon as he gets to talking about her ass, then she gonna be up here crying. But when she's sitting up here, I don't even really know Neo X like that. You see what I'm saying? But I watched as much as I could of the video before the live stream, and I was just like, what the fuck? And I'm glad that she did that video, because I didn't watch the whole Nicki Chanel shit. I seen that it was bullshit, kind of sped past it or whatever. I missed that, but I got the video.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just disrespectful. And motherfuckers just only care when it's them. How are you fighting for, making awareness of pedophilia, and you're a survivor and all this and that, but you're just running around with the snake ass nigga?
Makes no sense.
I just cannot. Like, yeah, we need to hold men accountable in the community as well as women,
right?
Especially if they're a survivor. Me and Neo are being told that we're not doing enough. Now, I don't know Neo's like whole content or whatever, but over here, we stand on this shit. This shit ain't a joke, a game. I ain't for play with this shit or
right.
nothing. Like that, I just cannot.
Hey, Queen Throne, Dulcinea, Sister Freedom, and Saneter all owe me $1,000 because I won a bet. Because when I was on his show, confronting him why he keep telling people that I'm calling him a pedophile when I would never said that shit. They said I was fake. I would never advocated. I never did. I just started doing this when I started talking to my aunt forever, right? I literally played a video of me 7 years ago giving women advice of how to look for your children being abused and how to teach your kids how to communicate with you to let them know what's a good touch and bad touch. I proved that I've been advocating longer before I even knew Saneter was walking this ground and I'm pissing on the ground on this earth. You feel me? So and then I showed them a certificate that I'm involved in a group called Truckers Against Trafficking because I'm a truck driver.
Mm-hmm.
So we even help that. There's little codes and signals and shit that they teach us that help a person when we clearly see that something is not right. And just like old girl said, I said this shit before. Sex trafficking is $1 billion industry. They don't release that. They don't. So it happens more often. I'm a truck driver, and I'm telling y'all, some of them truck drivers be fucking them damn girls.
Yeah.
And they don't be caring how old they are.
At all.
So, but it's just sick. That's why I said, like, I can't, like I said, when they asked me about, true story, when Saneter asked me to name one person that's banging on him that is a true advocate, I said Queen Throne without no hesitation, no thought about it. I knew right off top that lady been genuine. I said, I've watched her for over a year, bro. She been consistent. It ain't just you. She got smoke for anybody. She just happened to know you personally because she dealt with you. And I'm telling you the reason why I'm opening my mouth because I ain't know this shit about you before I started affiliating myself with you. I would have never clicked your link if you had allegations of porn, being a pedophile, and all those people coming in and out of your shit that's accused of rape and scamming. I found all this shit out just a few months ago.
Yeah.
That's a fact.
So I'm telling y'all, I'm side. When I say I'm side-eyeing, I'm side-eyeing a lot of people who've been watching years. Not the one I know why shit for anything, but the ones that support them cat.
You're breaking up, sister. You're breaking up. You might be in an area where it's bad.
Guest spot.
Reception. Yeah. Yeah, we can't hear you at all.
You got a bad reception, Neo.
Anybody else that hasn't spoke yet want to talk? Beverly, you've been up here for a minute, and then we'll go to V Bennett.
Yeah,
I don't remember the order that everybody came.
but
But
anyway, first of all, I want to say, you know what? I've been following Queen's Throne for over a year now. Sometimes I don't say much, but I learned a lot by listening to you guys, all of you. And this is something I've been telling people long. We don't have any real, and I'm not talking about you guys that are up here. The Black community doesn't have real men anymore. I don't know what kind of men we got in the Black community.
Take the B out of Black, and that's what we have.
Okay.
The Black man.
All right, lacking. The Black community is really lacking. We have so much more to deal with than, listen to Kemet the over and over, excuse my expression, bullshit that goes on in the house of the HOK. I grew up in that area. They all the same. Most of them, they got them records. Nothing wrong with being an ex-criminal because people make mistakes. I don't knock people.
Right.
But those people keep the same nonsense over and over again. And I don't remember, somebody just said that you don't have to be penetrated to be molested. I was molested at a older age than the two ladies here. The ladies here, but I was not penetrated by a 14-year-old.
Sorry to
I
hear
was
that.
like 8 or 9, but it didn't affect me. But I learned too by listening to these conversations that because my mom was raped or something, I really don't know because she was going to tell me the whole story, but she got sick and then she died. So I never really found it out. But I do know that she was very overly protective. Like things, I couldn't really do things like as a young girl. And she would always tell me, it's not you I don't trust, it's the people out there. But as I got older, I understand. But what I came up here for was, it shouldn't the goal be to get Saneter off? Is that the goal? I'm just curious. Why is YouTube allowing him to say these things that he says? Because I notice when you report certain things with YouTube, certain people don't get taken off. It looks to me like when Black people do something, the dumber they get, the stupider they talk, the nastier they talk, they allow it to stay.
Facts.
Certain things, like some things with Queen's Throne, and not, and other things that when people are telling the truth, they don't take them off. I mean, they take them off, but the nonsense that's going on, they keep on. You would think that the way he talks about pedophilia, how Polight scammed, and I know people reported it. So shouldn't it be a thing where we all get together and get Saneter off of the chair? Because what good is he to the Black community?
None. Listen, I watched it for 20 years, sister, and like I said, I know in my eyes seeing they did not deceive me. You know, being right there in Harlem.
Hey,
no growth.
Hey, sister, I'm finna say this. This, a lot of people don't know this, and I've shared this, and I even shared this with Saneter, and I warned him about it. That's how he removed that strike that he called himself trying to put against me. There is a way to get Saneter off fucking YouTube. There's this thing in YouTube where you can submit a petition to get someone's page under review. And if YouTube deem that they need to go look at someone's page, they assign one person to watch all his videos and all his content. And if that person deems that the shit is inappropriate, they will take him off. That's how Tommy Sotomayor, whatever his name.
Sotomayor.
That's how him. That's why how he lost his page. That's how Cynthia G lost her page before. That's how fucking Young Pharaoh lost his page. They once YouTube assign, because that's somebody they have to pay. Once they sign someone to put you under review and they're reviewing all your footage, and if they find this stuff that's against the community guideline, they'll take your shit down. So, but with Saneter, what's gonna get him in trouble? Like I tried to warn him, number one, about the gay shit. I tried to tell him, like, it's a protected group. You can hate me. I know you was trying to throw shots at me and hurt me, but you was hurting the people that watch your channel. Because I keep telling him he pissed off a bigger person than me who was supporting his show, and they are pissed about them gay comments. That, like, shit like that, anti-Semitic. He always letting the Hebrews come up there talking shit about the white Jewish people. So there's a lot of shit that Saneter does on his show that ain't got nothing to do with us that can get him removed. It's that nobody officially must have submitted that review request. Because it's right there a lot. That's why I said they don't even read the YouTube clause. That's why I keep saying when Nepal keeps striking y'all, Saneter keeps striking y'all, all y'all got to do is remind YouTube that they have a policy that says they have zero tolerance for anybody who misuses the strike system. If they get caught doing it, their page can also be removed.
But
so somebody just have to submit it.
But does it get banned?
Yeah, like I said, with that person, it's up to the person who they assign to review. Because that's how, like I said, Young Pharaoh lost all them big YouTubers. That's how they all lost their page. Because their page went under review, and whoever they assigned said they took the content away from them. Cynthia G had to start over before. That Tommy dude, it's a few pages that had. That's why a lot of them have backup pages. That's why Saneter got backup pages.
But what I'm talking about is getting rid of him for good. Like no backup.
Only God can get rid of him for good. I can't.
No, I ain't talking about. Wait. I ain't talking about him dying now.
Well,
I ain't into all of that.
I ain't
talking about getting him off of YouTube for good.
I don't know if they do it like that, but you can damn sure get that page taken down.
Yeah, because he depends on that for his. That's how you can hit him when you'll hit him in the pocketbook, because that's his big page. That's why he's putting all this nonsense out there. I tried to watch him, but it's the same Kemet. How long can you talk about Kemet? It's never nothing about the community, the things that's going on. Never.
Well, one strike and he loses his monetization. So, hey, I'm not trying to fuck with nobody's pockets or whatever, but when you got a nigga out here that it has a large platform and he's slandering people the way that he is,
Exactly.
He don't need to get a dime off this shit.
He don't. He don't. That's what I'm talking about too. At least that let him take his monetization away, because he lives off of that. And it's always a scam. It's always a scam. He brought Polight in. I saw Polight. I didn't like him from the first time I heard him talk. Never listened to him again. He is just something was about him. He just creeped me out. So I just didn't watch him again. And then Saneter goes on these stupid rants that he goes on sometime, and then he starts calling people bitches and all that other stuff.
Let me address this person right here. It's crazy talk because he's not talking about you. When he gets to slandering you, Kevin, Saneter, or somebody in the HOE, the House of Enablers, then it won't be crazy.
Yeah, and that's another thing. The people that he has on his panel, there was an older guy. He had sort of mixed gray hair, and he said a girl, 14 years old, she was ready. Something about the young girl with Polight. I can't remember exactly what it is, but what he said. But that really got me. Why would you have that type of person up there? No 14-year-old asked to be raped. Because somebody told me, and that's in our communities, that's a lot of what the men think. Because I have one of my granddaughters, one of my twin granddaughters. She likes to model. She wears these clothes. Some of them I like, some of them I don't. But hey, so she's trying to model, and someone told me, "Oh, your granddaughter is asking to be raped." Nobody asks to be raped, but that's the mentality that's in the Black community with some of our men. And it's sad. It's sad. It's really sad. But and I want to say, I learned a lot from all of you guys. I really do. In Queen's Throne, I really learned a lot from her. I started out really getting involved with her when I saw Marquise Lloyd. And then she started doing pedophilia and stuff like that. So child abuse. So I really was, really turned into it, because true crime is my thing. I like that because I went to school. Excuse me. I went to school for criminal justice for a while, and I like it. But that's all. I was just wondering how you can get Sanet. How we could end all of this. I don't know if you can hear me or not, but
yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay.
I appreciate you.
Yeah,
and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah, because you, Michi X, all of them, I listen to them, and all of y'all standing up against this pedophilia, sex trafficking, because sex trafficking by me, because like I told you before, Queen, I live like 20 minutes away from New York, 30 minutes, and there's a bus stop, and it takes you straight into Port Authority in New York on 42nd Street, and my young granddaughter at 15, is this now? I say this is grooming, but you might not think it's grooming. This older man walked up to her and said, "Oh, you're pretty. You would make pretty babies." But I wasn't in town. I wasn't living here then. I lived in Georgia for a while. And I was so upset when I heard that. But to me, that was grooming. So, so we didn't allow her to take the bus or nothing anymore because of that. Because they take the girls across the bridge. They take them into New York. Sometimes they come back home. Sometimes they don't. But it's crazy out there. It's really crazy. And not enough people in the Black community stand up for it. We don't have no men no more. So that's all. And I'm going to say,
appreciate you, Beverly.
Huh?
I said I appreciate you.
Yeah, I appreciate what you're doing too. Because it opened my eyes to a lot of things. It opened my eyes like with the thing I grew up with. I wasn't abused. I'm not saying I was abused. It's just like a lot of things I think now that I listen to you and the other survivors talk about it, I understand what my mother went through. But see, my mother was born in 1910. So, it was like my grandmother, she couldn't tell nobody. And she waited until I was like 18 before she told me. Started telling me and stuff like that. But now it's more in the open, and I'm so glad it's in the open because all of my girls know him. Well, I have a son, but all of my granddaughters, my 4 granddaughters, they all know. The youngest one even know. You can come and tell. If you can't tell your mother, you can't tell your father. You can come and tell me if anybody do anything to you. So it's getting there. But the thing is, you have to get the pedophiles out of the community. And that's always been a problem in the Black community. We have too many what goes on in the family stays in the family type of mentality.
Yeah, we can't do that no more. It's
It's terrible. That's how I grew up, but nothing ever happened to me or my sister. That's one thing. Nothing really ever happened to us. Like I said, I was never penetrated, but I was molested by the 14-year-old. I think my grandmother was still living, so I had to be between 5 and 9 when it happened. But
sorry to hear
that's it. Well, anyway, I enjoyed tonight. I'm gonna still be listening, but I got some things to do around the house. It's almost 3:00 in the morning, but I got some things to do. And yeah, everybody have a good night. I'm gonna say good night to everybody, but I really enjoyed the conversation, and I'll be tuning in. You know how I do. And what's the one, Neo X, the lady that was just talking, the truck driver? I want to. What's her channel? Because
I'll get it for you. I'll put it in the chat.
And the gentleman, is it B?
Ben, yeah, I just sent him a text for his link, and
Sugar Man. I see.
Yeah, I'll drop.
I didn't know that was Uncle Suge. I didn't know. I heard of Uncle Suge, but all of you that the stand-up people I subscribe to, because I don't have time for the nonsense. It's too many other things we could be talking about besides the stupidness and accusing people not being raped. Ain't nobody going around saying that they was raped when they wasn't. I mean, let's be real. All right. Good night. Well, good morning, good night, depending on where you are. I'm gonna leave that to chat.
Hey, can I just say something to the sister real quick before she walk away? Since I released a statistic on my show that they say the average age of a woman who finally opens up and admit that she was sexually assaulted is at the age of 40.
That's a
fact. Know what I'm saying? Yeah. So any women out there who's watching this, even if your family hushed you into silence, and because trust me, my family don't like that I talk about this shit, but it ain't happening to them. So the ones who got a problem, like I told them, they kiss my ass. It ain't happening to you. This is how I said I was going to help myself heal and other women heal. So don't be ashamed. You didn't do anything wrong. And when you ready to tell your story and keep your head up high when you tell your fucking story. But the average age, it's not. I don't know why a lot of these guys think it's just easy just to come out and say the shit. But they say the average age for a woman to finally admit it and come out and tell what happened to her is 40.
My mother told me 58. She was 50 when she told me, So, she was 50. She was 58, and my grandmother didn't believe it because when my grandmother told my mother not to tell the kid's mother what he did. And my mother, she wasn't feeling good. She got up out of her bed. She went over there and told him never. And you know what? And people say that the parents don't watch the children. That's a lie. It could happen anywhere because I was in our yard, our backyard. We had a cherry tree, and my grandmother we had 2. And they used to let him come in and pick the cherries. He came in saying he wanted to pick some cherries for his mother to make a pie for him. And he grabbed me. He unzipped his pants. He kept trying to pull my pants off because I wore pants all the time. And he tried to, and he did get it down. He slid his penis under, the side of your panties. You know how that go. And he just rubbed me, and I was irritated, but he never penetrated me. So, that's why I know to be molested, you don't have to be penetrated to be assaulted in there. But anyway, I'm going to go off now because I need to do what I got to finish doing what I got to do.
Thank you, Beverly. I appreciate you.
You too. Everybody have a good evening, good morning, whatever. in there. And I want to. What's the guy with the B? What is his name?
I'm waiting for him to send me a link.
But what is his name?
Oh, that's Ben Diesel.
Ben Diesel. I've heard that name before too. Never saw him. And like I said, Sugar Man is Uncle Suge, correct?
Yes.
That's
So,
him. Okay.
yeah. One of his links is in the chat, but he has Uncle Suge still and a couple of other channels as well, right, bro?
Well, I'll subscribe to all of them then.
Thank you.
Okay. Everybody, goodbye now.
Have a good night.
Let's hear from V Bennett. I don't know which.
Hey, what's up, Queen? Yeah, I felt. You know what? It's the time difference over here. So your program started at like 4 a.m. over here, right? So I tried to wait, and by that time I was like, boom, right? But I'm glad to catch y'all on the back end of this. Suge, I want to say what's up, man. I'm glad you stayed on the panel because I know it's late where y'all at. You know,
Hey, man, I don't know how I'm up.
Yeah. I was waiting though, patient. I was waiting. I was like, you know what? But people been waiting for a long time, so I can wait too. You know what I'm saying? No problem. But yo, this guy, I'm just gonna put it out there, and just by watching it, short sexual molestation is a huge problem. Of course, rape is a huge problem. But what this old man has done is molest people's minds. He's out. It's beyond that. It's the in total community. He has a way, just like a molester does. They get with your mind first, and then they slowly get you ready for their little action, what they're going to do, right? And he's got people that just believe him. They're just going to believe him no matter what. You see, on the backside, that's not good for him because that means his corruptive behavior is going to kill him. That's what's going to end him. It's just being able to continue with the corruptive behavior because corruptive behavior is not healthy for you. You see what I mean? It's clearly this man has a problem. Watch how much he's molested the community. This man, he went out using YouTube to openly issue a threat of another man's life. And he explained how he and his group is going to do it. That's how molested the community is. That's how bold this molester is. The fact that he could do that, explain how he's going to do it, explain that it's going to be a conspiracy because we, as he said, we got your name. If we got your name, we got your address. And I'm gonna put your face out there on another one of these social media. He explained the whole crime. You see? And yet people are not outraged about it. That means he can do that to anybody. And there won't be any outrage. That means the community is molested because you're supposed to be outraged because that's outrageous. That's way and beyond the pale. You see what I mean? That's way and beyond the pale. And the other thing I wanted to say is, yes, you can do something about it. A lot of these things do exist because people put up with it. That's how it exists. It's not that the Jewish people are a special group. It's that they don't put up with it. It's not that the gays are a special group. It's that they don't put up with it.
LGBT.
Yeah, ain't nothing special. LGBT. Ain't nothing special about them except that they don't put up with it.
Right.
That's what it is. You don't get services rendered if you don't demand services rendered. You see? And it's the same thing in the street. You let somebody just walk all over your ass and they think you ain't going to strike them back. They're going to be walking all over your ass again, and their crew will be. But see, when one steps up and attempt to harm you and you strike back, then the ones that's watching, no matter what they say, they're going to be like, oh, you know what? I don't want none of this. You see what I mean? So his crew just sat up there and watched their leader openly threaten a man over social media and tell everybody how he's going to do it and that it's going to be his crew that does it. So if y'all cool with that, don't say nothing. You can get some. You're going to get some. You're going to get some. And the clock already started. Don't think a motherfucker is going to wait. Nobody needs to wait after you hear an open threat like that. You see what I mean? But a person that's molested might wait. But see, I'm not molested. I ain't going to wait.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? It's going to be immediate. And I'm just saying, everybody else, if you want your community to be the way it is, that's how you got to be. If you know how to do something, go do it. You see? That's the thing about it. If you know that anything can be done about this, man, well, then stand up and get to it. Let's get to it. The other thing I wanted to say is that most of the people that is against this dude actually supported this dude, like this dude in some way, fashion, or form. You see what I mean? And it's just so crazy. Just like victims always come, new victims always come. It's so crazy that they can't see the trail that this man has left behind him of people that he's abused. You see, in one shape, fashion. Yeah, one shape, fashion, or form. You see what I mean? So for me, when I stand up for myself, it's not personal. It's not because I hate this dude. It's because I ain't gonna let nobody walk all over me, period. I don't give a damn who it is. It doesn't matter who it is. Who it is irrelevant. What matters is what he does. You see? That's what's important about this, that you have a person that goes out there and violates. You know? So that's basically what I wanted to say. Just stand up. Queen's Throne, keep doing it. I'm going to support anybody that's standing up. You see how manipulative this dude is. Total manipulation. Utter manipulation. He could talk about Suge, but he ain't concerned about Suge. He's concerned about how can he weasel his way out of the shit he's in. So he's going to grab on anything. And it just so happened that this time it's the people that might have been abused, in your case, right, Queenstone? Or it's going to be Suge, a 19-year-old dude, like 20 years ago. something that he has no real interest into looking into, other than maybe that can be some cover for him somehow, you know?
Right. It's just deflection.
Wrong.
Yep.
Yeah, it's just
like
wrong.
He keeps moving the goalpost. 1 minute it's this, the next it's this, or it's this person and all that. It's just sad and pathetic. And for those that are not woke enough or whatever, conscious enough to see what he's doing, you're brain dead at this point. Now, I can understand people like at some point, you see him and you want to support him and you think he's doing good, but when you know what's going on and then you just still stay there, that's crazy as hell.
Hey, remember what he did to Sister Noble? And this is the way, if she's still in the chat, y'all could try to, patch it up, man. But remember what he did to her about when she was on the supposed to have been on the phone saying her pussy was tight and her walls was tight and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So she really shouldn't be talking to him.
Right. I don't hate Sister Noble or nothing like that. It's just like, here we go again. You know what I mean?
Come back.
Yeah, because it's only supposed to. Right. It's only supposed
going through this a couple of weeks ago. You know what I mean? With her, whatever.
Yeah,
and again, I don't control where nobody goes, but like, don't play in my face. I just at some point, I just feel like she playing in my face.
Yeah, Saneter's the problem, not neither one of you ladies, and the focus need to be on him. And
you're right, bro.
That nigga's a piece of shit.
And should
he's fighting.
It's one thing you said. You said it. Actually, that's an excellent point. It should only take one time certain kinds of violations. See, once you let a person violate you one time and you go back for more, see, that's where the molestation starts. You see what I'm saying? Right
That's
there.
like in a domestic, if you're in a domestic relationship and they punch the shit out of you or whatever, and then come back and they're like, oh, I'm sorry and shit like that. And then you let them weasel out of it. And then they do it again a couple of weeks later. At some point they're going to feel like they have every right to do it because you keep taking them back, but not to shame, right? Not to shame anybody of domestic abuse, because it's a mental thing or whatever, but this is almost on the same lines with what Saneter is doing.
Yeah,
with
well,
people.
mental abuse is also abuse. You know, domestic abusers are mental abusers too. They're verbal abusers also. They're they're not separate from each other. I mean, that the verbal and mental abuse is domestic abuse. You don't have to beat somebody physically to join that party. You see, but again, that's what I just wanted to say to people. Stop taking it one time and going back. Because see, when you take it one time and you go back, you're now stepping in the other side where you could be helping him harm someone else. You see, it's like just stand up the first time because it shouldn't be so complicated. It's not really about him. It's about right and wrong. How would you want to be treated? That's just how it is, and there's loads of people over there that they got plenty of signs that know that they don't want to be treated like that. That always comes up in the conversation. If it was me, they all know if it was them, they would do it wrong, but they let it happen to another. If they all know if it was them, they would do it differently, but they let it happen to another. That means you're not doing it right. Not if you want a community, not if you want to be as special as other groups of people, because that's all they doing. You see? On that note, I'm out. I appreciate y'all.
Thank you for dropping them gems.
Thank you. Thank you, sister. Thank you for allowing me. Peace.
Anytime. You already know, bro. Hell yeah. Jatar, I'm just gonna call you Jatar because it seems like every day your name changes, brother. Shout out to you. And then we'll get to 7:30 or 70:30, my bad.
How the panel doing, man? I'm new. Before I get into my real spiel, I just want to
We were
address the
gonna
situation.
hear from Jatar, but go Jatar, are you good?
You said I'm breaking up?
No, I'm saying we were gonna hear from Jatar.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Tar, are you there?
No, Jatar ain't up here. It must have fell off.
No, isn't it up here? It's Sipu Tar.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, his name, he changes his name like every day. Okay, 7:30, go ahead. Or 70:30, I'm sorry.
All right, so I'm not questioning Suge on the situation as far as the age. He dropped a very valuable point. He said he was in high school at the time. So when I was in high school, you had the seniors, the freshmen, things of that nature. And the point that I want to bring in is that you had like 17-year-olds in high school, and the key word in that is teen, right? So 13, 14-year-olds dealing with a 17-year-old, that 17-year-old is going to turn 18. So now, do the connection supposed to stop between that individual? And this situation goes, it's not just with the men, this is women. It's not just with the men, it's with women and men, because you have older women in high school who were seniors who dealt with younger men, vice versa. So with Saneter trying to bring in the situation with Suge, I don't feel like that was like a good valid point to bring in, because when we deal with the situation, we're talking about two teenagers dealing with each other. We're not talking about a 37-year-old dealing with a 14-year-old. That's a huge time difference. Do y'all agree with me on that before I go further?
Say it again. One more time, say it again.
There's a huge talking about the age gap. Of course.
So basically what I'm saying, Queen, is this: is say you a 17-year-old woman, right? Or a 17-year-old man, you in high school, right? And either sex, right, is dealing with
I
a
get what you're
13-year-old.
saying, that ages advance, if you're 17 17, you're eventually going to be 18. And what do you do in that situation? Do you break up with the other person? But
yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
So that's why I feel like that point that Saneter was trying to bring in, that's two different ballparks. You know what I'm saying?
For
So
what he was trying to paint him as being like a predator, like should
Yeah,
be like
bro,
in the
but
bushes, like trying to just rape somebody or something.
Yeah, and
Like,
Saneter's narrative is false though, bro, because I didn't know her age. So
and then look at this. No, I heard that part too. And I'm saying even if you did, for one, in my opinion, this is what I'm saying, because you was in high school and I was in high school too. And so when you in high school, you have situations where you're 17 going on 18, you finna graduate. But sometimes you will be 18 going on 19 finna graduate.
True.
You know what I'm saying? Like situations like that. So I was just really keying in on the part that you still was in school. You know what I'm saying? So even, if she lied, you know what I'm saying, she did. You know what I mean? And that's even more further, prove your case. And I will say this, you know what I mean? You showed the picture, you feel me, of you and her and your child. And what that shows to me is that you in that child life and you being a positive role model, in my opinion.
yes, sir. Still
That's
is.
all I've seen of Suge is him spending time with his children.
All of
them. And he does it online.
Even his grown
Hey, y'all, and let's not forget, he tried to compare Suge's situation to the Mighty Hebrew situation. You remember? He said it was the same thing. He said Mighty Hebrew was only 2 years older, but Mighty Hebrew got charged with forcefully raping someone. So yeah, he just can't judge righteously because he's an evil fucking nigga. He wicked as fuck. Because I even said at the end of the day, regardless of however you trying to paint this picture of whatever Suge said, because like I said, I can't base my opinion off of a fucking clip. But I said clearly he's still a fucking teenager. He said 19. He's legally allowed to still be in high school at the age of 19. Most schools you gotta go get your GED if you ain't got it by the age of 19. If you can't graduate.
Yeah, and
so
we
was
was in
still a fucking teenager.
Right, and we was in two different high schools way across town. Like she from way other side of town. Yeah, I think this is 29, 30 motherfucking years ago. So like we write numbers on pieces of paper. We had house phones and catching the bus.
Like I said, like I told them, if you would have did something illegal, that damn hospital would have reported that shit. So that's why I told them I don't.
Parents would have wondered like who's the baby's father, like
I signed the birth
and all that.
certificate and was at the in the delivery room. Like, come on, man.
And now this the cold part, right? So I'm listening to one of Saneter lives, and so I had put this on my channel. So basically Saneter was saying a situation that had happened at a hotel room with a minor. So a minor had came up to him and asked if she can use his phone, but he really didn't know if she was a minor or not. And so Sister Nepal was supposed to be down the hallway, so he called Sister Nepal over to to ask Sister Nepal if it was okay if she used her phone. And Sister Nepal, I guess, realized that the situation wasn't cool, and she told the girl no, and then that she had to basically tell Saneter, like, what you doing, you tripping. But Sister Nepal wrote in the chat, Saneter, you're lying. And Saneter read the chat and said it out loud. I got it recorded on my channel. What you mean, Sister Nepal, I'm lying? Right? So you just told a whole story, a whole situation that happened, and you wanted Sister Nepal basically to bag your story up. And at that particular time, I guess she didn't want to.
Wow.
And
That
then
shit's
too,
crazy.
And then the other thing too, I can't say her name right for some reason, so I'm gonna call her Prince Fella. I ain't been.
Yeah, that's simple.
Oh, okay. I hear it all, goddamn.
Right. That's why I was like, oh, he must have fell asleep waiting to talk. My bad.
And then one last thing I wanted to put out there too, because I was watching the Prince Fella interview that he did. I can't really say her name right, so but nevertheless, I don't want to be disrespectful, but it is what it is. So it was when Apostle had called in and he gave his opinion. So in the situation, Brother Apostle, he felt like Prince Fella was calling him a pedophile. So Saneter, he was finna, just go to the next caller. He was damn near done with Apostle. But Apostle was like, no, Saneter, she called me a pedophile. And went through and went. So Prince Fella cut him off and was like, man, look at this. Didn't Polight have a debate with you Hebrews about y'all raping women in molestation, right? So, and she talking about the video that was 5 years ago, and she said she watched that video, right? So I'm pretty sure you should be aware of his situation today. Why would you use a pedophile to prove a point about other pedophiles? You see what I'm saying? And it's time stamped.
Yeah, I'm gonna edit that video this weekend. I got it too. So that Princella one, there was interesting correlation. There's gonna be some good edits coming out of that. And that she even talked about like predators and how they get down or whatever. And Saneter was like, "Oh, she ain't talking to me. That's going over my head." What do you know what something going over your head means, you dumbass nigga? Like that dude is dumb. Shit.
He's very dumb.
That's facts.
She was eyeing him the whole time. I'm like, nigga, she talking about you. And she trolled him a little bit because she hear him saying she ain't talking about me, but the way she was looking at that camera, she looking at him like, nigga, I'm definitely talking about you.
Big facts. She even brought up the Polight thing and all that. Yep.
Yeah, Queen Throne, you've been on it. I got to shout you out because I've been on some other shit, and you've been keeping track of this shit.
Thank you, bro. Shit, you've been on something. You've been over there exposing Kwame.
Yeah, I've been on that shit, man. So I've been listening to some of this shit with him. And out the blue, here he come trying to talk about me, thinking these niggas is crazy, man.
I mean, know that if this shit wasn't going on right now with this shit over here, I'd be weighing in because boy, them videos that you be going in on his ass be deep as hell.
The best edit videos on YouTube. I said that. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. So I don't know that brother, but he got the best edit videos on YouTube. Because if it wasn't for your videos, I probably would have never knew about that Dr. York and all that shit. I never seen none of that stuff before.
And look how he was defending him in that one video.
But the shit was sick. It was in his face.
Yeah.
And
then he gonna try to turn around and try to lie to me, telling me something he don't know what Dr. York got arrested for. And I later find 2 videos of him interviewing a man that said he was a victim of Dr. York. But you say you don't know what his charges was.
And motherfuckers done read the transcripts on his paper. I remember Young Pharaoh read the herpes documents and all that shit. Like, man, that shit been out here.
Oh yeah, and Suge's the one that got that clip where Saneter was like shouting out Polight's wives. He said Aminette and Renentech. That was Suge's edit that they was looking at. So Suge be catching that shit. Period.
That's when he had came back from was that Miami or LA? I think that's when he came back from Miami.
Miami, I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah, we were talking about how he had all them women around him and stuff.
Hey, if somebody can give me, I heard y'all mention this earlier. I couldn't say nothing. I was driving, but if there's a clip or some other proof that y'all got that Saneter paid one of Captain Cesaria's wife that said, he was abusive or some shit like that. Because y'all know I've been riding the Hebrews lately because y'all know I used to be a Hebrew. And I know what the Bible's saying. I'm just confused why they affiliated with Saneter. I call them out on that shit all the time. You know,
Right.
but I want, if there is that, I don't know, y'all heard y'all say, I don't know if it's a video, it's a clip, but I kind of like, if y'all can get that to me, I really appreciate it because it's something else I want to point out.
Right. Which video?
The one that he said, I'm not sure who said it because I was driving, I wasn't looking at the screen, but somebody said that Saneter paid a woman to lie, like on Captain Cesaria, and then they later, Captain Cesaria and Saw became friends later.
I think Polight interviewed Tazariak's ex is what that was. Now I don't know about Saneter paying anybody or something like that. Now, I don't remember. That's just me. I don't remember hearing that.
Okay, I thought I heard somebody say it on the show. Cause like I said, I wasn't looking.
Heard that too. Yeah, I forgot who said that. Somebody said that earlier today. I think, and that was kind of new to me. I'm not saying it didn't happen, but that was just new to me. I remember Polight did interview Tazariak ex, and he was saying that he was messing with a girl in high school. And they was asking like how did he forgive Polight after that, you know, basically.
Okay, yeah, I'll go back and try to rewatch it to see who was saying it. But somebody I heard, I can't remember the voice, but I heard somebody say that Saneter paid one of Captain Cesaria's wives to lie on him or something. So I thought I heard that. So
Where you see a fake Ben X channel?
What happened?
Queen said, that's a fake Ben Diesel channel.
Hey, Queen.
If that's not real, then block them out of here because we don't want them.
Hey, I forgot. There's one thing I wanted to say, if I may. Did any of y'all see Saneter's last live? Where he started off in the car.
Yeah, can somebody tell me what was said?
Yo,
yeah,
this guy, this dude, he is, you know, what he does is a narcissist projection. He have a narcissist projection. So he snitches on himself constantly. It doesn't matter what video it's going to be. He's telling details that contradict what he should want to happen every single damn time. And this one was the same, right? So I'm going to go in there and break it down because it is hilarious. It's hilarious.
You recorded?
Yeah. Oh, hell yeah, I recorded it because he be taking his lives off there. He's cutting them off.
Right.
Look, the live where he threatened Shaka and Dugu Komet, threatened him, like openly threatened him. Seriously.
Right.
Like that live, he cut that part off the end of it. So he don't want nobody to know about that. So that's why, and by the way, anybody that want to hear him threaten Shaka and Dugu Komet, you want to hear this old dusty man threaten Shaka and Dugu Komet, you see what I mean? Then go on my page and hear it. But Queen, anybody should go and take that clip. I put it up there. Like, it's not a joke. This man went out there openly on YouTube and said, we got your name. And if we got your name, you know we got your address. And he's saying we. So who's the we?
Yep, the
That's his
word
group of
we
people,
is incriminating.
right? Yeah.
In this situation
And then he
where
said,
you're sending out threats. Right.
oh yeah, definitely. And then he said, and we got your picture. I'm gonna put your picture up on another media. That's what we gonna do. Then he said we again. You see what I mean? He explained how he deals with people. You see what I'm saying? And then he said that he's doing all that so some Black Power people in Europe can come see Shaka and Dugu Komet. But don't worry about that, y'all, because unlike a lot of other people, I actually have been a real human rights activist for Black people's upliftment in Europe. For real.
Ooh-wee.
So I got my network. I know the network leaders all over Europe. Yes, it's in my book. That's what I say. I don't hide my name.
Right.
I'm not on some hidden name shit. You see what I'm saying? And it is actually real. And when you actually have to deal with people face to face all the time, you know, you get a certain way. You see? And so this dude, he doesn't know that, right? So that he could issue any type of threat that he wants. But the main thing is that he issued the threat. So any lunatic could go out there and try to achieve it. He just want more people to threaten this man.
And
Now,
Saneter does that because he looks at all black people as they just some raggedy ass niggas for real.
oh, he
They
think
don't
all
have
black
a
people is
career
scared.
or
Yeah,
yeah.
that's the Jamaican.
Yeah.
Yeah, he think we either ain't shit, ain't done shit, or scared. You see, he assumes that about everybody. And I'm just gonna tell you, I'm not in the US right now. I'm from DC. If you ever threaten me, if you ever threaten me and I was in that country, and if I was in your town in New York, I'd be seeing you the next day. Period. Not because I want to. You see what I mean? Not because I want to, but because of what's inside of me would force me damn near to. You see what I'm saying? It's called survival. You don't threaten somebody. The easiest way to deal with a threat is to end the threat. You see? So, but in this case, this dude want to threaten somebody.
Repeat that again one more time for the people in the back. When somebody threaten you, how do you end it? How do you say that again?
Yeah, when somebody threatens your life, you have to survive.
And
The
please
easiest way to do it is to end the threat.
end
That's
the
the easiest way.
motherfucking threat. Thank you. All right,
And
go ahead.
so the thing about it is that, this guy, he put that threat out there. Now for me, I'm not stupid. So that shit goes for don't be threatening anybody around me either. Period. Nobody gets to threaten somebody standing next to me because I'm not stupid. That means next it will be me too. See, that's what I mean by you have to stand up against bullshit if you don't want that bullshit to happen to you also. You see what I mean? So you don't get to just come around me and my circumference and start threatening people around me either openly over the internet. You don't get to do that. You see what I'm saying? Like you don't get to start explaining how you're going to do it. And you don't get to start saying we, because I'm taking that we shit serious. And why is that? Because I don't owe you a motherfucking thing. I didn't come in this world through Saneter. I don't know shit about the black experience because of Saneter. I don't owe him anything. He's not one of my elders in the black community. You see, I didn't become conscious because of Saneter. You see what I'm saying? I just happened to meet, come across Saneter because of a lot of black shit activism and work that other black people have put in. That's not Saneter. You see what I'm saying? Ashwa Kwesi didn't come in this world because of Saneter. He didn't become conscious because of Saneter. Saneter didn't get his ass beat on the street by some people that he brought into consciousness. No, he got his ass beat on the street in New York because of some people somebody else brought into consciousness, which Saneter violates. You see what I'm saying? So it's like them threats are real. Anybody around Saneter, I feel sorry for you because we take those threats real. And you should have told your homeboy, yo, what the fuck are you doing, man? You're about to get us fucked up in so many ways. Because nobody owes you fairness when you openly issue threats. Nobody owes you fairness. You see, it ain't going to be no code. The code is going to be violate. That's the code, any way possible. You see, that's the thing. So people need to just stop thinking that this dude should be allowed to get away with anything. You see him do something wrong, report his ass. You see what I mean? He violates you, step to his ass and let him know you ain't going to do it. You ain't going to do it again. Get your ass out here and apologize. This dude has already hurt enough people to not be taken serious with these threats. You see, so people don't owe him shit. And everybody up here, I'm proud to the extent that everybody is clear on speaking up against him. But the thing is that we have to keep the shit tight because he's an expert manipulator. The genius part about him is that he's so weak, he can identify a weakness in someone else.
Yes.
You see, that's the slivery side of him. That's that slivery type of shit. And that's why it's important to speak out clearly and decisively with him. And that's what I'm doing. I'm letting them know, I see what you've been doing. And I haven't talked about all of it. And I see that too. But you don't see what I've done. Not yet.
Yes.
You don't see
And
what I've done because of what you've been doing. You don't see it yet.
I
They
just
don't
want
see it
to
yet, but they will.
I
And I'm
just
gonna be
want to
laughing.
I just want to bring this up because I'm glad that I like how you stress that threat thing, right? Because I don't take threats lightly. The way I was raised, especially my father said, if somebody's scared of you, they'll kill your ass. And don't never take nobody threats as lightly. Like always take that shit serious. Because even with Chanel, when she was crossing out the pictures on the face of the people of my family and shit like that, when I showed that shit to a family member, they perceived that shit as a threat. You feel me? And then I even told them that this fucking lady is so wicked. She one of Saneter's fucking supporters. That she's so fucking wicked. She even let me know in an email that she's gonna pass my personal information over to Sister Freedom. And you know,
Man,
Sister Freedom,
her buddy is Nepal. So why Nepal be out
right?
here acting
So
like she a victim all the
I
time?
know they got my legal name and the address and all this because YouTube had to give it to them because you know she striked my page and I had to appeal it, right? So they even let me know, like they try to be so threatening. I keep saying, why do y'all think this threatening shit? Like you think because my crew ain't on YouTube, you think I don't have nobody behind me? You don't know who I'm related to. You was trying to find out on Facebook, try to go through my shit, but the people you need to worry about ain't on social media. They're not social media people. You feel me? And our family is still keeping an eye on that shit because we perceive that shit as a threat. Out of all the pictures when you found my social media, out of all the pictures, I got over 200 pictures. Why would you choose the one with me and my damn family? The most blurred picture because it was a picture of a picture. I took it with my phone, and the reason why the shit was blurry because it's a picture of a family picture. Trying to say that's the clearest picture you can find of me with a big ass profile picture of me looking fine as fuck. You could
I
have
mean,
chose the profile picture.
they're always bitches like that are always gonna try to find the most unappealing picture, or you know what I mean?
It's not even that. They chose that because they wanted me to see that they see my family. You scratch their faces out.
Got you.
Yeah, so you feel me like that? I told him, I said I might be a truck driver, but I got one side of the family from the street, and then one side of the family is professional. So I know how that shit work. I know a threat when we see one. And all for what? This bitch is threatening me because I'm holding Saneter accountable for the shit he do. For the shit he do. I never came, and I even told that whole I ain't even want no beef with you. And I told you don't choose me as an enemy because I'm telling you when all this shit hit the fan, because you know they called themselves suing me, right? She sent me a fake ass cease and desist, what Sister Freedom did, with my information that I know she got from Chanel, because the way it came up on the cease and desist is exactly the way YouTube worded, right? So she even passed. So that's why I even told my family, Saneter and them, they got my fucking information. We just ain't worried about them. Because we really gonna see who the real soldiers is at the end of the fucking day. I ain't worrying about it because my family know I ain't never threatened these people. I would never threaten these people. But they also know I ain't no bitch. My mama ain't raised no punk. I don't let nobody, I'm not scared of shit. Only thing I'm scared of is God. And not the God of the fucking Bible. You feel me? But I told him, I said, bro, I don't know where they get off on with all this threatening shit. I said, how long they been doing this shit on YouTube for years? And ain't nobody come knocking at their door? I said, I don't know if that's some New York shit, but in Florida, we don't play that shit down here.
Right. For real.
So that's what I don't know. And I'm in an open carry state and a stand your ground state. You not an open carry, but yeah, no, it's a concealed carry, but still, I don't even need a permit to walk around with a peacekeeper on me. So that's why I told him, if anybody come up with walking to me suspicious, I'm gonna shoot first, ask questions later, because I already been threatened on the internet how many times? By the Hebrew Israelite and not Saneter's people. Like, these people are sick, bro. This shit is disgusting.
Yeah, it really is.
And Ben, I'm glad I finally got you on the live, bro. And I just want to say this, and you can choose to speak on it or not. It is up to you. But I really hope you
Talking
really
about
mean.
Ben?
Yeah, Bennett.
Oh, Bennett. Got you.
Yeah. I really hope you mean what you mean about people sticking together, because I know you and old boy feeling some type of way about what happened the last time y'all was on my show and with Saw. And I don't know if y'all understood what I kept trying to tell y'all. When I be getting them sound bites and when Saneter be saying some crazy ass shit, is because if you let him fucking talk, like you said, he will incriminate himself. He will say some shit that you can catch him on. So I'm a little more patient with Saneter than maybe the average person. You feel me? So that's why I hope y'all mean that, because like the way it came off to y'all, I thought y'all was supporting me because I am a victim and an advocate. And then I proved that to y'all. That's why them hoes owe me $1,000. They look real stupid when I showed them what I do in the groups that I'm involved in. So I really hope, because I kind of got in my feelings a little bit, that y'all was willing to like just like not fuck with me no more because y'all didn't like the way I handled a situation with a dude. You feel what I'm saying? And I was like, well, damn, what happened to all the advocacy though? Fuck Saneter. I told y'all. I tried to tell y'all in that live. I let that nigga talk, but we ain't friends. He know I still don't fuck with him like that. And I still never been back on the show since I told everybody I would never come back on that bitch. So I really hope, like, whatever it is that you and old boy feeling, I really hope y'all get past that shit, because I was not trying to offend y'all. I was trying to catch Saneter up, let him talk. And I did. I did get some juicy information. So
Well,
I'm just
I
saying
mean,
that,
you know,
like,
my feelings is my own feelings. You see, I have particular ways of doing things, and then I also act particularly. I'm myself. You see, so as far as Shaka, if you want to speak to him, you need to direct that to him.
mm-hmm.
You see, but I
Mm-hmm.
can't speak for you. You see,
But
for myself, treat people how you want to be treated. It's simple. I'm gonna make it clear. Nobody is coming on my panel talking about nobody in that chat that's not allowed to come up and defend themselves right then and there. Otherwise, I'm not gonna have you. Now that's how I roll.
mm-hmm.
I don't expect nobody else to roll that way, but I roll that way for a reason. And it's not
But
just you. It's not just
no, it's
you.
good. It's good. I just
No,
want to
hold
make
on,
sure
hold
it
on,
was
hold on.
clear.
No, you asked
No,
me. You asked me. So
yeah,
I'm
but I
gonna
want to
answer
make
you.
sure it was
Let me
cleared up
answer.
that I
Let me just
did
answer
say
you.
I
Let
was
me
gonna
just
let
answer
y'all
you.
on,
Let
right?
me just answer you because I
Okay,
wasn't finished
brother.
my answer. I
Okay,
wasn't
brother.
finished my answer. It's
Go
not
ahead.
just you. You see what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? It's other people. You see, it's other people that it's certain ways that they move. I don't roll with. They can roll with anybody else they want to roll. That's them. I'm 53 years old. I got my own background. I know how to roll. I'm alive. You see what I'm saying? So when I make distinctions like that about somebody coming on my panel and talking shit about somebody else that's in the chat, that person in the chat is going to be up there. I'm not going to let somebody go on for 10 minutes. It don't matter who it is. Secondly, to be honest with you, I don't know none of y'all. You know what I'm saying? Which is why we have to show and prove all the time who we are to each other. It ain't
Good
no
point.
assumptions about it. It's no
Mm.
assumptions about it.
But
There
y'all,
are activists that will
but the
hold on.
thing
There
is,
are activists. Hold on. There are activists that will betray the cause too in real life. You see, so nobody gets that. It's not about the person. It's about the cause.
That's
You
true,
see
because
what
we're
I'm saying?
dealing with one right now, Saneter.
right. So,
Yeah.
this the point though, Queen. Yeah, I like how he just said the way he would handle something, right? But he's not saying that the way I handled it was wrong. You feel what I'm saying? Like, I know.
What I'm saying is that I
No,
would not do that to
no.
you. So therefore, I
Right,
didn't
but
like
the
you did
thing,
that to
no,
me.
hold on, but that's
So
why I
that's it.
wanted to
That's
clear.
where I
That's
ended
why I
it.
didn't want you to go too far, and I wanted to clear it up that I sent a message to both you guys saying, "Be patient. I'm going to let you address." I did not refuse to let y'all up. I didn't move as fast as y'all felt like I should have moved. So that's correct, right?
I mean, how long was they trying to get on?
They was on there for a little. I think Shaka was in the back for a while. Bennett wasn't back there that long because he had told me he wasn't gonna be able to jump on for 20. But Shaka was on there for a minute. But if you go watch the live, it was the same shit that Saneter been saying about Shaka from day fucking one. So I sent Shaka a message telling him, be patient, bro. I'm just trying to let him talk. Just let him talk. Y'all know we can catch him up if you let him talk. It's because I didn't move fast enough. I don't even think Shaka was in the back for 10 minutes. You feel me? But the thing is, I communicated with them. Now I would understand if I ignored them, pretend like I ain't see them in the chat or some shit like that. Then I would understand them being upset with your girl. but I communicated with them and asked them.
No, I'm not upset with you. I'm not upset with you though. See, that's another thing. I'm not upset with you.
Well, when you just like stop dealing with somebody out of nowhere, it kind of come off that way.
No, that's for my own benefit. That's for my own survival because of how I move. And again, it goes back to I treat people how I want to be treated. There ain't no exceptions with it.
It's cool. I just wanted to get that shit off my chest because I'm a true advocate. I'm a true advocate. I showed my work. I showed shit that be what I used to do before y'all even knew me. But I just kind of got in my feelings that, you know, after that shit happened, people gonna make videos and say I'm a fake advocate because I wouldn't let them argue with a man that they've been arguing with for like 5 fucking months.
Well,
Hold on, brother. Hold on. Who literally said the same bullshit. The same shit that he been saying about the man for they gonna argue about the same shit. He say the same shit. He jump on the live and they arguing and Saneter drops the fuck off. It wouldn't have got nowhere. So like I like how you said how you would have chose to handle it, but I still don't regret how I chose to handle it. It was my fucking show. I knew that I wanted to hear what the fuck the dude wanted to say because I knew he was gonna wind up saying something stupid, which he did. But it kind of hurt me because I was like, damn. I thought these motherfuckers was really about advocacy, and because I wouldn't let them argue with a motherfucking insane motherfucker, I wouldn't let them argue over the same talking points that they've been arguing about for 5-6 months. I'm a fake advocate.
Who said that?
My dollar's going to this shit, bro.
Who said that? Who said you're a fake advocate?
Is there not a video with Neo X name over your boy channel?
Oh well, you got to go check that out. You check it out. Go there right now. Check it out. Is it? You tell me.
That's how I'm trying to tell you something I saw that was said in the video and in the chat.
But again, you talking about him. You have me right here.
But the reason why I'm addressing you because you was one of the comments in the chat that said, "Yeah, she wouldn't let me up either," and I was like, "Bro, I even wrote him." But
she wouldn't let me up either. Yes.
Wait a minute.
Absolutely.
Is there somewhere like other than right now that y'all can have this conversation? Because there's other people on the panel as well.
Yeah, you know, I'm sorry, Queen. You right. You right. I'm a little frustrated, but
was somebody talking about me?
Out of it.
Was somebody talking about me?
Nobody ain't talking about you. We be asking a question.
All right, because I'm not the one who had Saneter on the panel for 5 hours. You're the one who had Saneter on the panel for 5 hours.
That exaggeration. See, that's what I'm talking about.
Before he started talking, Queen,
all right.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Pause that at least for a second. Miss Vicky came up first, and then we'll go to Bro Michael.
Real advocacy, but you'll turn on me because you can't argue with a nigga.
Hold on, Neo. Hold on. Miss Vicky.
Hey, you guys. I just wanted to come up and say a couple of things. You know, I'll be quick on these panels. Okay, I just want to say I'm so proud of Shug. I am, you know, I have 2 favorites on YouTube. I mean, I like other people, but I have 2 favorites on YouTube, and Shug is, you know, my male favorite. And I heard, you know, through the grapevine, someone said, oh, Shug admitted that, you know, something with a 14-year-old. And of course, I had to go up, you know, and write. Well, I didn't hear that. I didn't say, of course, in my heart, I felt Shug didn't do that, but I don't know Shug. Like, you know, I know him on YouTube. He's my YouTube friend. Hey, babe. And so I said, you know, when I saw that you were going to address it, I came to your channel and I loved how you addressed it. You was like, I'm not Shug. I don't know what he said. You know, we'll get to it. And so you got to it. I love that about you, Queen's Throne, first of all. But then my brother Shug came up here. But one thing profoundly that he said in my heart, he said he came up and he said his situation, but he said it wasn't right. You know, I didn't know, but I'm not making no excuses. It wasn't right. You know, and that's what so many people should not say, you know, should do. They should come on and just straight out say, you know, you tell your story. You can say, you know what, if I would have known, I wouldn't have done this, or I didn't agree. It's not right. But it's a 3-year difference. So that you can't put kids in high school with a 30-year-old something with a teenager. Okay, it's 3 years. How old was the young lady? I'm sorry, Shug. How old is your oldest son's mom? Or at the time, how old was she?
15.
And you were 18, right? So 15 to
He
16, that's
was
1
born
year.
when I was 19 because my birthday May 21st.
Okay, so 15 to 16, 16 to 17, 17 to 18, 18, 19. So that's 3 to 4 years, within that time. That's a complete these are high school kids. Okay. And then he also explained what happened after that. He stood in his shit. That doesn't make him a fucking molester. Oh, I'm so sorry, Queen Stones. I'd have had,
Oh, you're good.
Okay. And so it doesn't make him a molester. It doesn't make him a molester. It's not like he forced himself, like we say,
Right.
16 thing. It's completely different. Okay, but I'm very proud of you, Suge, for coming up here and saying that. I didn't say no, Suge. Now I felt Suge didn't do that, but I didn't come up and say, oh no, Suge didn't say that. I said I didn't hear Suge say that. Admit that that's what happened. And then I came and listened. And that's what we need to do is come and listen. You can't, I learned a long time ago, as a young lady, I was born in 1965. And so of course I'm a Black lady. Technically I'm biracial, but I'm a Black lady. And, so I'm Democrat. But I learned that I need to listen to both sides. So I started listening to Rush Limbaugh. Bitch, why you listening to Rush Limbaugh? Because I need to know what the enemy think, how they think. Okay, so you need to stop just listening to what the people you like think. You need to sometimes listen to what the motherfucking enemy thinks. So you'll know what's really going on. And so then you'll have a more balanced picture. And so, and another thing, stop looking for these leaders. Everyone is a leader. I will never look for a leader. Can't no man lead me. Can't no leader lead me. I'm the leader. And I may work with other leaders in my circle, but I'm the leader. I work with my sons. I work with my granddaughters. I may work with my nieces or the neighbor across the street who finds me interested and likes what I do. And so I become a leader to that person. Stop looking for people outside yourself. You can listen to other people and get ideas. You accept what you like and you leave the trash behind. And then you start leading in your own, in your own circle. That's how we improve our people. That's how we improve our people. Stop saying, well, we need to get together and we need to come and get together and come up with a plan. Nah, I don't have time to wait for y'all to get together for a motherfucking plan. Okay, I have a plan for my family. I have a plan for my circle. And then I listen to other plans, and then we may come up with another plan for something else. We have several plans for different things. Stop looking for people. Stop looking for people outside of yourself to lead you. And that's how we get rid of people like Saneter. He's a demon. He'll do anything for a few dollars. He doesn't care about shit. All that debate and religion, and like someone said earlier in the chat, all they do is debate child molestation and when can you screw a young lady. To me, that's all they talk about. It's some bullshit. But
Right.
anyway, thank you, Queen's Throne. You are doing God's work.
Thank you.
And everyone has their mission, and this is your mission, and you're doing a good job. And again, Suge, I'm proud of you for coming up and not just explaining yourself, but not trying to sugarcoat the shit. Not trying to sugarcoat it. And I really appreciate that about you.
Yes, baby.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna drop down.
Thank you, Miss.
Can I speak, please? Can I speak, please?
Yep.
All
Wait,
right.
hold on, wait a minute. We got Michael up here, like, cause I ain't just here for some shit that happened that you or Neo or V Bennett could go live on.
Yeah,
Y'all could
exactly.
talk
That should
about.
be addressed somewhere else. For
Well,
real.
I was
To be honest.
I'm not taking sides or anything like
I
that.
was just
Yeah.
slandered. I
Okay,
was just
but
slandered by
Oh, I
you.
feel you though, Shaka.
Thank you,
I
sis.
understand, but we're on a mission right now, bro. Like dead ass.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm just
Okay, hold
asking
on.
if,
There's people that have been on here before you. You know what I'm saying? So we got to hear them. Otherwise, they just sitting up here waiting for nothing.
of
You
course,
know what I'm
of
saying?
course, of course.
Bro, Michael.
Okay, yeah, I'm on here, man. I like to say, man, shalom and peace and everything, all that hotep, all that stuff to the panel. Thank you, Queen's Throne. I've been watching you for a minute. I've called in before. It's been a while or whatever. Of course, I know a few people on the panel. I know the brother Suge. You know, Suge, I had reached out to you before this happened. I didn't know what was going on, but remember, I reached out to you. I called you, and I reached out to you on Facebook. You can see the little Hebrews hood. I didn't know what was going on, but then after that, I seen this pop up, and I said, okay, I can see why he probably not responding because it's so much. You know, he probably getting so much, traffic coming his way over the situation. But I definitely like how he came. He didn't run from it.
Actually, brother, I'm not trying to speak for him, but it appears to me that Saneter waited for possibly Suge to be out of town because he did just go out of town. That's what Saneter does sometimes. And obviously, if Suge is with his kids, which we seen it on camera, it would be kind of inappropriate for him to have a dialogue like that. And he's supposed to be chilling with his kids, and then he would have to kind of do it in front of them or whatever because they're traveling. That's just my opinion. Suge can weigh in. I'm not trying to cape for him or nothing like that.
Yeah, you right.
But that's what I saw. You see what I'm saying? So go ahead, bro.
Yeah, but that's kind of what I was saying. Like I said, I reached out to him before this happened. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Yeah, he seen it. He seen it. He my Facebook friend or whatever. I got his phone number personal. So it was before this. And then right after that, this happened. So I was thinking to myself, like, damn, he probably thinking I'm reaching out because I hadn't talked to him in a while because of this. That's what I'm saying. Then I synced all that. I synced his stories that, the brother making moves. And like me in my personal life, I'm making moves on a professional level that's taking me to another level. And I can understand that too. So that's nothing. I can call him, I'll holler at him or whatever. But I like to say something. This is where, like I said, I've been watching you Queen's Throne for a minute. I've been watching a few people on this, but like the sister Nia X, this is what I want to say. I gotta say this, right?
Just be respectful.
Oh man, that's all I am. You ain't gonna find no history of me doing none of that. But what I want to say is I'm very well rounded and I watch everything and I deal with politics. It's like when the sister that just spoke, I don't know who she was. I think she bounced off already. But when she said she's black, so she's a Democrat, I kind of chuckled at that. That was kind of crazy because we ain't gonna get into politics on her right now, but that's already a problem. You know what I'm saying? If y'all know anything about this whole system, they ain't did nothing but kill us voluntarily. It's like on one hand, would you rather just get strung up and took to the firing range, or would you voluntarily take the injection and die? And that's kind of what Democrats been doing to us forever. I'm not a Democrat or a Republican. What I'm saying is it's like choosing a lesser two evils. That's another story. But my point is, when I'm sitting here listening to this, the overall thing I think is good because we're finally dealing with something that's been a problem in my community. And that's as far as this child molestation, grape, all that type of stuff, because I know you got to be careful with the words you say on here. These are things we need to deal with, sexual decency and all those type of things. But what tripped me out is where we try to let people be slick. This sister Nia X, I don't know you, but I've been watching you because I've been around the side of the scene and all that for a long time. I'm also subscribed to you. So because I watch everybody because I'm a content creator myself. So I just subscribe to everybody. And what I don't like is when people always slip their LGBT stuff into our fight. The LGBT is just as perverse as the subject that we're talking about. I'm going to keep it 100, 1,000. And I know the Sister Queen's Throne, she don't try to go down that route because she don't want to offend people that live their lifestyle. But the truth of the matter is,
actually, I have my 14-year-old daughter identifies with being LGBT. So
that's
careful.
Cool.
Be careful, please.
No, I'm not gonna be careful. You know why? Because you have a 14-year-old daughter, meaning she's not grown. I'm talking about a grown woman.
But it doesn't matter. You're not gonna have a whole community trying to flag down my video because of
no. Listen to what I'm saying, Queen Strong, baby. She just went at a whole community when she keeps saying Hebrew Israelites. That's the reason I said something. That's why I got on here. Because she keep talking about Hebrew Israelites and associating that with something. And what I'm saying is stop doing it. Because if you saying that like, oh, because Captain Tazariak or whoever was cool with whoever, and stop, that ain't got nothing to do with the thousands, if not millions, of Hebrew Israelites that have absolutely nothing to do with the House of Con. That is a small window in the Hebrew Israelite community. And brothers like
hey brother, that's cap, bro. That's cap.
I've been in the Hebrew Israelite community for 30 years before it was you. Before you even came into the Hebrew Israelite. When you tell your story, what I'm telling you is that community you in was formed strictly to go against our community.
You don't even know what community I was in. You don't even know what community I was
in. It is a literal political affiliation. It is
gay
a
people
literal
who existed,
political
gay people who existed before your Bible came into existence. Gay people, you know, gay people existed before the Bible came into existence. So what does my lifestyle, LGBT plus, me identifying as a gay woman, so what's the problem?
Hebrew Israelites existed before there was a Bible.
Okay, this is taking a turn because we ain't
Yeah,
up here to talk about Bible, LGBT, or any of that.
Queen Strong,
can I speak, please?
Hey, Queen Strong, this is what I want to say.
In a direction that I wasn't.
Hey, Queen, yeah, and I want to stay on the direction you was keeping, Queen Strong. Because one thing I didn't do, I did not interrupt her one time. You notice she interrupted me because I struck a nerve.
No, it's kind of dumb, bro. I mean, what you wanted me to say? I just called cap.
No, because
I'll talk to you later. I appreciate you.
Yeah, because you do that whole victim thing, you know, and you try to sound sad or whatever. You're part of an organization that attacks the Black community daily.
What organization?
LGBTQ.
Am I not Black first, dumbass? Am I not Black first?
Now I'm a see. I didn't call her one name.
Y'all come on, y'all. We is grown, right?
I'm gonna leave it alone. Hey, Queen Strong. I still support you, Queen Strong, but I'm gonna deal with civilized people. But I'm letting you know. I've been in the cut. I've been chilling. I'm about to come back out. I'm about to do some stuff with Lil Durk, Big Durk Father, and Tay Savage and all that. I'm gonna do things, and I'm gonna attack this LGBTQ community. And that's everybody that support it because it goes with.
Are you literally trying to get me flagged or something, bro?
I mean, what is he trying to imply? Just because your Bible says it's wrong doesn't mean it's
hold
wrong.
On, Neil. Hold on. No disrespect, but I'm really about to drop you in a minute if you continue because I'm not on that. You know what I'm saying?
I mean,
we're not on that right now. This is not
fuck shit Saneter be doing, man.
If
like,
you have a panel,
I'm on that, bro.
If you have a show, your own channel, you could talk about that over there.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? You're not gonna jeopardize my shit. I don't honestly I don't adhere to religion, and I'm not about
I ain't saying nothing about my religion. I never
around.
mentioned my religion. That's
okay, but that's where it's going, and it's becoming a Bible versus LGBT or
I haven't brought up the
Israelite.
Bible one time.
I'm just saying, look, I'm not here to argue. This is my panel. I stated what I stated.
About with the Israelites that's on Saneter's channel. So
I was going to get to that.
About the comments is about those, and then she even made an exception for somebody who didn't say it. So
no, she didn't.
It was about all, like she's talking about all that's on Saneter's channel.
No, that's the thing, Suge. I didn't hear none of that. I've been listening, and I wish she would have made.
Then clearly you don't listen. Clearly, hold on.
I didn't hear it either. That's what I got out of what she's saying, because that's the only one she can be talking about. The ones who's on the channel speaking on the situation about me. She can't be talking about no other Israelites who didn't speak on it.
Hey, sure. I don't give a look. Let me clear this up.
Cool.
Let me clear this up. Let me clear this up. He can sit up here and play that not all Israelites and all that shit. He getting ready to talk. You saying that the LGBT is against the Hebrew Israelites, which we know that the reason why you are against them is because your Bible teach that it's abomination, brother. And I said gay people existed longer than your fucking Bible. So I don't care. I don't give a fuck about that Hebrew Israelite shit. That doctrine is very dangerous. Any Abrahamic faith religion is dangerous.
So I mean, I'm not talking about this. This is how I got out of what she's saying, because when I talk about the Israelites, I'm talking about those that's over there supporting him. I say fuck them Israelites.
But you say that.
Right, that's supporting Saneter when he's falsely labeling me, but advocating for Polight.
But the thing
you
is,
literally
he
say that, Suge.
But I
She
said
didn't
it,
say that.
bro. I said it too. I just did a lesson on it. Did you not see when I took up for Tory?
No,
Did you
show
not
me
see
the
that
lesson.
video?
She said it by explaining what the situation they was talking about, what they were about me. So that's saying it.
And I also said that I used to be an Israelite, and I don't.
Hold on.
I want to clear this up.
I have to highlight who I'm talking about because it's not a subject about me, about them. So I have to say the Israelites that's supporting him. If they talking about what he's calling me and what he's trying to label me, and she's speaking about the Israelites that's in there, she don't have to say the Israelites that's in the channel. That's how I got out of that.
Okay, Suge. Well, let me say something to you then.
Can I speak, please?
Well, you know why I got the right to say something, Suge? Like before the dude Shaka speak, because I know he gonna speak forever because he got a personal beef with Saneter. This
Stop
is what
lying,
I
man.
like
It's
when
against
he
child
comes to,
molesters.
when he comes to you, when it comes
Can you
to
say
you,
fuck
Suge,
Saneter, by the way?
for
Because
the
it sounds like
same
you're defending him.
example,
I'm
when
gonna have
you
to
was
drop you
He
in a
sounds like he's
minute because
defending
you're
Saneter.
derailing my channel. Like we're not on this. Y'all like stay on topic or
yeah, I'm gonna
whatever.
stay on that, Queen.
I ain't on this at all. No
I'm gonna stay on that,
disrespect.
Queen.
I get what you're saying and all that. I understand her side, but we ain't here to do this.
No, I'm just speaking
Like,
to
the
Suge
topic
now.
No,
is
he just said I have.
I'm just speaking to Suge now, Queen. I'm just speaking to
He
Suge.
just said I have a personal
Prime
beef with
example of
Saneter. It
what
sounds like
you
he's
just
defending
said,
him.
Queen.
Can you say fuck Saneter for the record?
Suge, like what you said, Suge.
Mikael, can you say fuck Saneter for the
You had
record?
your issues. You had your issues. Look, you had your issues with Saneter, right? What
I'm
did I
against
do
rapists and child
what did I
molesters. That's
do as
not
a Hebrew
personal.
Israelite?
That's not
I
personal.
went
Don't
on
lie
there
on me.
and I said something
Don't lie on me.
I said
Can you
something
say,
to
listen,
Saneter
Man, brother, please, man. I'm trying to
Damn, dude.
I've been up like a
So,
motherfucker.
like I'm saying though, Suge, I just want to throw this in there. Like when that issue, when issues was going down with you and Saneter before, what did I do? I got on there publicly as a Hebrew Israelite, spoke to Saneter publicly. I didn't hide it. And I said, man, what? I defended you. Not that you needed me to, but just because I wanted to make it clear on what allegations or whatever he said about you. Did I not?
I've never heard near one of y'all tell Saneter he's dead ass wrong for what he's doing.
What?
I've never
So
heard.
let me find out that you're caping for Saneter.
bro.
I'm not
caping for
capping, bro. I'm not no
Saneter.
fucking capper. I'm not capping. I've never heard you or nobody tell that motherfucker how wrong he is for what the fuck he's doing. I've never heard it.
Bro,
I've never heard
you
say,
don't remember when I went on there and I asked Saneter what was his issue with you and why he keep beefing
say it
with
now.
you?
Say fuck Saneter.
You don't remember that?
Yeah, I remember that.
Okay, then don't do that, bro.
Can you say fuck Saneter?
Huh?
Can you say fuck Saneter?
Why would I don't say that.
I rest my case. I rest my case.
Bye. Cause I ain't got time for a motherfucker to be derailing my show because they fuck with Saneter and all that shit. Like I ain't on that. Sorry. Period. We was on talking about this situation and you're coming up here talking about this, that, and the other, trying to get me flagged or whatever. I don't even know what the fuck is going on, but I ain't got time. Like, period. Like motherfuckers is doing too much.
Man, that nigga was just a fucking weirdo because anybody who subscribed to my channel knows that I go in on all the Israelites that affiliate with Saneter. I just called
Def Dab has been waiting to speak. Let's hear from him. And then we're gonna go to the queen, and then if nobody else hits the panel, y'all can address y'all shit or whatever. But keep it brief, please. We've been up here a while.
What's up, everybody on the panel?
What's good?
Man, Colin, at the end of the day, man, I'm short and sweet with it, man. Stand on their neck, my nigga, all day. Stand on it. And that's just what it is. They gonna try to deflect, right? Suge, he talked about his situation, man. I remember being 19. I'm much older than 19, but I remember being 19, right? And I could never compare the decisions I made 18, 17 that goes into my, early 20s as opposed to being, say, early 30s, mid 30s, late 30s, early 40s, attracted to these same type of young ladies or whatever. So ultimately, this is what this type of stuff does, right? Like all y'all on this panel right now, y'all advocates, y'all try to prevent this stuff, but everybody's fighting for the same thing, but there's little pockets of turbulence, and it's not really y'all versus each other. It's y'all versus the scenario. It's y'all versus the situation. So I just want to make sure that we understand at the end of the day, the disagreements, that's going to happen. We people, but we know what we fighting against and we know why we here. So just stand on that. Don't get too distracted.
I appreciate that.
That's it. That's all I got to
facts right
say.
there. That's facts right there. I appreciate that. Queen, you want to weigh in?
Yeah, can you hear me clearly?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna step in, but when I feel energy, I feel energy. Much love and respect, Suge. I have and Suge would know, I have made my mistakes on YouTube, and as you get older, I'm almost in my 60s now. You learn as you go, hopefully on your journey. You find some dose that you may not learn on your journey. But one thing that I wanted to say, as far as on Queen's Throne's channel, when I encountered her, I know she might have had a few concerns. Me and this woman have never ever had any problems going on each other's channel. She knows, and I'm going to deliberately not say certain words, knows who I'm affiliated with. I'm not a religious person, I'm a spiritual person, and stuff. And I had assured her, if you ever came to my channel, you would not get attacked or anything like that. And I don't like the fact that she's on a mission and she's advocating something that is still hard for our community to even deal with, which is pedophilia. I had a mother who has passed on that was performing oral sex at 9 years old on grown men. And we need her to stay on this mission because it ain't that many of us doing it. And it's hard, I guess it's hard for some of us to accept that we got sick individuals in our community. And I don't care about if you're part of the P community or part of the H community. I'm just using letters because I'm really trying not to say certain names. I don't want to disrespect her channel. I don't want her channel fucking flagged. Right. Please don't get this channel flagged. Because we need this, and hopefully more people can speak on this. And I know we can be some prideful people, and we're some strong people, and look at what have happened to us. We the originator of everything, and we also can be the originator of stuff that is sick, and we don't want to address it. But who gonna advocate for the babies? Because when it all went down, because I'm still highly pissed with Brother Polight, they was attacking our royal daughter. Come on now. And people are still attacking our royal daughter. She will be forever affected by this. So I just had to say something in defense of my queen. I'm on my queen's channel, and I'm going to always be respectful of her. You rarely get me and her don't even hardly talk, but it's always respect. Always respect. We never had no problems. And y'all want to come here with your agendas. Take your agenda somewhere else. Think about what's happening. There's people in our direct community that's violating. All right. And to hell with your grown asses and your feelings. What about these babies? At the end of the day, I will go to mute.
Thank you, my queen. Now, Neo and Shaka, if you guys would like to calmly and rationally talk about this,
of course,
whatever is
calmly.
going on, but
Of course,
respectfully though, and
of course,
don't drag
calmly.
it on or interrupt each other. I appreciate it.
Yeah, of course, calmly. You know, even in disagreement, we can remain cordial. Neo X, a few days ago, didn't you say, I'm paraphrasing, there's something to the effect that you have no problem with Saneter?
I don't think I said that. I think I said I don't hate Saneter. I said I don't like the I don't hate him. I just don't like the shit he do. I think I said something like that.
All right. And I was on Smashwalk Well when you made a video going at me, and it's not because you went at me, but you did say that you hate Chris indeed, but you will keep his secret to the grave. But you said that you don't have no problem with Sal or something to that effect. You know, we can find out the exact words.
Yeah, I think I said I know I said I hate Chris because I hate Chris. That's true.
Yeah, indeed.
And I think I said, and hold on, because I can't remember everybody. I think I said something like this about Saneter, that I said I don't hate him. I just don't like the things he do, and I hate the things he do, and I'm always calling him out.
Yeah, it's something to that effect. Because like I was saying, I'm paraphrasing. I'm not saying the exact words. But yet you talked about Saneter's sister being gay.
Yeah,
so that's the guy that you don't hate. But the guy that you hate, you're keeping his secret.
Keeping what secret? Shaka. What secret am I keeping?
But you said you're keeping his secrets. How am I supposed to know what secret is?
So let me go ahead and clear this up. The difference between why I hate Chris and why I said I don't hate Saneter is I had a friendship with Chris. We were friends. An intimate, not sexual, but an intimate friendship. And I said that even though we're beefing, because I was trying to school Garfield, I was giving him some wisdom that even though I fell out with a friend publicly, I didn't tell Chris personal secrets. Only thing I told is everything I said about Chris was YouTube shit. But I said there's some shit that I know about Chris that I would never speak of, and I'll just take the shit to the grave. So that's what I mean. Like, if I wanted to humiliate him, I could. But I won't do that because that's not the type of woman I am. But I do hate him. I mean, I have my reasons. There's shit that y'all don't know that he did behind the scenes that I know was Chris. So I have my reasons. So what's the point?
That's
what's the point of this?
That's what's up. Well, my point is just like I said, you don't hate Saneter, but you reveal to the world.
I hate him now.
Oh, you changed your mind now. Okay, all right. So
let's not talk over each other. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to mute your mics because what young MIA said is a good idea.
My bad, but I hate him now because he said I'm lying about being raped. So I hate his ass now because he just re-victimized me. He might as well be the man that raped me. So I hate him now.
I hear you. I hear you. Now, I could talk about the other lady because I could have sworn you said fuck Saneter before, right? But he was on your panel, and I'm not exaggerating when I say 5 hours. I looked at the time; he was literally on your panel for 5 hours. He was reading the comments that was typing in the chat because I thought you would let me on, and he was lying on me, insulting me using profanity. I had to call you once on the WhatsApp. You told me I'm gonna let you on. I waited. I called you a second time on WhatsApp. You told me, I know what I'm doing. I'm going to let you on. You still didn't let me on. Then I made a video and I said, I forgot the exact title, but something like, I'm not rocking or I'm done. I'm done with your ex. No drama about it. I did not call you names. I ignored you a couple of days ago for that same reason, right? And you have the nerve to say that I'm salty, I'm mad because you did not let me argue with the dude. The dude was lying on me. Can you imagine if Chris MVP Harris is on my panel, reading your comments, insulting you, lying on you, and you call me and I say, I'm going to let you on. Then you call me again, I say, I'm going to let you on. Every time before, when I was backstage, you would put me on immediately. And that's what I explained to the world. So feel free now.
All right, so let's go ahead and clear this part up. I want you to name one thing that Saneter said. You say he lied on you, he was talking shit. So name something that Saneter said about you that you did not already address in a formal argument with him or on your show? Something that Saneter said, because I was listening very carefully, because that's the main reason why I did not rush to bring you up, because it was the same bullshit that he been saying about you about for months. And every time I let y'all go back and forth, but when y'all go back, what happens? He drops off and he leaves. Right? So can you name one thing? Hold on. Can you name one thing that he said, a new accusation, a new lie, or a new slander phrase that he said that was new, that wasn't already said about you, that you already didn't confront him on?
I think you told a lie right now. I think you told a lie right now, because you said that every time you let us go back and forth, he will leave. Did Saneter and I ever went back and forth on your channel?
Not on my channel. No.
All right, there we go. So you just told a lie, but it's okay. Now,
No, that's not, bro. That's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about like when y'all argue. Like there's times when you argue with him in the chat, when he was in the chat talking shit. Like that's what I mean. Like when y'all argue, I've seen y'all argue on your. I don't know, was it your channel or what? But I've seen you and Saneter argue before. I might not have the fact straights on which platform it was, but we seen y'all argue these same talking points.
Well,
and you make videos and you make videos over and over and over addressing the same bullshit that he keeps saying about you over and over and over. But I just wanted to make it clear to the audience that I was not ignoring him. I did not ignore Shaka. I asked him twice to be patient. I didn't move fast enough for him. So if that was enough to end our little whatever we had, I just thought it was some BS, bro. Because like I said, if he would have said something new about you, I would have let you. Oh, wait, hold up. You said, what about Shaka? I would have let you instantly address him. But he was saying the same bullshit that he says, that he's been saying for how long y'all been doing this shit? For about 5-6 months? It was the same shit. And when he brought your daughter up again, even though you had got mad and went off and made a video about me, I checked his ass again about saying that bullshit about your daughter. So I don't know how you took it, that you felt like I was favoring Saneter, but every time that nigga got out of pocket on my show, I checked his ass. I just ain't do it the way you felt like I should have did.
Well, no, I did not ask for special treatment. You protected him and gave him the special treatment. He was reading my messages, calling me B, calling me all sorts of profanity, and he even said that I knew. He read he even said that I knew about the molestation. I'm in Europe. How the heck did I know? I was discovering from 6 months ago. You see, so now you're acting like because he said the same things on other platform, it was okay for him to say it on your platform because it's not new. Sister, that was foul. That was extremely foul. You let the dude insult me for I don't know how long, reading my messages, replying to me when I cannot even respond. And you don't even realize that what you did was foul. If it's fuck Saneter, it's fuck Saneter. I'm saying it once again. Fuck Saneter and fuck the House of Consciousness. You went on one of Saneter's associate, Boom Boom Smash Rockwell, you know what I'm saying, talking about, well, you don't hate Sa, you see. And besides, you're the one who told me that he said my daughter was doing spread eagle, that you were disgusted at that and that he was sick. If he is sick and he talking about my 3-year-old daughter, he accused me of feeling on my 3-year-old daughter, and I showed the text. Why do you have him on your panel for 5 hours and you've been saying fuck Saneter? So
really quick, I want to just point out that Saneter will always just, claim somebody else is doing some sexual deviant shit. But he can't even look at Polight. And that's what we're supposed to be talking about. We're supposed to be talking about what's going on. Y'all gotta stop letting this man come between y'all.
Take it off the target, man. Like it happened.
This the thing is, I didn't get upset. I did not get upset at anybody about how they handle Saneter. I just want the same type of afforded gratitude like I give him, because he can sit up here and act like he's so hurt that Saneter said those things about him. But I want to ask him this question. When did you ever click his link when he said the same shit that he was saying about you on my show that he already said previously on his show? When did you click his link and face him like a man? When you face him like a man and confront him for the same bullshit that he already was saying about you before he said it on my show. Somebody need to go on mute because I'm on Wi-Fi. It can't be me.
But okay, it's okay now. You see, I see your point. I see your point. You feel like him being able to repeat the same lies and slander on me on your panel was okay because he already said it before. That's where you stand. I did not call you names. I just said I'm done with NeoX. And you can still bang on them and be on the phone with them like what it is, Sister Freedom and all that, and do the back and forth and stuff like that. Me, I'm gonna do my thing. I didn't call you names. For less than that, I cursed people out. You know what I'm saying? But now I'm just saying I cannot trust you, sister. You see what I'm saying? So me is still fuck Saneter, fuck the House of Consciousness. The dude just put my government name up. He said he's gonna share my picture with my government name, with my home address, hoping that people will get at me. It is what it is. But I cannot trust you, sister. You see what I'm saying? And it's life. But I didn't call you no name. I didn't go in on you. Do your thing, sister. You know, but that's why I'm knowing you.
That's fine, Shaka. I really don't have no response, but I just wanted to make sure my people know, my supporters and the people who don't really know what's going on, that I had two dudes who came to support my show, act like they sympathized with my story, act like they was so for advocacy, act like they really stood on what I was doing, because I was tearing Saneter ass up. But because I didn't move fast enough for them to argue about some shit that they were already been arguing about 5 months ago, and that you could have went to his channel.
Now we're starting to say the same thing over and over again. We
Okay,
get it.
all right. I'm just saying. I just want to clear that up. That's why you don't want to
I
follow
never
me.
did
You
you
don't want
wrong.
to trust me.
I never did you wrong, sister. I never did you wrong, and you know that.
You go your own ways until you're ready to meet back. Sometimes we're not gonna agree. There's one time where me and Suge fell out about some dumb shit. It was some dumb. It was some division like this, and we both, was like fuck each other or whatever. Like fuck you, and then we didn't talk for like a week, and then we were cool. You can always come back, but do not let this man divide us or whatever. Like,
I agree.
You can walk away or choose not to support somebody. That's fine.
I agree. And once again, I didn't call the sister any names. You know what I'm saying? And I keep it pushing. You know what I'm saying?
If for whatever it's worth, you probably ain't really used to having people on your panel and all that. It is good to just neutralize somebody from talking about somebody else if they not up there to address whatever is being said. Because I've been on both sides, and I grew out of that part where now it don't affect me no more, because I realize some people gonna do they panels how they gonna do them, and it ain't no ill intent. So it ain't really worth falling out for, man. Saneter is the real problem. Y'all shouldn't even fall out over like this,
only thing I want to make clear is I want to make sure everybody understand I don't have a problem with him.
Yeah, period. It was crazy. That's one.
And I did not mean to, and I did not mean to offend him, and I did not mean to offend him. But to Neil X, it felt like the bigger picture was to catch Saneter up in some bullshit than to let two grown ass men argue who had plenty of time to argue about the same shit they've been arguing about for 5 months.
I'm sorry, sister. He was calling me names, sister. If somebody would have called you names, I would have checked that.
He called you name on his live. You could have hit the link and faced him as a man.
No, sister. On your platform, sister. On your platform, he was calling me
5
names.
hours that Shaka was waiting to get on.
He was not waiting 5 hours. He's exaggerating.
No, I did not wait. No, hold on. Check this out. I did not wait 5 hours, but he was on the panel 5 hours.
Arguing about
no, we're not
arguing.
Done
with this conversation. Y'all can
we're done. We're done.
Thank
you. Yeah, thank you. Fuck Saneter. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, because this is getting nowhere, and you're just feeding him. He's laughing right now. He got that little demonic ass smile on his face.
I can see it right now. I can see it right now, niggas screenshotting shit and laughing. Facts.
No, well, that was temporary for him because he made a video about me. You know what I'm saying? He's really hurt. You know what I'm saying? But if he's a problem, I won't let him on my panel for 5 hours. But it's all good.
That's what he do. All y'all up here, see, he don't know me, and I would never talk to Saw just because you ain't. I'm not gonna entertain a nigga telling my mom blow him down or some wild shit. But think about it. That's what he do with y'all. Oh, this dude that touched his daughter. Fuck your kids. Fuck your mama. Like, yo, this is what this is how chaotic it gets when we entertain shit like that to this degree. Right? Most of y'all in real life, you ain't gonna let nobody say certain shit, not in your presence. But you'll entertain that shit on the internet. You'll entertain that shit on a phone call. That's really what the problem is. Like, some of this shit, it's cool to talk about, but man, we can't be having conversations with dudes who's, oh, you molested your daughter. Tell your mother suck my dick. Man, come on, bro. We can't talk to him.
Man. crazy.
Yeah, it's all good. We're
And
gonna
low
keep
key,
it pushing.
I feel both of you guys, like Suge said, you know, he's been on the side where, you know, and all that. And I'm not trying to get in the middle, but I just feel like now is not the place, y'all.
Yeah, no, I mean, thank you. No, I mean, you know, we stated our piece. You know what I'm saying? And Uncle Sugar, hey, what's up, brother?
What it
I
do?
knew, I knew you were gonna clap back. You know what I'm saying? We were not even in communication in the meantime. And once again, for those who haven't heard that, Saneter is on tape saying that he was 18 and Cynthia was 15. That's a 3-year difference. And then they were trying to trip over a 4-year difference. So I told people, just come publicly and tell us that 3 years is okay, and 4 years all of a sudden becomes a problem. But then again, there's another person who said that Saneter has stated that he received a visit from Cynthia when she was 16 and they had a 2-year-old child. So it means that she would have been 14 when she got pregnant, maybe 13. But I haven't heard that from Filthy Frankie's mouth, but from that dude who was talking about that. So if anybody has that audio or video of Filthy Frankie saying that he received a visit from a 16-year-old
Took that
Cynthia,
video down. That was Kev Gills. That was in the video where you really couldn't see his face or whatever when he was saying press 1. But Saneter had went in, made the statements, and then he understood, I think, what he had done, and he privated the live just like he did tonight. Saneter does that. So
yeah, but it's good that some people heard it. So Saneter, Filthy Frankie, the bitch ass pussy, just killed himself. And when I use a P word, it's not like a sexual orientation. It's like, you know, meaning a weak dude. So he just, you know, like, is he going to go on himself? We know that Saneter has been inviting convicted rapists and child molesters. Just a few days ago, he said that he's going to be putting up reports of molestation in Harlem, in the Bronx. He said some fresh one that ain't come out yet or something to that effect. So he's again protecting rapists and child molesters. So it's not a personal thing between him and I. The first time I was a guest on his panel, I brought that up. He didn't want to talk about it. When he came on my panel, I still brought it up. And then he admitted, yes, the Mighty Hebrew did that. Everybody know that, you see. I asked him, do you know any other Hebrews or like organization that teach that you can have sex with a 9-year-old girl? He said, well, I ain't going to say any names, but many Hebrews teach that. And he's on tape saying that the Mighty Hebrew went to prison for molesting a young child, got out of prison, and was violated for trying to F another young child. And I have the clip, and that's killing him. Those clips are killing him. And he's also on tape showing that he has knowledge of the ICPK member was found guilty of child molestation. And he's talking to Toziah. Toziah,
are you blocking people in my chat?
I have black people. I have black people in your chat, sister, and I have the text that they wrote that, for the reason why I blocked them. And if
but
you want, I
don't
can
block people just because they don't like you. Time them out or something. Because
okay,
no.
okay. Let me tell you. If you want, I'll tell you the messages that they wrote that made me block them. You see, so you have we have the unbiased villain who wrote fake outrage and emotion. Y'all just hate Saneter. He not on trial for Polight.
Yeah, Shaka,
Stop
you
the
can't
cat.
block shit like that, man.
Yeah, you can't.
Okay, well, I hear you. Well, okay, I learned my lesson. I learned my lesson.
You take people out people's chat like that, man. Like just because they may not like you or disagree.
No, it's not about me. No, check this out. Fake outrage and emotion. Y'all just hate Saneter. He not on trial for
These are
Polight.
not comments that are gonna like hurt your spirit, though. Like, stop.
No, but it wasn't about me. But I mean, my bad. I admit my mistake. I admit my mistake. My bad.
Okay.
I admit it.
I admit it.
Yeah.
You taking people out of her chat when you do that. That could be somebody who donate money to her.
Right.
True. I admit my mistake. I admit it. No, I don't mind saying I'm wrong if I'm wrong. So I'm sorry. I apologize. You know, I can be humble.
How many people you blocked?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Unblock them, please, because I can't go up that far. You need to unblock them. Like, you're doing too much. I would never do that in your chat. Come on, bro.
They were not Shug. I mean, I have the text. You know, if you don't know to hear them.
Right.
Somebody
They
asked.
said something like "fuck you, nigga, I'm gonna beat your ass" or something crazy.
Somebody asked is Sugar molester. You know,
that
so
type
you know,
of comment, get out of here.
Man. Fuck that, man.
But somebody disagreeing, like Tsunami said, exactly. I agree with whatever Neo wrong or whatever. that ain't something to block over, bro.
All right. Well, you know, I just want to say, Queenstone, that I can unblock the latest ones, but you know how it is with chat. There's only so far up that you can go. You know what I mean? So I don't want you to feel
Well,
like
if you're a supporter in my chat and you were blocked tonight for, you know, a reason, whatever, that you don't feel or whatever, email me and we will figure that out. But yeah, Shaka, you can't be doing that.
I hear you, sister. Once again, my bad. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Send your channel link to the email, then you can click right on it and be able to click unblock from there. You should be able to click on it, go to the about and click unblock. If they email you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't got no more energy. I don't know how I made it.
Yeah,
this
me
far.
neither. I'm about tired, you know. But I appreciate you though, Suge. I'm gonna let you get out of here though. I appreciate you coming up, speaking, you know, and also offering, you know, an opportunity for people to address you. I feel like that's real grown man shit. And you know, for reaching out to me and stuff like that. I appreciate that, bro.
For sure, baby. Yes,
you
yes.
know.
Shout out to you. Keep doing the work. Shout out Neo X, Shaka. Ben was up here. Everybody who came up. Enqi, shout out, man. It was nice chopping up with all y'all.
Much love.
Peace.
You going live tomorrow?
I
Peace,
think
peace,
so.
peace.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I'm gonna give me
Hey,
some.
sure. Hey, what? Hey, bro, what software you be using? Because I be using Filmora. Like, I just downloaded that and paid for it. What you be using?
Final Cut, and now I'll be using Adobe Premiere too for like
Adobe. Oh,
yeah,
okay.
Final Cut Pro.
I was just curious. Like I said, you got the best edit videos on YouTube.
Appreciate it. Thanks for the love. Shout out to the chat, y'all too. Peace, y'all. Peace, everybody. I'm chopping later.
All right, bro.
All right. Good night, everybody.
Dabster or Neo, do you have anything to say in closing? Because we gonna get up out of here.
Yeah, just, you know, make sure we know who the focus is and keep the focus on them. Like, it's always cool to, you know, veer off the path or whatever, but let's just make sure we here because we dealing with a crafty nigga. So that's all I can say. You know, this dude, he pulls plays out of his ass, and he's real deceptive, and you know, but he tells us this, right? He brags about being this way. So I don't know what to say. Like, we know better.
Right. That's a fact. That's definitely a fact. Neo, you got anything to say in closing?
Yeah, first of all, again, sis, giving you your flowers again. Thank you for still being consistent, not letting Saneter and his team intimidate you. And I also want to show you some respect for supporting your daughter who's saying gender loving. I know you I didn't hear you specify what she does, but you know, shout out to that because it's already hard enough. You know, a lot of these kids have to deal with it, and you know, parents rejecting them as if they didn't birth them. So I appreciate you like just being an advocate at least for your child, right? And I'm sorry for me getting a little impatient, but I guess I get a little irritated because sometimes these dudes keep attacking me over the same BS, and I just get frustrated because I've been focused on Saneter for a while. You know, I just handle shit the way I do. I just do my Neo S thing. I'm a little different. I move a little different. But
I feel that.
yeah, but
It'll
at the
get
same
easier
time,
as you go, though. You'll also get
yeah, and then
used to
yeah,
things,
and
you know?
right, sis, and then like I said, it's like old boy said, we up against a giant, bro. Saneter's got a lot of influence. I literally had to do one against 6 when I had to go up against his girls, right? So I'm exhausted, but at the same time, I'm still willing to fight. I'm willing to still partner up with y'all. Any type of support y'all need from me, even if it's a donation, time, videos, clips, or whatever. Just know I got your back, sis. And to Shaka, like I told you, bro, what I said when me and you first met, I still agree with your message. We came together because we both agree that sexual assault against men, women, and children are wrong. If that's still your message, then I'm still in agreements with you. Okay, fuck Saneter, fuck Saneter for life. Because like I said, that nigga is guilty. We might not have all the facts straight, but he damn sure did something. For him to be calling me 2:30 in the morning, still want to talk about this shit, and I did not answer his call. I did not let him up on my show yesterday. You only got to tell me one time that you think I'm lying about being raped because somebody pressing you about a story you could have cleared up years ago.
Hey, let me say something real quick. Sorry, Neo.
You good,
I'm
brother?
sorry. I'm sorry that nigga said that. Like, I apologize for that. That was crazy. Where I was just like, damn, my nigga, that was so effortless. Like, and it's like, no matter how he may feel about it, I know what you doing, my nigga. You dog whistling, right? You trying to promote the idea of Neo and Queen's Throne, they lying, like you pushing, you know, to be him being on the opposition. You trying so hard to where, yo, bro, like, I get it, you a disrespectful nigga, but man, bro, I never thought you would take it this far. So I know you listening, bro. I would never have a conversation with you. I'm disappointed, my nigga. And you know what? I'm gonna apologize to these ladies because that's just crazy for you to take it there, bro.
That's real.
Real shit.
It's only because he's sick. Like I'm the first one to call that shit out when I seen how he was talking about Shaka's child. Like I seen the look in his, he literally was fantasizing, making up shit about that baby. You feel me? So that's why I told him if they ever meet in real life, I hope Shaka whoop his ass. They say Shaka can fight. I hope he deserved to get his ass whooped, at least by Shaka.
Ain't Shaka from France, from Paris
I
or
don't know where
something?
he's from, but they say he can whoop ass. They say he
Oh yeah,
MMA
they fight
fighting.
over there.
So if he ever meets Saneter in real life at an international airport, I hope he whooped the shit out of Saneter because the way he said about his daughter was disrespectful and it was fucked up. And that shit only happened in his imagination, his perverted mind.
Facts.
So fuck Saneter. I don't have a problem saying that shit. And like I told him, he fucked up. Cause if I should show the text messages that nigga sent me so y'all can see he's still on some bullshit right now because I'm ignoring him.
That's what he's gonna do. I would just block his number. He's blocked on my shit.
Well, Nepal said he abusive though, so.
Well, I ain't no Paul. I've been told her to get her ass away from me.
You know
I ain't
what
no
I'm
Paul.
saying? So, and you know, I mean, I know, like you said, I know you've been touching on it, whatever, for a minute, and this and that about his behavior and all that. But I'm saying, like, yo, this chick's supposed to be your wife. This your wife saying this, bruh, openly. So I don't know, man. He's an interesting case right now.
Definitely is. Much love, y'all. I enjoyed tonight.
100.
You know, I'll be back Monday. You know, I'ma edit over the weekend, get some rest, chill with my kids and stuff like that, and we'll be back on it Monday. You know?
Thanks for having me. Peace.
Much love.
Peace.
Much love, Neo. So, shout out to everybody in the chat. I appreciated you guys riding with me and stuff like that. Great panel, even though it got a little, crazy. Let's just remember though that, we fighting this nigga and we dealing with molestation over here. We, also exposing predators like Polight, and that's the basis, you know what I mean, otherwise, unless otherwise stated in the title or something like that. But we have to stay focused because these niggas is focused, and what they're doing in a lot of aspects is very criminal, and we just need to remember to stay together. You know what I'm saying? Period. If you don't like each other, avoid each other. And I get what Neo's saying. I'm not taking sides. I feel Shaka and her, but at the end of the day, we just gotta, you know what I'm saying, be grown-ups about it. I do appreciate all my mods. Y'all, we've been in here for almost 6 hours. And I know that, there was trolls and stuff like that. But I will see you guys on Monday. Like I said, I'm gonna get some editing done, spend some time with my family and do that type of thing. But I'll see you guys Monday. y'all check out, you know, the latest video that I dropped. I premiered it. If you haven't seen it, you know, and I appreciate the likes. I appreciate the donations. I appreciate Ben and Suge coming up here to speak about, you know, what they spoke about and things like that. And I appreciate those that weighed in. Much love. Stay you, stay royal, stay uncompromisable, and please stay woke, because you will see me or hear my voice in another live stream or edit. On the way out, I'm gonna play the same song that we came in with. I could have picked another one, but it was already in my history. And this is Modern Day Slavery by Cash Me Out, featuring Malcolm X. And Cash Me Out is Queen's Throne as well. So, much love, y'all. See you guys soon.
Who are you? You don't know? Don't tell me Negro, that's nothing. What were you before the white man named you a Negro? And where were you? And what did you have? What was yours? What language did you speak then? What was your name? It couldn't have been Smith or Jones or Bunch or Powell. That wasn't your name. They don't have those kind of names where you and I came from. No, what was your name? Being here in America doesn't make you an American. Being born here in America doesn't make you an American. If it made you American, you wouldn't need any legislation. You wouldn't need any amendments to the Constitution. No, I'm not an American. I'm one of the 22 million black people who are the victims of Americanism. One of the 22 million black people who are the victims of democracy. Nothing but disguised hypocrisy. I see America through the eyes of a victim.
The truth about slavery, many refuse to respect. How my people built this country off their own blood and sweat. America's just the house that slavery built, and I'ma speak on the facts since no one else will. Your name in capital letters is a corporate entity, while you remain suspect to intellectual property. James Marion Sims, father of gynecology, experimented on slave women in the 1840s, trying to invent the C-section. Hundreds of babies died at birth, but they still support the medical system and swear that shit works. No cure for cancer, ALS, AIDS. Wait, ain't y'all a little late?
Being here in America doesn't make you an American. Being born here in America doesn't make you an American. Why, if birth made you American, you wouldn't need any legislation. You wouldn't need any amendments to the Constitution. No, I'm not an American. I'm one of the 22 million black people who are the victims of Americanism. One of the 22 million black people who are the victims of democracy.
They came up with the plan to control and enslave man. Through revolution and war, man would be free no more. A secret society they made. Very few would make that grade. Unaware and deadly blind, the dumb downness of mankind. They are hiding in plain sight, running the show without a fight. Modern day slavery got people working day and night. Almighty dollar in that sight, chasing it further into the light. If I work a little bit harder, one day I'll be alright. They tax all in, they tax our weight, they tax the bed in which you lay, they tax our food, they tax our drink. They tax us every time we think. And it's really about control, cause the dollar ain't worth a thing. Piece of paper and some ink that sticks a vein and something green, yeah.
This is American justice. This is American democracy. And those of you who are familiar with it know that in America, democracy is hypocrisy. Now, if I'm wrong, put me in jail. But if you can't prove that a democracy is not hypocrisy, then don't put your hands on me. Democracy is hypocrisy. If democracy means freedom, why aren't our people free?